Chapter 2750. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. The reason why he had provoked the old man was to lure him out of the compass space. As long as the old man's primordial spirit entered the barren ancient space, everything would be at his mercy. "Little bastard, where are you going?" The old man roared and rushed out of the compass space. His primordial spirit body carried an immeasurable amount of light. It was colorful and dazzling. Waves of vast aura floated from his body, causing the void of the barren ancient space to distort. This was definitely a terrifying expert. Even though it was just a small primordial spirit avatar, it exuded the tyrannical aura of the immortal realm. "Old dog, you really dare to come out?" Du Xiaofu sneered and looked at the illusory figure. "Little bastard, do you think that I can't do anything to you after you leave the compass space? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape death." The old man said in a gloomy voice. With murderous intent, he pounced on Du Xiaofu. A terrifying long spear was formed in an instant. It was suffused with a five-colored brilliance. As if it could pierce through heaven and earth, it went straight for Du Xiaofu's chest. "Old man, how dare you be so arrogant in your grandpa Du's territory?" Du Xiaofu said coldly. With a thought, an invisible mysterious force spread out and spread to the surroundings. Then the rules in the barren ancient space vibrated and the runes changed. It evolved into a powerful tearing force that acted on the long spear and instantly tore it into pieces. Du Xiaofu's figure stood in the same place without moving at all. He only looked at the old man with a mocking gaze. This scene made the old man turn pale with fright. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. He was a little confused by the situation in front of him. Just now in the compass space, it was easy for him to trample on this kid. But now, when he attacked with all his strength, he was directly annihilated into nothingness. Moreover, this little bastard was still looking at him with a smile on his face. Such a scene was absolutely beyond his expectations. "Old dog, since you've chosen to come out, then I won't hold back. I'll destroy this clone of yours," Du Xiaofu said indifferently, once again triggering the mysterious power in the barren ancient space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mystical fluctuations rippled out and swept out in all directions. It was like a surging tide, a huge wave that reached the heavens. Loud rumbling sounds filled the air. Laws intertwined, space shifted, and mighty power surged. Terrifying energy surged out like a towering mountain, and it fiercely pressed down onto the old man's soul core. PFFF. Under the pressure of this tremendous force, the old man's body burst apart. A terrifying crack exploded in his chest, and waves of energy spread out from it. "What is this place?" The old man was shocked again. His voice rose 180 degrees, and he almost screamed, "Kid, you fucking tricked me!" Previously, he was in a hurry to kill Du Xiaofu. Only now did he begin to size up his surroundings. The scene that entered his eyes caused his heart to sink. This was not the outside world, nor was it the divine, desolate Heavenlock array. With the old man's strength, after a brief observation, he discovered the difference in this space. The formless power that was fluctuating in the void made him feel frightened and flustered. In the distance, a flaming skeleton sat cross-legged, its body rippling with power like the sea. On the other side, a figure wrapped in bright light lay horizontally motionless. Nearby, there was a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, adjusting her breathing. Everything here, in addition to the surging laws that filled every inch of the void, caused the old man to be instantly on guard. As if he had been enlightened, he understood that he had been tricked by that kid. The mysterious lock compass actually fell into your hands. Trash! Trash! The people from the 7 Divine Generals' estates are all trash. When the old man saw that there was another compass not far away, he instantly roared loudly. His eyes shot out endless viciousness, as if he wanted to kill someone. He had handed the divine, desolate Heavenlock array to the 7 divine generals' estates. Who would have thought that they would do such a thing? The 2 compasses had changed owners. This caused the old man to fly into a rage. However, he did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to escape. Otherwise, in this space, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The kid in front of him was too abnormal. Thinking of this, the old man did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately retreated and wanted to enter the compass behind him again. As long as he returned to the mysterious lock compass, no matter how strange this kid's methods were, he would definitely not be able to kill him. "Old dog, where are you going?" Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face as he pretended to be angry and shouted. Since he had tricked this old man out, there was no reason to let him go. Du Xiaofu wasn't an idiot. He was completely helpless against Chen Shi within the space of the feng shui compass, and if he allowed Chen Shi to hole up within it, then not to mention refining the dark heaven compass, he would probably suffer a storm of attacks as soon as he stepped foot into it. Du Xiaofu stood in place without moving. He only waved his arm lightly. Whoosh! Ripples suddenly appeared in the void of the ancient desolate space. With the old man as the center, they spread out in all directions. However, just as the old man was about to enter the mysterious lock compass, the ripples suddenly contracted. Like ropes, they tied around his primordial spirit avatar, firmly binding it to the spot. Then, under the guidance of Du Xiaofu's thoughts, his body involuntarily flew in the direction of Du Xiaofu. "Little bastard, quickly let me go. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a graveless death." The old man roared loudly and struggled violently. However, the numerous shapeless forces held tightly onto his body, causing him to be unable to struggle free of these shapeless shackles, no matter what. At this moment, he finally started to panic, and his aged eyes that glowed brightly revealed a shocked and furious expression. "Old dog, I really wonder if there's something wrong with your head. Why don't you take a look at the situation before you and still dare to act arrogantly before me?" Du Xiaofu laughed coldly as he spoke, and he gazed with disdain at the old man who was struggling without end. After all, this was an avatar condensed from the primordial spirit of an eternal realm expert, and it was extremely formidable. Every single time it struggled, it emanated a terrifying force that caused even Du Xiaofu to feel slightly pressured. However, under the suppression of the ancient desolate space, all of the old man's stubborn resistance was futile. "Old dog, you're really stupid. I was able to trick you out so easily. Looks like refining these 2 compasses of yours isn't difficult at all." Du Xiaofu smiled like a blooming flower, and he was extremely happy. "Kid, don't even dream about it. Are my compasses something that you can refine?" The old man roared without end. Yet he seemed to be putting on a brave front while cowardly at heart. Du Xiaofu's words caused his heart to jerk. This avatar of his had come from the dark heaven compass. So that kid is entirely capable of utilizing the same method to trick the energy of the primordial spirit from the other dark lock compass into this space. If that's the case, then these 2 compasses would really be lost completely. When he thought up to here, the old man suddenly shot out explosively, while 5 colored rays of light shot out explosively from his primordial spirit. And it seemed as if a mysterious force was burning fiercely. Along with this, a wave of indescribable energy surged out from his entire body, and he shot explosively towards the nearby Darklock compass. Shit! Such a situation was naturally unable to escape Du Xiaofu's perception because everything within this ancient desolate space was within his control. Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitched. He didn't even need to think to understand the old man's intentions. What a cunning old dog. You actually want to use the connection between your primordial spirits to make the avatar in the Darklock compass feel it, so that I can obtain the Darklock compass? Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. How could he let the old man succeed so easily? He moved his mind again, and the mysterious force within the ancient desolate space roared through the air. directly shattering the old man's energy into nothingness. Suppress. When these words came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He directly mobilized the power of the ancient desolate space and ruthlessly suppressed the old man's primordial spirit. Ah, little bastard, the Jew spirit Holy Land will definitely not let you off. The old man screamed incessantly, like a pig being slaughtered, and immense pain invaded his primordial spirit body. Under the pressure of such a ferocious force, a bang resounded in the end, and his soul core exploded into pieces and transformed into nothingness. It's finally over. Du Xiaofu let out a long breath and used his sleeve to wipe off the thin strands of sweat on his forehead. However, the corners of his mouth curled up in a joyful smile. However, his eyebrows slowly creased again. Before the old man's primordial spirit died, the 4 words that the old man said struck a nerve. Jew Spirit Holy Land? One of the 36 Holy Lands? Du Xiaofu pondered. He only knew of the existence of the 36 Holy Lands, but he didn't know the name of each of them. When he heard the old man mention the Jew Spirit Holy Land, he became a little more alert. Could it be that the chaos in the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was orchestrated by one of the Holy Lands? The people from the 7 Divine Generals' residences were just a bunch of small fries, and they were only working for the Jew Spirit Holy Land? If that was the case, then the situation was a little complicated. He Jibai had once told him that the supreme Changrong heaven had 36 sacred grounds and 72 divine kingdoms. Moreover, even the weakest sacred ground was more than 10 times stronger than the strongest divine kingdom. The Yu Qing Divine Kingdom wasn't the strongest divine kingdom, but the Jew Spirit Holy Land wasn't the weakest Holy Land either. Under such circumstances, the disparity between the two was simply too great. If it was really as Du Xiaofu guessed, and all of this was a scam set up by the Yu Qing Divine Emperor, the ancient ancestor Bifang, and the ancient emperor of the human race to lure the 7 divine generals' residences out of the water, then what confidence did they have to fight against such a huge holy land? No matter how strong the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was, no matter how strong the Yu Qing Divine Emperor was, they couldn't possibly be that strong. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while, but he couldn't find the answer. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and turned his attention back to the Xian Heaven Compass. Refining the profound Heaven Compass should be a piece of cake now. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit of the red horse monkey came out from between his eyebrows and entered the Xian Heaven Compass. However, just as Du Xiaofu entered the Xian Heaven Compass, another figure quickly formed. It still looked like the old man, but it was much fainter than before. This was a strand of his primordial spirit's power. It was a strand of power that the old man left behind before he left the Xian Heaven Compass. When he saw Du Xiaofu enter the Xian Heaven Compass, the old man's expression changed drastically. Little bastard, what did you do to my primordial spirit avatar? As he was isolated by the ancient, desolate space, he didn't know what was happening outside. However, the red horse monkey's primordial spirit appeared here unharmed. Even if he used his toes to think, the old man could guess what happened. Of course I destroyed it. Du Xiaofu's expression was very calm. He didn't seem to care at all, and only looked at the old man with disdain. Little brat, you're courting death. After the old man received confirmation, he became even angrier. He immediately rolled up an endless amount of power. Rays of colorful light carried an overwhelming killing intent and attacked the red horse monkey's primordial spirit. He never thought that with his strength, his primordial spirit avatar would actually be destroyed by this little brat in the outside world. This made the old man's hair stand on end. A little brat actually dared to have ideas about him. That was fine, but he really let him destroy most of his forces. You only have this little strength left. I'm afraid you don't even have 1% of your previous strength. Do you really think I'm an ant that you can casually slap to death? Du Xiaofu looked at the old man mockingly and said in a loud voice. Facing the old man's attack, Du Xiaofu's red horse, monkey primordial spirit, used the domineering domain divine ability. In an instant, the domineering domain divine ability bound the streaks of colorful light that flew in the sky. Then a huge force burst out and destroyed them all in an instant. "Destroy for me!" Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. His huge palm moved across the void and brazenly slapped down. The heavenly lightning and earthly fire resonated in the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. The space of the compass trembled and shook nonstop. A terrifying mighty force burst out and suppressed, instantly slapping the old man's head. This time, the old man who had lost most of his strength was not Du Xiaofu's match at all. If the old man's strength was 10 times that of Du Xiaofu's before, then now he was 10 times weaker than Du Xiaofu. Under such circumstances, this wisp of primordial spirit avatar's power was smashed into ashes upon contact. It disappeared without a trace and drifted into nothingness. "It's quiet." Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit strode in the space of compass as his gaze swept the surroundings. In the surroundings, there were still wisps of strange energy floating around. It was very pure. Du Xiaofu knew that this was something that the compass itself had. It was tightly connected to the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. As long as he refined this energy, he could truly control the compass and then the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit closed his eyes and began to refine it. Everything went very smoothly. Without the interference of the old man's primordial spirit avatar, Du Xiaofu did not spend too much time controlling this energy. He injected his primordial spirit avatar's power into it and directly refined the profound heaven compass. This compass itself is also a pretty good treasure. It should be at least at the level of a high-grade divine artifact. Du Xiaofu smiled as he carefully sensed the uniqueness of the compass. Unfortunately, this compass was only used to control the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. It did not have any offensive or defensive power. However, he was satisfied. If he could obtain all the compasses, then wouldn't the divine wilderness heavenlock formation be his? Thinking of this, he unconsciously laughed even louder, like a hen that had just laid eggs. Du Xiaofu tried to use the profound heaven compass to sense the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, but it did not have any effect. After all the mystic energy spread out, it was all bound in the desolate ancient space. In fact, when he had just touched the profound heaven compass and caused the other compass to vibrate, he had already used the power of the desolate ancient space to isolate all connections with the outside world, so as to avoid alerting the other people who had the compasses. Therefore, when he tried, he did not sense the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. There is still one more profound heavenlock compass. I'll refine it too. Du Xiaofu was extremely excited. When he thought of being able to control the array outside after refining the compass, he could not help but feel excited. It had to be known that this was an imitation of an ancient array. Back then, it had enveloped the entire 33 heavens and killed countless demon race armies. Even if it was an imitation, its power was definitely extraordinary. As he was thinking happily, Du Xiaofu's scarlet, demonic monkey, primordial spirit, had already exited the profound heaven compass and entered the other compass. It was still a familiar scene, but there were some slight differences. In the profound heavenlock compass, the old man's figure appeared again. With the experience of the first time, Du Xiaofu could be said to be very familiar this time. After a few tricks, he lured the old man's primordial spirit out of the compass space. Following that, he used the power of the desolate ancient space to forcefully suppress and kill it. However, this time, the old man's response was slightly different. When he knew that Du Xiaofu had already refined the profound heaven compass and that he could not escape, he chose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the primordial spirit of an immortal realm expert was no joke, even if it was only a part of the primordial spirit's power. If it was in the outside world, 100 Du Xiaofu would not be enough to kill that terrifying power. Unfortunately, this was the desolate ancient space. All the laws and order were under Du Xiaofu's control. Under his full power, the old man's self-destruction was forcefully crushed. That terrifying fluctuation was forcefully extinguished, causing this primordial spirit clone to die in an extremely aggrieved manner. Du Xiaofu excitedly entered the profound heaven-lock compass again and refined it. This old dog is really powerful. When the scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit returned to his body, Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. That old man's strength was truly terrifying. An immortal realm expert was considered a top existence in the entire 33 heavens. Among the 9 great realms, the carrier realm and the phenomenal realm only existed in legends. It seemed that no one had ever seen them before. As for the meditative realm experts, due to some unknown reasons Du Xiaofu did not know, they would not appear in the world for many years. Therefore, it could be said that immortal realm experts were the most powerful existences that could be seen in the 33 heavens. Therefore, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of pressure. After all, he had really offended an immortal realm expert. More importantly, behind the old dog was one of the 36 holy lands, the Extreme Spirit Holy Land. Chapter 27:51. There was no doubt about the strength of a holy land. Du Xiaofu even felt that the 36 holy lands should be similar to the 100 schools of thought in Xianming, Yihengtian. Some were strong, some were weak, but no matter how weak they should not be too weak. He did not know what kind of position that old man had in the absolute spirit holy land. However, he could guess that his identity should not be simple. Legalism, school of thought, and school of vertical and horizontal are already mortal enemies. If there are too many lice, they will not be afraid of an itch. If there is another absolute spirit holy land, it does not seem to be a big deal. Du Xiaofu suppressed the emotions in his heart and did not think too much about it. Not much time had passed since he came to the 33 heavens from Shenwu world. To establish a foothold in this place where countless forces were entrenched, it was inevitable to make enemies. Du Xiaofu could not be worried about this. He finally glanced at the 3 people in the ancient desolate space and left, returning to the space of the divine desolate heavenlock formation. Due to the acceleration of time in the desolate ancient space, it had only been less than 2 hours since he had entered the desolate ancient space. At this time, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong had temporarily lost track of Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. The 2 of them were anxious about this, but they did not have any good ideas. They could only search everywhere. The 2 young experts were in the true severing realm. If they wanted to leave, the 3rd prince and Duan Yizong did not have the ability to stop them. They can't escape. Du Xiaofu withdrew the ancient desolate space from Yu Qingxi's body and pursed his lips as he spoke. As he spoke, the 2 compasses, Profound Lock and Profound Heaven, appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. These 2 compasses have really been refined. Seeing Du Xiaofu take out the compasses, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were very surprised. They knew that Du Xiaofu had entered the ancient desolate space to refine the compasses and use them to control the divine desolate heavenlock formation to deal with Wen Yiming and Tantai Rui. However, the 2 of them also knew that the origin of this great formation was definitely extraordinary. It was impossible for it to be refined so easily. Although they still had a glimmer of hope for Du Xiaofu, they hoped that he could successfully refine it. However, when Du Xiaofu took out the compass, the shock in their hearts was enormous. It was simply unbelievable. This is good. Since we can control the divine desolate heavenlock array, then everything here will be controlled by us. No matter how strong the 7 divine generals' manners are, they are like salted fish on the chopping board. They can't turn the tables and can only be slaughtered by us. Immediately after, intense joy surged in the hearts of the Yu Qingxi duo. With the help of the divine desolate heavenlock array, his side held the absolute initiative. The situation in the primal chaos space was finally under complete control. Brother Du, Quickly check and see where they are now. The two of them couldn't wait any longer and urged Du Xiaofu to quickly investigate. Looking at Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong's expressions, Du Xiaofu only smiled and didn't say anything. With a thought, through the compass, he finally established a connection with the divine, desolate heavenlock array. Through his continuous perception, a faintly discernible aura appeared in his mind, causing the smile on Du Xiaofu's lips to grow wider and wider. Among them, there were two people whose auras were the strongest. Other than Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan, who had escaped, there shouldn't be anyone else. There seemed to be two auras coming. Their strength is also at the true severing realm. However, very quickly, Du Xiaofu discovered that the auras of the other two people were also extremely deep, like the abyss or the sea. They were incomparably powerful. The two of them were rapidly moving through the space of the divine, desolate heavenlock array, as if they were rushing towards Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. "Have you discovered them?" Yu Qing asked as he looked at Du Xiaofu, his golden armor shining brightly. "They're not far away. They can't escape. Let's go." Du Xiaofu rushed out and took the lead. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong followed behind. The three of them quickly moved through the space of the divine, desolate heavenlock array. Not long after, two figures appeared in front of them. It was Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. "They've caught up again." Seeing the three of them appear, Tantai Ruchuan was immediately alarmed. As for Wen Yiming, his gaze trembled because Du Xiaofu had appeared once again. "Quickly retreat. That Du Xiaofu has appeared again." Wen Yiming's expression was incomparably solemn as he said to Tantai Ruchuan. Previously, when the other party suddenly disappeared, they were overjoyed. After getting rid of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, they finally managed to escape completely. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Relying on their understanding of the formation, they hid in all directions, trying to find a good place to hide. But who knew that they would be caught up at this time? They were afraid that they would face endless pursuit next. The two of them didn't even think as they instantly moved forward. "Tantai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, surrender yourselves. Today you're dead." Yu Qingxi shouted as his figure rose into the air. The armor on his body shone with a dazzling golden light. His long spear pierced through the void and attacked Tantai Ruchuan. The conspiracy of the 7 divine generals' estates has been destroyed. There is no place for you in the Yu Qing divine kingdom. What awaits you is only death. Duan Yizong also moved at the same time. His feet stepped in the air, causing the void to crack. Cracks spread out like a spider web. His aura was like a rainbow, like a war god from the divine realm. It was indescribably overbearing. How could Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan listen to the two of them? They only cared about running for their lives. If they didn't run, once they were bound by Du Xiaofu's space domain, it would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. As long as the two of them didn't stop, the 3 people behind them wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Brother Du quickly used the array to kill them. In the pursuit, Yu Qingxi transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. Since they could easily solve the problem here, they naturally didn't want to delay any longer. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care about that. Instead, he had already kept the 2 compasses. He didn't even see Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming. His primordial spirit was still spying out and observing the movements in the distance. There were 2 figures coming over and approaching quickly. The target of the 2 of them is extremely clear. It seems that they can sense the existence of Tantai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, and the 3 of us. Du Xiaofu's eyes gradually narrowed as he kept thinking. Could it be that they are also from the 7 divine generals' estates and even have other compasses? That's why they can sense the situation here. He deeply felt that his conjecture was very reasonable. It was the only explanation that made sense. If his conjecture was correct, then there would be a tough battle ahead. The people who were flying over were definitely not ordinary people. "We're here." Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, The void in the distance flickered. Two figures, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived. In an instant, they arrived at the scene and blocked in front of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong. Two good-for-nothings. The people from the 7 divine generals' estates can't even do such a small thing. They're being chased like stray dogs. One of them was dressed in black, while the other was dressed in gray. As soon as they arrived, they swept their fierce gazes towards Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming as they cursed loudly. However, although they were cursing, they attacked at the same time and blocked the fierce attacks of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, allowing Wen Yiming to gain some breathing space. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the Yu Qing imperial family from killing the traitors? Yu Qingxi stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. He was originally wondering why Du Xiaofu didn't directly attack and kill Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming. However, now he seemed to understand that these two people who had suddenly arrived were probably inseparable from the 7 divine generals' estates. However, he had never seen these two young experts before and didn't know their identities. In fact, it wasn't only Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong who didn't understand. Even Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming were similarly dumbfounded. They didn't know the identities of these two people, but they actually called them good-for-nothings. This made their faces turn ugly. What a traitor! You must be Yu Taiyan's third son, Yu Qingxi. The gray-clothed man's gaze focused as he stared at Yu Qingxi. He immediately recognized his identity. Yu Taiyan was the name of Yu Qingxi's father, the divine emperor of the Yu Qing divine kingdom. The gray-clothed man paused for a moment before he continued. You don't have the right to know our identities. Today, none of you will be able to leave this place safely. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight, so that you won't have to suffer more physical pain. Such a sentence was overbearing and couldn't be disobeyed. In front of Yu Qingxi, the third prince, the gray-clothed man had an aloof appearance. His demeanor was even more arrogant than Yu Qingxi's. It was obvious that his status was very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of bearing. You want us to surrender? Do you have the ability to do that? Duan Yizong stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Qingxi, his entire body releasing a powerful and fierce aura as he said without the slightest intention of backing down. Quickly tell me your identities and what kind of relationship you have with the 7 divine generals' estates. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. Duan Yizong was full of righteousness. Du Xiaofu had 2 compasses in his hands, and with the help of the formation, when facing these 2 unknown enemies, he naturally revealed an expression of victory. Since they had a close relationship with the 7 divine generals' estates and were involved in this matter, they were enemies. There was no reason to weaken their momentum. Won't be able to escape death. Next to the gray-clothed man, the black-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and sneered. You dare to say such words to us? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The black-clothed man glanced indifferently at the 3 people opposite him. Although he concealed it well, his eyes still revealed a strong sense of disdain, as if he didn't want to attack these 3 people at all. You! At this time, Tantai Ruchuan opened his mouth in confusion. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he asked, You 2 are the lords above. As he spoke, his demeanor showed incomparable respect. When Wen Yiming heard this, he was shocked. As if he had thought of something, he immediately bowed to the 2 people. Although the 7 divine generals' estates acted alone, with the identity of these 2 people, they naturally knew more about the matter. Although they didn't know the specific situation, they had guessed that perhaps there was an even more powerful existence behind the 7 divine generals' estates. It was just that those people had never shown themselves. However, with the appearance of these 2 people, they finally confirmed their conjecture. It should be because they failed in their mission that they stood in the open. It was no wonder that these 2 fellows had just arrived here and immediately scolded the 2 of them to their faces. Now we're saved. Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan secretly looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Things had deteriorated to such a state which was not what they wanted to see. But now, other than running for their lives, there was no better way. But with the appearance of these two people, the situation immediately took a turn for the better. They believed that the people behind the 7 divine generals' estates were absolutely powerful. It shouldn't be too difficult to kill Du Xiaofu and the other 2 people. When they thought of this, Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that the 2 people in front of them were like saviors who had descended to the mortal world. So, the people from the 7 divine generals' estates are under your orders. Yu Qingxi's gaze turned solemn. With a murderous look, he stared at the 2 young people in front of him and said, "Where did you come from? How dare you go against the Yu Qing divine kingdom? Aren't you afraid that the army of the imperial family will trample your mountain gate to the ground?" When these words were spoken, the black-clothed man laughed coldly. The gray-clothed man laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The gray-clothed man laughed as he rocked back and forth. As he laughed, he said, "How arrogant! A small Yu Qing divine kingdom dares to say that they will trample our mountain gate to the ground? Ha ha ha! A small Yu Qing divine kingdom." Yu Qingxi stared at them fiercely when he heard this. It seemed that these 2 people were really powerful. When they heard this, Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were stunned. The joy in their hearts grew stronger. "The 2 of you should be from the Zhuling Holy Land, right?" Just as the few of them were stunned, Du Xiaofu's light voice rang out. He walked lightly in the void, walked to the side of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, and looked at them as he spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. No one had expected Du Xiaofu to say such a thing. Zhuling Holy Land. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were stunned. Of course, they knew about the Zhuling Holy Land. Yu Qingxi knew very well that as one of the 36 Holy Lands, the Zhuling Holy Land was dozens of times stronger than the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. It was an absolutely terrifying existence that the imperial family could not contend against. When they heard this news, their hearts sank again. "Holy Land! It's a holy land! That's great! That's great!" Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan had different thoughts from the other 2. If they had been happy before, they were now pleasantly surprised. A holy land, that was a holy land. They had never expected that behind the 7 divine generals' residences, there could be a holy land. This was too terrifying. No matter how strong the Yu Qing divine kingdom was, even if Yu Chengliang had said that the divine emperor was still alive, the imperial family would not have been a match for a holy land. They were overjoyed. To the 2 of them, this was a gift from the heavens. As they looked at the purple-robed young man, they felt a lot closer. "Kid, who are you? How do you know our identities?" The black-robed man was shocked as he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. He was very confused. The Holy Land was very secretive this time, and very few people knew about it. At the very least, other than the 2 of them, no one else in the Chaos Dimension knew about it. However, they did not know where this fellow in front of them had learned about them. He was actually able to point out their origins so easily. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Gods are always watching. You're doing some shady business behind people's backs, and you're still afraid of others finding out? Du Xiaofu said lightly. He did not mention that he had refined the 2 compasses. Some things were better left unsaid. Perhaps there would be unexpected results. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong quickly understood his intentions. "Humph! Since you know that the 2 of us are from the Zhuling Holy Land, you still dare to be so presumptuous. I really admire your courage." The gray-robed man snorted coldly. He was not angry because his identity was exposed. Instead, he became even more arrogant. Indeed, relying on his identity as a disciple of the Holy Land, he did have the right to be arrogant. So what if you're from the Zhuling Holy Land? However, Du Xiaofu did not buy his words. He continued, "You're from the Holy Land, but you're not the strongest in the Holy Land. What's there to show off in front of me? I'll give you a chance now. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise die." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his tone became colder and colder. He did not hide his killing intent at all. "Ha ha ha!" The gray-robed man laughed again and said, "What an arrogant kid! I want to see what kind of strength you have. You dare to say that you want the two of us to die." As he spoke, waves of fierce energy surged from his body and swept towards Du Xiaofu. This domineering energy carried an unparalleled power of laws. A large area of fire spread out and attacked like a raging sea. It roared and attacked the heavens and the earth, burning the sky. "That's fine too. Let me have a good look at how the disciples of the Holy Land compare to others." Du Xiaofu also shouted loudly, and his figure flew out. His battle intent was aroused. He wanted to fight with his full strength and test the difference in their strength. After all, the Holy Land had a high status in the supreme Changrong heaven. Every Holy Land was extraordinary. Presumably, the disciples who walked out of the Holy Land were also extremely powerful. At the very least, they should be stronger than Dai Xuanjin, Tantai Ruwei, Tantai Ruchuan Wenyiming, and the others. Chapter 2752. Du Xiaofu released a large amount of lightning from his body. The law of thunder and lightning surged. Rumble! A terrifying silver beam of light appeared out of thin air. It tore through the void and descended from the heavens. It destroyed everything in its path and blasted towards the head of the gray-robed man. Yu Qingxi, Duanizong, Wenyiming, Tantai Ruchuan, and the black-robed man from the Absolute Spirit Holy Land were all staring at the two people in the field. To Yu Qingxi and Duanizong, they were very nervous. After all, the gray-robed man was a disciple of the Holy Land. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Although they had some understanding of Du Xiaofu's strength, they couldn't help but worry. As for Wenyiming and Tantai Ruchuan, their hearts were filled with anticipation. They hoped to see the purple-robed young man be instantly killed. Then everything could be remedied. As long as they took back the two compasses, they could be forgiven for the mistakes they had made. The law of thunder and lightning. His strength is not bad, but he might not be a match for junior brother Wei Rong. The black-robed man stood to the side and thought silently. He looked at the two people calmly. He didn't seem to be anxious at all. It didn't matter if his junior brother was a match for the purple-robed young man. Today's matter was already decided. If the two of them stepped forward, even if they couldn't fight head-on, they could borrow the power of the formation to kill their opponent. However, they didn't need to do that at the moment. His junior brother still had a powerful move that he hadn't used yet. The five of them had different thoughts. Under their gazes, Du Xiaofu's huge thunderbolt finally descended and blasted into the boundless sea of fire around the gray-robed young man. Rumble! A terrifying explosion sounded. The blazing sea of fire was instantly destroyed. It seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, in the next instant, the flames that were spreading out suddenly spiraled upwards, dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were like fire dragons that were climbing up and coiling around the lightning pillar. The ferocious heat burned everything in its path. Even the terrifying pillar of lightning crackled in the raging flames, and then it shattered. A moment later, the two energies were exhausted to the extreme. Finally, they completely exploded and turned into pure energy boiling. Runes swept out and spread in all directions. Du Xiaofu flapped his clothes and retreated. He stomped on the void and stopped himself. The gray-clothed youth also retreated rapidly, flying away from the center of the energy. The two of them were completely unharmed as they looked at each other from afar. With just one strike, they seemed to be evenly matched. "Humph! With such little strength, you dare to clamor with us." The gray-clothed man looked at the purple-robed youth and snorted coldly. He didn't give it his all. Though his opponent's capabilities were extraordinary, he was confident that if he gave it his all, he would be able to kill him. In the face of such contempt, Du Xiaofu just smiled faintly and mocked back. Holy Land disciples seem to be nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, then this battle between us can be declared over. His gaze was heavy, but the corners of his mouth were cold. What a boastful boy! Since you want to die, I'll show you what real strength is. The gray-clothed youth looked fiercely at Du Xiaofu and said sternly. He came from the Holy Land and looked down on the younger generation of the divine nation forces. How could he allow the boy opposite him to mock him like this? Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted and burst out again. The golden wings behind him flapped, and in a flash he charged toward the gray-clothed youth again. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. 9 heavens flame, burn the heavens! These words came out of the gray-clothed youth's mouth. Suddenly, a scarlet flame appeared outside his body. It was as bright as blood and glowed with a dazzling scarlet color. When such a flame appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply and became abnormally hot. Space was distorted one after another, as if it had turned into liquid. The space near the gray-clothed youth was burned into powder, as if pitch-black ashes were sprinkling down. What a terrifying temperature! Retreat quickly! Yu Qingxi, Tantai Ruchuan, the black-clothed youth, and the others all shot toward the periphery and hid far away. Even with the cultivation of the truth-severing stage, when they were near the flames, they felt as if their physical bodies were about to be burned apart. Even their spirits were shaking, and they felt a terrifying sense of dizziness. What kind of flame is that? How can it be so terrifying? Duan Yizong was in a panic. Although he had retreated far away, he was still sweating from the high temperature. His lips trembled as he spoke. That flame is too terrifying. He can cultivate the law of fire to such a level. He has only broken through to the true severing stage not long ago, but he is already so powerful. Yu Qingxi's expression was not much better. His gaze trembled fiercely. He had never imagined that the gap between him and Duan Yizong, one of the most outstanding young experts of the Yu Qing divine nation, and the disciple of the Holy Land, would be so huge. The disciple of the Holy Land is too strong. I hope he can kill Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. Wen Yiming's eyes were filled with excitement. After seeing the strength of the gray-clothed youth, his heart was filled with even more hope. Whether we can escape unscathed in the end, or even make up for all our mistakes, depends on whether Du Xiaofu will die here. Lord of the Holy Land, do your best. Tantai Ruchuan clenched his fists tightly and shouted to himself. His eyes were about to emit starlight as he looked at the scene. Among the 5 onlookers, the calmest one was the black-clothed youth from the Holy Land. After retreating far away, he quietly watched the movements of the 2 people, as if everything was under his control. He had already expected the gray-clothed youth's actions. The 9 heavens flame was born from heaven and earth. It flowed through the cracks of the large worlds of the 33 heavens and had the ability to burn everything. As long as there was enough energy, it could melt everything in the world. Such a terrifying thing was unique in the absolute spirit Holy Land. It had been shelved for countless years. During this time, countless people had tried to obtain it, but they were all burned to death by the flames and turned into ashes. It was only 10 years ago that it was refined by his junior brother by chance. Such benefits made many people green with envy. However, the black-clothed youth did not feel this way because the benefits he had obtained were not inferior to his junior brother's. No matter how strong that kid is under the 9 heavens flame, he will die without a burial place. The black-clothed youth's eyes were calm as he softly said such a sentence. However, it was this sentence that made Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan overjoyed, and their hearts were faintly excited. On the contrary, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong's hearts were in their throats. If Du Xiaofu was really defeated, then they were even less of a match for these people. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu had already swept to the side of the gray-clothed youth. He casually shot out a bolt of lightning, but it evaporated under the terrifying flames and turned into nothingness. Under the attack of the thunderbolt, the scarlet red, blood-like flame merely shook a little. It swayed a little before it continued to burn. Fire attribute law. It's actually so formidable. Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitched as he felt a deep sense of danger, but in next to no time he rejected his guess. No, this isn't fire attribute law. It's a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It's an existence like the blood-flame divine lotus, born from the heavens and earth, and it's incomparably formidable. In an instant, Du Xiaofu saw through the essence of the blood-red flames. He knew that the nine heavens flame was not inferior to the blood flame, divine lotus. However, because he had only refined the blood flame divine lotus true spirit, and the main body was obtained by Elder Kong, he was unable to rely on it to improve his comprehension of the fire attribute law. A spiritual item of heaven and earth? Then let me see if a disciple of the Holy Land with the nine heavens flame is really invincible. The scorching heat enveloped his entire body, causing Du Xiaofu's battle intent to soar even more. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat, exploding in the void and shattering the heavens. Void 8 trigrams, rise for me! Buzz! At the same time as he shouted, his 10 fingers flipped incessantly, forming mysterious hand seals. Following that, an enormous pressure that caused one's scalp to go numb descended, fiercely suppressing the sky. A resplendent 8 trigrams diagram entrenched itself, and all sorts of phenomena appeared within it, evolving into all things. The absolute, tyrannical domain spread out, directly covering an area of dozens of miles. Everything was tightly bound. Outside the gray-clothed man's body, the large expanse of scarlet-red flames was also on the verge of crawling in this space. The flames trembled, desperately burning the void. Under such a situation, Du Xiaofu's absolute domain space was also constantly being burned to the point of collapse, shattering into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu moved with all his might, maintaining the stability of the space domain from beginning to end, falling into a stalemate with the scarlet-red flames. The laws of space have actually been cultivated to such an extent. The gray-clothed man's gaze trembled fiercely. Looking at Du Xiaofu's eyes, there was shock in them. Although the other party's power did not cause him to feel fear, the gray-clothed man was still in disbelief at Du Xiaofu's strength. This young man was indeed not an easy person to deal with. It seemed that he had slightly underestimated his opponent. Kill! The gray-clothed man adjusted his attitude, becoming abnormally serious, and the qi in his body was circulating rapidly. The majestic qi in his body seemed to be boiling, and a vast sound came from his meridians, like a surging river, roaring loudly. Waves of tyrannical power kept surging, pouring into the blood-red flames, causing its power to become even stronger, burning a huge black hole in Du Xiaofu's space domain. One move to conquer the world, but in front of me, your little tricks are completely insufficient. At this time, Du Xiaofu let out a cold snort again. While he was controlling the absolute domineering domain to suppress, he was also controlling the void 8 trigrams to suppress, forcing the flames that filled the sky to bow down and let out a roar. 9 heavens flame, a spiritual item of heaven and earth. Then let's see if my purple thunder profound cauldron can suppress your 9 heavens flame until it kneels down. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth softly. He waved his hand, and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons rushed out of his body, moving horizontally in the void, letting out a loud rumbling sound that was deafening. Terrifying purple lightning poured down, shaking the void and directly killing into the gray-clothed youth's blood-red flames. Once this purple lightning appeared, it was like a ladle of cold water splashing down, directly extinguishing a part of the flames that came into contact with it. However, a moment later, the place where the flames were extinguished once again made a whoosh sound, and a raging fire sprang up again. This made Du Xiaofu's eyes light up with joy. Obviously, this purple lightning could restrain the flames. He used all his strength to control the 9 cauldrons and attacked together. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 cauldrons moved the air, brazenly attacking. Even more purple lightning poured down, hanging down from high up in the sky, like rivers hanging upside down, and also like terrifying waterfalls. Wherever the purple lightning fell, it was like a mountain torrent had erupted, attacking everything and sweeping through the world. Everywhere it passed, those blood-red flames were unstoppable, and they were all extinguished. Its ferocious might was torrential, incomparably terrifying. How is this possible? Such a scene made the gray-clothed youth's gaze tremble. He could not understand how that purple-robed youth was actually terrifying to such an extent, especially those 9 large cauldrons. Once the lightning within them came out, even his 9 heavens flame could not block it. What kind of existence were those 9 cauldrons to actually be so terrifying? I've said before, the disciples of the Holy Land are nothing more than this. Du Xiaofu felt incomparably delighted. After entering the chaos space, he finally met an opponent that could be considered to be able to temper himself, and he could fight with all his strength. Previously, Dai Xuanjin, Tantai Rui, Tantai Ruji Wenyiming Helian Shang, and the others could only be said to be unable to withstand a single blow in his eyes, and he could destroy them with a flip of his hand. Now it's time for everything to end. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly, and his arms suddenly swung horizontally in the void. Divine Thunder Cauldron, go! Rumble! The 9 cauldrons brazenly moved again, penetrating through the layers of extinguished flames and directly attacking the gray-clothed youth's chest. Boom! A divine thunder cauldron fell and was forcefully sent flying by the gray-clothed youth's strength, shooting back. Boom! Another divine thunder cauldron arrived and was also sent flying. But this time, the gray-clothed youth also took a few steps back, and his face was slightly paler. Boom! 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 One after another, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons smashed into the gray-clothed youth one by one with world-shaking might. When it came to the last 2 cauldrons, blood was already flowing out of his mouth, and his face was completely pale, without a trace of blood. He had consumed too much energy. Previously, controlling the 9 heavens flame to fight had consumed too much energy. After that, he repeatedly resisted Du Xiaofu's purple lightning profound cauldron, causing him to suffer great injuries. Outside the arena, Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, Tantai Ruchuan Wenyiming, and the black-clothed youth all looked at this scene in shock. This? How can Du Xiaofu be so strong? Too terrifying. His strength is too terrifying. Even the Holy Land disciples can't stop him. Tantai Ruchuan and Wenyiming's lips trembled, and the 2 people unconsciously took a few steps back, their legs weak. It wasn't that they had never seen Du Xiaofu's methods, but this scene before them was never seen before. The strength that the purple-robed youth displayed was too terrifying. Originally, they thought that he grasped the spatial law and the void 8 trigrams technique was already the most powerful. But they never thought that the 9 cauldrons were also so terrifying. What grade of treasure is that? Supreme grade divine artifact? Or a law true artifact? Third Prince, Yu Qingxi muttered. He and Duan Yizong exchanged a glance, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. The power of the 9 cauldrons made them shudder with fear. It's at least at the level of a law true artifact. It's even possible that it's a supreme grade law true artifact. Duan Yizong said uncertainly. He licked his dry lips, and his eyes were filled with shock. He swallowed the second half of a sentence. He originally wanted to say that it was a Chaos Dao artifact, but he didn't dare believe that the 9 cauldrons were at the level of a Chaos Dao artifact. At the very least, when the 9 cauldrons appeared, it didn't cause any changes in the laws of this space. But that power, that was the 9 heavens flame, a natural spiritual object that contained the supreme fire tribute law. Unless it was an immortal realm powerhouse who had fused all the laws of matter, It was likely that it was impossible to display such a terrifying scene. However, such a nine heavens flame was directly extinguished by the purple lightning in the 9 cauldrons. This was too unbelievable. Who is this kid? Who is he? What kind of background does he have? The black-robed man was also greatly shocked. He couldn't believe that what he saw was reality. His junior brother had the 9 heavens flame, but he had still been defeated? Among his peers in the supreme Changrong heaven, including all the 36 holy lands and 72 holy kingdoms, there were probably only a handful of people who possessed natural spiritual objects. He had actually been defeated. The black-robed man's heart was faintly trembling. Could it be that this kid was also a talent from one of the holy lands? However, according to his understanding, among the 36 holy lands, none of them had a close relationship with the Yu Qing Holy Kingdom. Why would he help Yu Qingxi and the others? He couldn't figure it out. Let's end this. Just as everyone was panicking, Du Xiaofu's deep voice rang out. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons were items left behind by the master of the 3,000 sectors. As for what level they were exactly, Du Xiaofu himself didn't know. He only knew that for such an expert, even if it was just a casual gift, the items left behind for him were definitely not ordinary items. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had seen the master of the 3,000 sectors personally use the 9 cauldrons to fight against the demon god in the upper reaches of the River of Time. As his strength grew stronger, the 9 cauldrons became more and more convenient to use. It was as if he could unlock the ferocious power of the divine lightning cauldrons without limit. Du Xiaofu ignored the expressions of the people around him. He only wanted to kill the gray-robed man. He moved brazenly once again. The 9 cauldrons whistled through the air and crushed in all directions. At the same time, the absolute dominance domain spread out and firmly bound the gray-robed man's body within. Since his opponent was already showing signs of defeat, then he would take advantage of the situation and attack. He would ruthlessly trample on his opponent. If he could obtain the 9 heavens flames, that would be an even better thing. Chapter 2753. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. If he could take the 9 heavens flame, that would be even more wonderful. Ah! The gray-clothed man screamed miserably under the terrifying power. He wanted to struggle, take out the compass, and mobilize the power of the array to fight the enemy, but every muscle in his body was suppressed by the law of space. Brat, you dare to kill my junior brother? You're courting death. At the periphery, the black-clothed youth was finally unable to remain calm. He let out an earth-shaking roar as he waved his hand and shot out a ball of light, which directly collided with his junior brother's body. At the same time, it also wrapped around all of Du Xiaofu's attacks. Strangely, when the light exploded, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the speed of the 9 divine lightning cauldrons had slowed down. It was as if the area in front of him had fallen into some kind of stagnation, as if it had stopped for a moment. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to narrow fiercely, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. The law of time. The shock in Du Xiaofu's heart was enormous, and he was deeply shaken by the situation in front of him. It was precisely at this moment that the black-clothed young man had already charged over and grabbed his junior brother in his hand. Then he quickly retreated far away. What a terrifying method! That's the law of time, the most difficult of the 4 primordial laws to comprehend. Not only was Du Xiaofu shocked, but the gazes of Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, Tantai, Ruchuan, and Wen Yiming, who were watching from afar, also fiercely trembled. Time, space, matter, and life. Among the 4 primordial laws, the matter law was the most heterogeneous and all-encompassing. The life law was the most mysterious and could create all living things. The space law was the most vast and encompassed the universe. As for the law of time, it was the most profound and difficult to understand, difficult and unfathomable. In the entire 33 heavens, it wasn't that there were no experts who specialized in the law of time, but they were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. When such a terrifying method was used, it could achieve the effect of reversing the universe. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could control. Even if one did not specialize in the laws of time, as long as one had a slight understanding of it, they would be able to achieve unexpected results in battle. In the vast supreme Changrong heaven, there were not many people among the 36 sacred grounds and 72 divine kingdoms who had mastered the laws of time. So, at this moment, everyone was shocked because the black-clothed young man was able to utilize the laws of time. "Junior brother Sue, how are you?" The black-clothed man didn't care about the gazes of others. He just supported the gray-clothed youth and asked solemnly, "It's all thanks to senior brother Zhao's timely rescue that I'm fine. It's just that I've consumed a lot of energy and need some time to recover." The gray-robed man, Su Weirong, said weakly with a pale face. He had indeed expended too much energy, and his entire person appeared dispirited and listless. "Just focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me." The black-clothed man nodded lightly, and then he passed the gray-clothed young man to Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan before he instructed, "Look after my junior brother." After that, he turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu again. "The laws of time, huh? How mysterious." Du Xiaofu licked his lips, and a strong light shone in his eyes. His attainments in the laws of space and matter were not bad. He even dabbled in the laws of soul and had mastered many profundities. However, his comprehension of the laws of time was the only thing that could be said to be poor. After embarking on the path of cultivation for decades, Du Xiaofu had only seen the power of time acceleration in the ancient, desolate space. Today was the first time he had encountered someone who had mastered the laws of time in battle. He thought that if he could master the laws of time, he would definitely have another terrifying and peerless technique. "Kid, do you know how to write the word death for offending a sacred ground?" The black-clothed man's voice was gloomy, and his eyes were like hooks staring at Du Xiaofu as though he was looking at a dead man. He pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, "I, Zhao Linfeng, will definitely kill you today. There are many people who want to kill me, but it seems that your strength is far from enough." Du Xiaofu said with a light snort. He had already recovered from his initial shock. The methods of the laws of time were indeed strange and inexplicable, but he believed that there must be a way to break it. Every law was dependent on each other to form this boundless world. Without any one of them, it would be impossible for it to be a complete world. In other words, as long as one's comprehension of other laws was deep enough, there was a chance to break the laws of time. This successor of the sacred ground, who called himself Zhao Linfeng, had only just stepped into the true severing realm. His cultivation was similar to his own, and his true strength would not be so strong that he could not contend with him. "Whether my strength is enough or not, you will know once you try," Zhao Linfeng said coldly, and his face was filled with hostility. He quickly took out an item from his cosmos bag, which bloomed with a bright light and flew into the air. When such an item appeared, the space of the divine desolate heavenlock formation suddenly emitted a trembling sound, and faintly began to tremble. "Another compass." Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he secretly said in his heart, "Kid, I don't have time to waste with you here. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my sacred ground, then you will have to pay with your life." As the black-clothed man, Zhao Linfeng, spoke, the power of his primordial spirit surged out, crazily surging into the compass, and began to mobilize the power of the divine desolate heavenlock formation. He wanted to quickly kill Du Xiaofu, so he did not plan to delay and directly used his strongest method. In the distance, when Wen Yiming saw this situation, he opened his mouth and wanted to remind Zhao Linfeng that his and Helian Shang's compasses were taken away by Du Xiaofu under such circumstances. However, he thought about it. This disciple of the sacred ground had the laws of time. So how could he allow Du Xiaofu to get close to the compass? Thinking of this, he finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Of course, if he knew that Du Xiaofu had successfully refined 2 compasses, he would not think so. Brother Du, I'm afraid this will be troublesome. On the other side, Duan Yizong kept smacking his lips, worried for Du Xiaofu. After all, his opponent could use the laws of time. Even if Du Xiaofu's strength was strong, it would be difficult for him to gain much advantage. It shouldn't be a problem. Have you forgotten that Brother Du has 2 compasses in his hands? If we really fight, I'm afraid he will be able to catch his opponent off guard. Changliang said softly, but there was an unconcealable seriousness in his eyes. The conversation between the 2 of them was only heard by them, and it did not reach the ears of a third person. Rumble! At this moment, there was a loud, rumbling sound in the void. It was as if a towering mountain was moving horizontally, causing a violent tremor. It was terrifying. Profound spirit guide, subduing might. Zhao Linfeng shouted loudly. Above his head, the compass emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Waves of invisible energy spread out, like tiny threads that connected the surrounding space. The mystic power of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation was mobilized. Amidst the huge tremors in space, there was heavenly thunder. There was a huge tree that held up the sky. There was a river that roared. There was a raging fire that spread. There was a thick earth that shook. There was a sharp metal that was sharp. There was a violent wind that howled. Other than that, there were also waves of strange, invisible energy that drifted out, affecting one's soul, causing one's mind to be seized, and causing one to feel dizzy. Can the power of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation be used to such a degree? Facing Zhao Linfeng's attack, Du Xiaofu said in his heart. He had only refined the 2 compasses not long ago, and had not had the time to properly explore them. At this moment, from the methods that Zhao Linfeng used, he truly felt the terror of this great array. It was indeed worthy of being an imitation of the ferocious array that had killed countless demon armies back then. At this moment, facing Zhao Linfeng starting to mobilize the power of the great array, Du Xiaofu did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a strange arc. He said with an evil smile, "Isn't it just mobilizing the power of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation? If you can do it, so can I." When these words came out, 2 streams of light rushed out from his body and flew into the air. Bright rays of light shot out like 2 small suns shining, releasing a bright and fierce aura. The 2 compasses, Profound Lock and Profound Heaven, moved in the air and buzzed. Waves of invisible energy connected and projected in all directions, connecting with the great array space and mobilizing a strange power. Profound Lock compass, Profound Heaven compass. Seeing the 2 compasses fly out from Du Xiaofu's body, Zhao Linfeng and his junior brother's eyes almost popped out. "Aren't these 2 compasses in your hands? How did he get them?" The gray-clothed man named Su Weirong had a gloomy gaze. He turned his head to look at Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan beside him and shouted coldly. Those 2 compasses were snatched away by him. Wen Yiming lowered his head in resentment. His knuckles cracked as he clenched them. He held the compasses in his hand and controlled the great array, but in the end the compasses were still snatched away by Du Xiaofu. This was no different from a great humiliation, causing him to hate Du Xiaofu to the bone. Trash! A bunch of good-for-nothings. Su Weirong cursed loudly. She was enraged by such a scene. Due to his agitation, coupled with his severe injuries, his face became even paler after shouting for a while. "That kid, he's too strong." On the side, Tantai Ruchuan's lips trembled as he said such a sentence. After Su Weirong heard this, he glared at him fiercely, and his face became even more unsightly. Yes, that kid was too strong. He was so strong that he, a disciple of the Holy Land, was not his opponent even after using the 9 heavens flame. He could only be trampled to death. With 2 compasses in hand, I don't believe that even that kid can't suppress him. Trash is trash. Why find excuses and reasons? After a long while, Su Wirong said in a low voice, glancing at Wen Yiming. Chapter 2754. Su Weirong's words caused Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan's expressions to darken, as if water was about to drip. In front of this disciple of the Holy Land, they were unable to defend themselves. They could only curse in their hearts. If we were trash, you wouldn't be any better with your current appearance. After the three of them competed openly and secretly, they did not say anything else. They all cast their gazes into the distance, watching the battle between Zhao Linfeng and Du Xiaofu. Under Zhao Linfeng's control, space trembled and countless strange phenomena appeared. Mighty divine power swept out in all directions, and Du Xiaofu stood in the midst of this violent storm, heavenly lightning and earthly fire. No matter how terrifying the mighty power hit him, he remained unmoved. He had the demeanor of a god. It was not that he was not afraid of these terrifying attacks, but that the two resplendent rings of light above his head wrapped around his body, forming a gentle power that firmly protected him. Profound lock compass, profound heaven compass. How did they both fall into your hands? Zhao Linfeng looked at Du Xiaofu and was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was abnormally shocked. His thoughts were the same as his junior brother Su Wirong. He deeply felt that the people from the 7 great divine generals' residences were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhao Linfeng was naturally very clear about the power of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. As someone who had just broken through to the true severing realm, he naturally understood what this meant when facing the divine wilderness heavenlock formation controlled by a true severing expert. From what he knew, the people from the 7 great divine generals' residences should be able to sweep through the chaos space with the help of this formation. But in the end, even the compass was snatched away by someone. This was truly an inconceivable matter. Not only did you snatch away the 2 compasses, you actually refined them. Zhao Linfeng could not help but feel serious about this purple-robed youth's strength. The compass had the primordial spirit imprint of a sex expert. If not for the imprint, Du Xiaofu would not be able to control it. And at this time, under the protection of the compass's light, the violent power that he activated could not cause any harm to it. This could only mean one thing. The compass had already been refined by Du Xiaofu. The primordial spirit imprint within it had already been erased. You're right. Du Xiaofu smiled lightly and said, So next, you'll be the same as your junior brother, to face the fate of being trampled. His voice, the primordial spirit power in his mind, the primordial spirit's power, in a frenzy, it surged towards the 2 compasses above. Faintly, one could hear the terrifying roar of a red-boned horse ape shattering the void. Very soon, under Zhao Linfeng's the sky heaven, the sky an enormous spatial crack stretched across the sky. It was even wider than a great river and even more vast than an abyss. It was suffused with a pitch-black luster. After the spatial rift appeared, the space on both sides moved horizontally, and it was like a mountain pressing down. Rumble, the various anomalies in the void were crushed by the pressure of these 2 spaces. They were instantly turned into dust, and not even ashes were left. PCHH. Amidst the terrifying vibrations, Zhao Linfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly darkened. Just before the 2 terrifyingly large space dragons closed, he had already used the power of time acceleration to escape. Standing far away in the air, he looked at Du Xiaofu in horror. He didn't even have time to take his compass away. Boom, an earth-shaking collision sound echoed. The 2 space dragons had finally collided. A terrifying and peerless power rippled out, causing the entire space of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation to tremble. Du Xiaofu's robes fluttered in the wind as he stepped out from the void. He unleashed his tyrannical domain and traversed through the storm. With a wave of his palm, he grabbed the compass left behind by Zhao Linfeng. In the distance, Wen Yiming, Tantai Ruchuan, Su Weirong, and Zhao Linfeng watched as all of this occurred, and they were completely powerless. There should be a total of 4 of these compasses. Du Xiaofu took back his 2 compasses and looked at them carefully. He found that the 3 of them were similar. Mysterious Heaven Compass, Mysterious Lock Compass. The other 2 should be the Mysterious God Compass and the Mysterious Wasteland Compass. Divine Wilderness Heaven Lock. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself and roughly understood the rules of the compass's name. He unceremoniously threw Zhao Linfeng's compass into his Qinkuan bag, then turned around and faced the 4 people opposite him. At this moment, the young experts from the 2 divine generals' estates and the sacred grounds all had pale faces and were on the verge of despair. He really controls the mysterious heaven and mysterious lock compasses. It's too terrifying. Why are the 2 compasses so much stronger in his hands? This is bad. What should we do? What should we do? We can't escape. We've lost 3 compasses and only have 1 mysterious wasteland compass left. We're not his match at all. Even senior brother Zhao can't defeat him. Where did this person come from? Variable. This is the biggest variable in our operation this time. This kid is too strange. The 4 of them were all panicking and their hearts were filled with fear. Du Xiaofu took away 3 compasses and refined 2 of them. Even Zhao Linfeng couldn't defeat him. This made the 4 of them feel despair. At the same time, Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were very puzzled. Why were the 2 compasses in Du Xiaofu's hands able to unleash such terrifying power? If they could have mobilized such a terrifying power, they would have killed that brat long ago. They couldn't figure out why all of this was happening. The Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation belongs to my Sec Senior. The 4 compasses are the key to controlling the formation. The power of his primordial spirit is left in them. Only when all 4 compasses were in his hands would he be able to unleash the true power of the compasses. And now, that kid erased the power of Senior's primordial spirit and used his own power to control the compasses. The power he can mobilize is naturally not what we can compare to. Just as they were puzzled, Zhao Linfeng slowly opened his mouth and explained the reason behind it. The divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation was not theirs. Even if they had the 4 compasses, they could only borrow a portion of their power temporarily. And Du Xiaofu obliterated the power of the divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation's master, making the compasses his own. It was precisely because of this that he could unleash the greatest power that a truth-severing realm could mobilize. In comparison, the result of Zhao Linfeng being directly crushed by Du Xiaofu was also reasonable. What should we do now? Can we still escape? Wen Yiming panicked. His legs were trembling. He completely lost his composure and did not know how to deal with Du Xiaofu's next attack. Trash! If you guys didn't lose the compasses, how could there be such a situation today? At the side, Su Weirong cursed and stared angrily at Wen Yiming. His anger surged. He wished for nothing more than to slap this young master of divine General Tsongfan's estate into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Being stared at like this, Wen Yiming seemed to be unaware. In his eyes, the purple-robed youth in the distance was his greatest enemy at present. The 4 of you, the game should end. If you guys still have a last resort, quickly use it. Otherwise, there will be no way for you guys to make a comeback. At this time, Du Xiaofu had already stepped on the void and came over. His black hair fluttered behind his head, his eyes were bright like stars, and his tone was deep and overbearing. It's over, it's over. Quickly run. Seeing Du Xiaofu approaching step by step, Tantai Ruchuan's heart was like dead. His face immediately collapsed, and he turned to run. Wen Yiming was not much better. After they stared at Zhao Linfeng and Su Weirong, they directly fled into the distance in a hurry. Originally, the 2 of them were pleasantly surprised when the 2 disciples of the Holy Land appeared. However, not long after, They were abused to the point that they were in an extremely miserable state. They were even more miserable than the two of them. The change from great joy to great sorrow had caused the two of them to lose all hope in their hearts. Behind them, the purple-robed youth who was stepping on the void was like a peerless demon king in their eyes, emitting an unparalleled, ferocious aura. However, no one was willing to wait. Even though they knew that they could not escape their final fate, they still had to escape. "Boy, you can't kill us." Suddenly, Su Wirong shouted loudly. A stream of light rushed out from her body and enveloped her and Zhao Linfeng's heads. This was also a compass, one of the 4 compasses, called the Mysterious Wilderness Compass. Under the cover of the Mysterious Wilderness Compass's light, the endless mystic energy fluctuations in the void surged toward them and tightly wrapped their bodies, forming an extremely powerful defense. The spatial laws of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation changed, enveloping them as they quickly fled into the distance. They were much faster than when Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. In the blink of an eye, they had overtaken them. Without another word, they also began to flee for their lives. "They're escaping." Brother Du quickly stopped them. Faced with such a situation, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong immediately shouted, "You're only thinking of escaping now. Don't you think it's too late?" Du Xiaofu only raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently. He was not in a hurry. With a thought, the 2 compasses, which were infused with the power of the primordial spirit, buzzed and triggered an invisible force that directly affected the space of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Then, under the surprised gazes of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, the mysterious wilderness compass above the 2 disciples of the Holy Land suddenly dimmed and fell from the void. However, as soon as this falling momentum appeared, it suddenly stopped. Then, with a swoosh, it flew in Du Xiaofu's direction and was caught in his hand. "All 4 compasses are in my hands." The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth finally curled into a smile as he played with it a few times in satisfaction. All 4 compasses had fallen into his hands. Did that mean that as long as he refined the power of the primordial spirit in the last 2 compasses, the entire divine wilderness heavenlock formation would belong to him? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu could not help but become excited. "We're dead for sure this time." In the distance, when Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were fleeing for their lives, Su Wirong and Zhao Linfeng were the same. They had lost the protection of the last compass and no longer had any strength to resist. Zhao Linfeng's incomparably strange time laws were simply unable to withstand a single blow under the terrifying power of the formation. One had to know that the power that the formation could unleash was definitely not something that an ordinary true severing realm cultivator could withstand, especially when Du Xiaofu was refining the compass. The 4 of them were now trapped beasts. No matter how they resisted, they could not escape the fate of death. In such a situation, Du Xiaofu used his speed to block their path and quietly looked at them. "Du Xiaofu, do you really dare to kill us?" Su Wirong tried to appear fierce, but was actually timid. She shouted. He had already lost his previous arrogance and dominance. His trembling body made him look incomparably weak. "In this world, there is no one that I don't dare to kill." Du Xiaofu didn't care at all. He just replied indifferently, "Kid, even if we die here today, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom will also perish. My sacred ground has already planned everything. No one can change the outcome, not even the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. If we die here today, you will not be able to avoid the fate of being buried with us." Zhao Linfeng's eyes were extremely gloomy as he spoke through gritted teeth. At this point, other than bringing out the power behind him, he had no better way to deal with this purple-robed youth. "Sacred ground? Do you think I'm afraid? Among the 36 sacred grounds of the transcendent Changrong heaven, the Jew spirit's sacred ground should not be considered too strong, right?" Du Xiaofu said indifferently as he looked at Zhao Linfeng. This sentence caused Zhao Linfeng's heart to skip a beat. An inexplicable sense of fear rose in his heart. Could it be that Du Xiaofu came from one of the strongest sacred grounds? If that was the case with such a powerful background, he did not fear the Jew spirit sacred ground, and everything that they had planned would be for naught in the end. The Jew spirit sacred ground was dozens of times stronger than the Yu Qing divine kingdom, but it was still far from the strongest sacred grounds. Those sacred grounds were the absolute overlords of the transcendent Changrong heaven. Even in the entire 33 heavens, they were the top existences. However, just as Zhao Linfeng's thoughts were running wild, Du Xiaofu spoke again. What he said next caused Zhao Linfeng to panic even more. No matter how strong the Jew spirit sacred ground is, can it be stronger than the 100 schools of thought's legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal? As Du Xiaofu spoke, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Linfeng. Seeing his eyes, Du Xiaofu did not need to hear the answer. He already knew the answer. He had his reasons for asking this question. He had not been in the 33 heavens for long and knew nothing about the powers here. He could use the Jew spirit sacred ground's existence to measure the strength of the school of legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal. Now he finally knew that these three were definitely giants. They were much, much stronger than the Jew spirit sacred ground. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've killed so many people from the 3 great clans that I can't even count them. Compared to them, what do you think you are? Du Xiaofu said coldly as he waved his hand. Chapter 2755. The 3 Great Families. Du Xiaofu's words caused the 4 of them to be horrified and filled with unprecedented fear. With their strength, although they had never come into contact with the 3 great families, they knew very well that they were indeed extremely terrifying forces. Even in the 33 heavens, they were extremely powerful existences. Not to mention the 2 divine generals' mansions behind Tantai Ruchuan and Wenyiming. Even the ultimate spirit, holy ground, was vulnerable in front of the legalism, the school of famous families, and the school of vertical and horizontal. However, the purple-robed young man opposite them was an enemy of the 3 great families. From the meaning of his words, it seemed that the hatred between them was quite deep. This caused the 4 of them to tremble with fear. In their hearts, Du Xiaofu's origin made them even more puzzled. What kind of existence was behind him that he dared to be an enemy of the 3 great families? Brother Du's identity seems to be not simple. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong looked at each other and were tongue-tied. They naturally heard Du Xiaofu's words, but it seemed to be different from what Yu Liang had told them. This guy did not look like he came from a small world. If it were someone who did not know, they would really think that his background was frightening. Huff, huff, huff! In the midst of everyone's shock, Du Xiaofu's palm had already swung out. Around them, dense invisible forces shook fiercely, carrying monstrous power. They brazenly suppressed Zhao Linfeng, Su Weirong, Tantai Ruchuan, and Wenyiming. That terrifying power swept through the heavens and the earth, bringing with it endless killing intent. Everywhere it passed, all existences were unable to resist and were directly crushed. Ah, no! The 4 of them screamed as pain climbed up their bodies. Their bodies were about to be torn apart. Streaks of blood climbed up the surface of their bodies and seeped out scarlet bloodlines. It made the 4 of them look like broken porcelain dolls. It was eerie and terrifying. Rumble! Du Xiaofu controlled the force and then swung out another palm print to capture them. Restrictive spells fell on their bodies. Then the ancient desolate space opened up and wrapped the 4 figures in it. Then he waved his sleeves, and the surging energy storm instantly retreated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Brother Du, Yu Qingxi, and Duan Yizong quickly gathered around and stood beside Du Xiaofu. They were pleasantly surprised. From the very beginning, when they were trapped in this space by the 7 godly generals' manners and then captured, the 2 of them were already on the verge of despair. However, Who would have thought that a purple-robed young man would suddenly appear and rescue them directly? In the end, when the disciples of the Absolute Spirit Holy Land appeared, they still suppressed all the enemies in a domineering manner. It could be said that within the chaos space, the 7 great divine generals' manners that had lost several true severing realm powerhouses no longer had any possibility of resisting. Under their leadership, the situation here had stabilized. Let's go. Du Xiaofu smiled and turned to leave without saying anything else. He had his own reasons for helping the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. Most importantly, he left the chaos space in advance to investigate the whereabouts of the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao and the others. In addition, he had to meet the 2 old friends, ancient ancestor Bifong and the ancient emperor of the human race. At this moment, within the space of the divine barren heavenlock formation, the remaining forces of the 7 great divine generals' manners had not been eliminated. The remaining forces were even more powerful than the Yu Qing royal family. As for Yu, Chenliang, He Jibai, and the others, they were still clearing them out. However, under Du Xiaofu's lead, the 3 of them quickly found them and joined up with the rest. Third brother, Brother Yizong, Brother Du. Seeing the 3 true severing realm powerhouses arrive, Yu Chenliang was overjoyed. He was fighting with the others. With the help of the various forces of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, the 7 great divine generals' manners could only retreat despite their overall strength. At this moment, with the addition of the 3 true severing realm powerhouses, the situation became even clearer, especially when everyone knew that Du Xiaofu had captured Helianshang, Wen Yiming, Tantai Ruchuan, Zhao Linfeng, and Su Weirong, a total of 5 true severing realm powerhouses. The royal family was pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, the 7 great divine generals' manners were terrified. They lost the courage to fight and began to escape. However, within the space of the divine barren heavenlock formation, nothing could escape Du Xiaofu's deliberate perception. When everything was almost settled, he bid farewell to Yu Chenliang, He Jibai, and the others and entered the ancient barren space. It's time to refine the other 2 compasses. After Du Xiaofu entered, he glanced at the 4 people who were trapped. He ignored them and took out the Xianxin compass and Xianhuang compass. He was already familiar with refining the compasses. Without spending too much time, he tricked the primordial soul avatars of the elders out. Under the suppression of the ancient barren space, he brazenly killed them after adding his own primordial soul imprint. Du Xiaofu finally controlled all 4 compasses. The divine barren heavenlock formation is mine from now on. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile, extremely happy. Not far away, Zhao Linfeng and the other 3 were all flabbergasted when they saw his actions. The last trace of hope in their hearts had been obliterated. This purple-robed youth was too strange. He was so evil that it made people's hearts tremble for no reason. Now it's time to take care of you. As if he felt their gazes, Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at them. At the same time, he revealed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled. You, what do you want to do? Seeing such an expression, the 4 of them unconsciously shivered. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to their heads. The other party's expression was like an unparalleled demon king. That seemingly warm and gentle smile made one's scalp tingle. I'm very interested in your 9 heavens, blazing flames. Are you going to hand it over yourself? Or do I have to take it myself? Du Xiaofu looked at Su Weirong and slowly walked towards him step by step. Su Weirong was stunned. His face collapsed in an instant. Boundless horror appeared in his pupils. This brat actually still wanted to snatch his 9 heavens, blazing flames. Want the 9 heavens, blazing flames? Dream on. Su Weirong's face suddenly became savage as he roared at Du Xiaofu. As a disciple of a holy land, he was naturally not some easy person to deal with. He obtained the 9 heavens, blazing flames, with great difficulty. How could he be willing to give it to others, let alone talk about his mortal enemy? Since that's the case, then I can only take it myself. Du Xiaofu gave a cold snort. A surge of horrifying power gushed out of his body, surging towards Su Weirong. Imperceptibly, the rules in the desolate ancient space were mobilized by him. Su Weirong's body involuntarily floated up, landing beside Du Xiaofu. You quickly let go of me. Su Weirong was horrified and began to struggle violently. True severing cultivation used all his strength. However, under the suppression of the desolate ancient space, he could not make any effective resistance at all. He could only allow Du Xiaofu to hold him in his hands. Du Xiaofu, if you have any requests, you can state them. As long as you let us go, the enmity between the Jew spirit Holy Land and you can be written off. We can also give you many benefits. At this time, Zhao Linfeng suddenly spoke up. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a burning gaze, wanting to hear his answer. Just based on you, can you be the master of the Jew spirit Holy Land? Du Xiaofu scoffed, unmoved. As long as we can fulfill your requests, we will definitely fulfill them. As long as you let us go. Zhao Linfeng said again, almost with a hint of pleading. Save it. Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and ignored Zhao Linfeng. They had already offended the Jew spirit, Holy Land, and ruined their plans. It could be said that there was no turning back. Even if they were willing to let him go, the Yuqing Holy Kingdom and the Jew spirit, Holy Land, would still be enemies. Due to the existence of ancient ancestor Baifeng and the ancient emperor of the human race, Du Xiaofu would still be enemies with the Jew spirit, Holy Land in the end. Due to this, he would not let the two of them go no matter what. Without further delay, Du Xiaofu released a tyrannical force that firmly bound Su Weirong, causing her body to be unable to move. Then his scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit rushed out and entered Su Weirong's glabella, the 9 heavens flames primordial spirit. After entering Su Weirong's Naiwen palace, Du Xiaofu could see that her primordial spirit was surrounded by a thick red flame. That was the 9 heavens flames primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu had already seen its power. The 9 heavens flames primordial spirit had already fused with Su Weirong's body. Only by refining the primordial spirit would it be easier to extract it. Seeing the 9 heavens flames primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit subconsciously licked its lips. It was an innate spiritual item that carried the terrifying law of fire. It was naturally created by the heavens and earth and was extremely rare. If he could obtain it, he would be able to take a huge step forward on the path of the law of fire. Du Xiaofu knew that in the truth-severing stage, one had to continuously perfect their own laws until they grasped all the laws derived from one of the primordial laws. It was not easy to slowly figure out the laws derived from the 4 great primordial laws with just the chaotic Yuan Qi. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who were stuck in the truth-severing stage and could not step into the immortal stage. Du Xiaofu did not want to wait any longer. After refining the 9 heavens flames primordial spirit, he would have the opportunity to directly comprehend the complete law of fire. How could he let go of such a temptation so easily? Du Xiaofu, you want my 9 heavens flames primordial spirit? You're simply delusional. Opposite him, Su Weirong's arrogant roar came from the blood-red light. Is that so? Then let me see if you can hold on to the 9 heavens flames primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit snorted coldly. He took a step in Su Weirong's Naiwen palace and directly pressed towards him. Dazzling golden light shot out explosively, illuminating the empty primordial spirit space. Brat, so what if you have many tricks up your sleeve? Entering my primordial spirit space is the same as seeking your own death. I'd like to see how you're going to use your own tricks to suppress my 9 heavens flames primordial spirit. Su Weirong shouted loudly. The primordial spirit's face was distorted as he roared fiercely. As he spoke, a blazing flame surged like a long river, carrying the power to destroy everything. It directly whipped towards Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. A terrifying power shook. That blood-red waterfall burned everything, causing heat waves to surge in this primordial spirit space. Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse, monkey primordial spirit, narrowed his eyes. He felt as if his primordial spirit body was about to melt. This nine heavens flames primordial spirit was too terrifying, causing his gaze to tremble fiercely. However, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. So what if I'm in your primordial spirit space? If I want to suppress you, it's still as easy as flipping my palm over. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. The red-bone horse monkey's roar shook the sky. The terrifying sound wave contained a dense killing intent that spread out in all directions. His domineering domain opened up and firmly protected his surroundings, trying his best to isolate the nine heavens flames primordial spirit. Under the terrifying heat, the space domain collapsed bit by bit, but it quickly recovered to its original state. Divine Thunder Cauldron, suppress for me. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 purplish gold lightning bolts suddenly shot out in this primordial spirit space, dragging a long tail of light as they directly charged towards Su Weirong's primordial spirit. How can this be? Seeing the 9 divine thunder cauldrons rush into his mind's Niwen palace, Su Weirong was shocked. He said in panic, "This is my primordial spirit space. How can material objects enter here?" No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons were material objects, so it was impossible for them to enter his primordial spirit space. It was only possible if they were the divine thunder cauldron's artifact soul. But right now, the streaks of lightning that were like ribbons were the trajectories of the divine thunder cauldrons. Is this still a nomological true weapon? Could it be? Could it really be a Chaos Dao artifact? Su Weirong shouted. Endless despair rose from the bottom of his heart. He no longer dared to be completely calm. The 9 terrifying cauldrons moved across the sky. Just the pressure that they released was enough to make his primordial spirit body want to explode. Without the protection of his physical body, the pressure that the 9 cauldrons brought to him was simply too great. It was simply unimaginable. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time talking nonsense with him and shouted. The 9 cauldrons broke through the barriers of space, carrying an unparalleled sense of heaviness as they brazenly slammed into the blood-red flames that filled the sky. The mysteriousness of the divine thunder cauldron became more and more terrifying as his cultivation deepened. Du Xiaofu knew that all this horror had something to do with the master of the 3,000 sectors, but he did not know the root cause completely. However, it was really easy to use it to suppress Su Weirong and seize his 9 heavens flames. Rumble! Thunder roared. Bolts of purple lightning hung down from the void and filled this primordial spirit space. Just like before, the 9 heavens flames were pierced through by the purple lightning and turned into nothingness. Under such circumstances, Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse, monkey primordial spirit, stepped on the void and traversed through the endless lightning, approaching Su Weirong's primordial spirit body step by step. Now you can die. Du Xiaofu spoke softly, but his voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire space. His huge palms swept across the sky and slapped Su Weirong's body. No. Su Weirong let out a tragic howl. But under the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, he could not move at all. The red-bone horse monkey's palm hit his chest and directly punched a hole that connected the front and back of his body. A large amount of energy leaked out from this hole, and energy in his body was constantly drained. Under such a terrifying attack, Su Weirong's primordial spirit body dimmed instantly, his face filled with fear. Rumble! In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's palm struck down again, and Su Weirong's primordial spirit exploded with a loud bang. The last trace of his consciousness was also directly crushed, and he died completely. The power of the primordial spirit turned into pure energy and surged in this space. But after Du Xiaofu's body emitted a blazing golden light, it completely stopped. At the same time, the nine heavens flame's true spirit was revealed and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He is indeed a disciple of the Holy Lands. He is indeed not weak. He actually managed to successfully refine the nine heavens flames. Looking at the blood-red ball of light in the void, Du Xiaofu could not help but think to himself, the terrifying heat that was released from the ball of light, even without Su Weirong's control, still made him tremble slightly. Such a terrifying spiritual object of heaven and earth was usually extremely difficult to refine. Many times, if one did not have enough means and forcibly refined it, it was very likely that the primordial spirit power would be directly swallowed and turned into nourishment. Some spiritual objects of heaven and earth were even more intelligent than humans. When they could not resist the fate of being refined, they would temporarily hibernate and wait for an opportunity to counterattack their master. But looking at the ball of red light not far away, there was no fluctuation of divine consciousness being emitted. Very obviously, Su Weirong had completely wiped out the spiritual intelligence of the nine heavens flames, making it an object that could be easily controlled. From this, it could be seen that this disciple of the Zhuling Holy Lands was quite extraordinary. This situation was naturally the most pleasant for Du Xiaofu. As long as his primordial spirit power directly merged with the ball of light, he would be able to take over the nine heavens flame's true spirit. If he wanted to extract the nine heavens flame's true body from Su Weirong's body, it would be much easier. It could be said that this saved Du Xiaofu a lot of trouble. The nine heavens flames is mine. Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse, monkey primordial spirit smiled. Without thinking, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ball of red light. He released the blood-fire divine lotus true spirit that he had refined long ago and protected himself within it. The blood-fire divine lotus and the nine heavens flames were both spiritual objects of heaven and earth that carried the law of fire. The two of them had many similarities. Therefore, Du Xiaofu used this method to merge with the nine heavens flames step by step, saving him a lot of time. Very quickly, his primordial spirit merged with the ball of light, making it completely under his control. The law of fire began to comprehend. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the void and closed his huge eyes. He began to carefully feel the energy fluctuations of the nine heavens flames, looking for the law of fire engraved within it and the traces of its true meaning. He was going all out. He wanted to use this opportunity to grasp the complete laws of fire in one go. Chapter 27:56. Time passed quietly in the ancient, desolate space. Zhao Linfeng, Tantai Ruchuan, and Wen Yiming stood on one side, trembling with fear. Beside them, Du Xiaofu and Su Weirong just stood there quietly without moving for a long time. They didn't know exactly what the situation between the two of them was, but they didn't dare hold too much hope in their hearts. After all, the violet-robed young man's ability was truly strange, and they were afraid that Su Weirong would really die this time. Are we really going to die here? Wen Yiming had already lost the demeanor of a young master from a big family. His legs were shaking, and he could not stand up straight. I'm afraid. Tantai Ruchuan smiled bitterly. He only said half a sentence, but the meaning was obvious enough. Zhao Linfeng didn't say anything and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart, but his complexion wasn't much better than the previous two. This is Du Xiaofu's treasure space. I don't want to die here. Wen Yiming's lips trembled as he stammered. When they had entered this space, the three of them had already noticed the extraordinariness of this place. Around them, there was a flaming skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was also a blurry figure wrapped in light lying in a corner, which showed that this place was different from the rest. The only normal thing was that a bright and beautiful figure was adjusting her breath alone in a corner. In addition, Helian Shang was also not far away, but it was obvious that Du Xiaofu had hit him hard, causing him to be in an unconscious state. Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan knew this woman. She was the eldest daughter of divine General Zihong's mansion, Hijishin. Now the three of them were really at a dead end. There was no way for them to escape, unless an expert of the immortal realm suddenly came and killed the purple-robed young man with lightning speed. Only then would they have a chance of survival. However, it was likely that no one in the outside world was aware of the changes in the origin space. Swish! Just when everyone had their own thoughts, they saw a golden light flash across Su Weirong's body. Suddenly, it rushed into Du Xiaofu's body and disappeared. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly appeared and illuminated the earth, but it soon fell from the other side. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from his pupils. Within this light, there were two colors, lightning and scarlet flames. It seemed to have substance, causing the surrounding space to faintly tremble. Ninth Heaven Flame, come out! Du Xiaofu let out a soft shout. With a thought, a patch of blood appeared on his forehead. This was the reflection of the 9 heavens, Flame's true spirit. Under the invisible fluctuation of the power of laws, the void was stirred, and a blazing red flame suddenly rose from Su Weirong's body. When this flame appeared, the temperature in the air suddenly soared, causing the 3 people standing at the side to sweat profusely. Su Weirong's body was instantly burned into nothingness, and not even ashes were left behind. Only a small plume of green smoke rose and drifted away. Return! Du Xiaofu let out a soft shout. Under his guidance, the bright flame directly burrowed into his body. Then he closed his eyes again and began to let the 9 heavens flame fuse with him. Not long after, when Du Xiaofu woke up again, he let out a long breath and revealed a happy smile. He was extremely satisfied. Finally, with the help of the 9 heavens flame's power, he had mastered the complete law of fire. The law of matter is all-encompassing. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. It's still far from a complete law of matter. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he felt the change in his power. If a truth-severing stage powerhouse wanted to break through to the immortal stage, he had to master at least one of the 4 great primordial laws and reach a complete level. And in the immortal stage, he had to merge many of the laws derived from the primordial laws into one and advance step by step until he finally broke through to the meditative forgetfulness stage. However, in the truth-severing stage, there were countless powerhouses in the 33 heavens, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. How many people were trapped here and unable to break through? Wanting to master all of the derived forms of a certain primordial law was definitely not a simple matter. So now, every step he took made Du Xiaofu extremely happy. Next, it's your turn. Du Xiaofu collected his thoughts and looked at the other 3 people. This gaze instantly caused Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan to tremble violently, as if they were being stared at by the god of death. However, Du Xiaofu ignored them and walked directly toward Zhao Linfeng. He remembered that this disciple of the absolute spirit, Holy Land, could use the law of time. This kind of method also made Du Xiaofu extremely envious. Until now, he had yet to meet a powerhouse who had mastered the law of time. Most likely, this Zhao Linfeng's talent was not bad when placed in the entire 33 heavens. You! Zhao Linfeng was about to say something, but the moment the words came out, they were instantly blocked. At this time, Du Xiaofu's palm pressed directly on his head, and the spirit-searching art was directly activated. Waves of mystic energy surged into Zhao Linfeng's mind. Immense pain assaulted him, causing his face to gradually distort. A mournful howl reverberated from his throat, like the cry of a ghost in the night. His ferocious appearance made one's scalp tingle. Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Time slowly passed, and Zhao Linfeng's screams gradually subsided. In the end, there was no more movement. His body was half kneeling on the ground like a puppet. Phew! A moment later, Du Xiaofu slowly retracted his palm and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Accompanying this was an invisible wave that could not be seen or touched. However, it seemed that there was something that swept from Zhao Linfeng's body into Du Xiaofu's body following Du Xiaofu's movements. He used the spirit-searching art to explore many useful memories from Zhao Linfeng's mind. However, what moved Du Xiaofu the most was a certain artifact that the other party possessed, which made him even more excited. Illusory time wheel, Du Xiaofu muttered, unable to conceal his excitement. He finally knew that the reason this Zhao Linfeng could master the law of time was that he had mastered an artifact called the illusory time wheel. From it, he had comprehended some of the true meaning of the law of time. The illusory time wheel was invisible and formless. It could not be seen or touched, as if it did not exist at all. However, Du Xiaofu knew that at this time, the artifact had entered his mind. After this artifact entered the law brand in his Naiwen palace, some new lines began to light up. Time is invisible, but it can be as big as the rotation of time and space, the rise and fall of the sun and the fall of the moon, the alternation of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death, or as small as a flash in the pan. All changes in this world can be measured by time. Although the illusory time wheel was invisible and untouchable, Du Xiaofu could feel its existence, just like the concept of time in this world. Perhaps because of the acceleration of time in the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense some traces of time. Although he could not grasp it at the moment, this feeling was indeed very mysterious. I'll study the law of time when I have time in the future. The most important thing now is to get out of the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu suppressed the excitement in his heart and thought so. He took out a Qinquan bag from Zhao Linfeng. After erasing the primordial spirit imprint on it, he took out a jade token and held it in his hand. From Zhao Linfeng's memory, he knew that the use of this jade token was to contact the outside world. Perhaps he could use this thing to leave the ancient desolate space in advance. However, the ancient desolate space was isolated by the divine desolate heavenlock array. Even if the experts from the outside world were to spy on them, they would not be able to discover the situation here. Naturally, the jade token could not be used normally. Only by removing the array could he find an opportunity to leave. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. He glanced at Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming indifferently, causing the two of them to unconsciously shiver at the same time. However, Du Xiaofu did not continue to stay here. He turned around and left the ancient, desolate space. Compared to the 2 disciples of the sacred lands, these 2 people did not have many treasures that Du Xiaofu was too envious of. With the restrictions binding them, there would be time to slowly search for them in the future. Huff! Seeing Du Xiaofu turn around and leave, Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming felt as if they had circled around the gates of hell. Their bodies were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Brother Du, you're out. Inside the space of the divine desolate heavenlock array, when they saw Du Xiaofu appear, He Jibai, Yu Changliang, Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, and the rest happily gathered around him. The chubby Fan Yushu also appeared. How is it? Du Xiaofu smiled at everyone and asked. It's already been settled. Most of the people have either died or surrendered. The forces of the 7 great divine generals' estates have been removed from the ancient desolate space. It's just that some of the stronger ones escaped early. Furthermore, they have a way to leave the array, so we weren't able to take them all down. Yu Chengliang said softly to Du Xiaofu. With the addition of Yu, Qingxi, and Duan Yizong, the 2 true Severing Realm experts, the people from the 7 great divine generals' estates did not have the strength to resist at all. Like fallen leaves being blown by the autumn wind, they quickly retreated in defeat. Most of them surrendered and were captured. Those who stubbornly resisted were all killed, and only a small portion of them escaped. That's enough. It doesn't matter if a few small fish and shrimps escape. I don't think they can cause any big waves. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, Brother Du, what should we do next? He Jibai pondered for a moment, then asked Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, the rest of the people also looked at the purple-robed youth. Unknowingly, everyone had already treated Du Xiaofu as their leader. They would first ask him for his opinion before taking action. I want to leave this place early. Although there are many benefits to training in the ancient, desolate space, I still have important matters to attend to in the outside world. I can't delay it. Du Xiaofu didn't even think about it and said this directly. It was simply unimaginable for him to stay here for 20 whole years. It had only been a few decades since he stepped on the path of cultivation. 20 years was enough for many things to happen. Du Xiaofu was really worried about the tomboy, Du Xiaoba, and the others' safety. I know, other than Brother Du's matter, the ancient desolate space has such a big change. The 7 great divine generals' estates have been planning for a long time. Our news will spread sooner or later. He Jibai nodded when he heard this. Then he frowned and said, But how are we going to get out of this origin space? It will be difficult for us to contact the experts who maintain order here. He Jibai knew that Du Xiaofu needed to inquire about his relatives, and he and the others had to report everything that happened in the ancient desolate space to the imperial family and their families so that they could be prepared. After all, the Great Spirit, Holy Ground, was too powerful. If they suddenly made their final move, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would not be able to resist. Du Xiaofu had said that the Divine Emperor should still be alive and that he was the one who caused all this to happen. However, this was only a guess. No one could provide sufficient evidence. Don't worry, I might have a way to try. Hearing He Jibai's words, Du Xiaofu said with a mysterious smile. Then, without saying anything else, he took out the 4 compasses, Xianxin, Xianhuang, Xiansuo, and Xiantian, and threw them into the sky. Waves of energy rippled and spread in all directions, resonating with the space of the divine, desolate heaven lock formation. Since he had all 4 compasses, Du Xiaofu had no reason not to take away the divine, desolate heaven lock formation. Under his control, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. However, this trembling did not last for long before it disappeared. Then, an endless amount of light engulfed everything. The many experts trapped in the formation felt that they could not open their eyes. A moment later, when everything was gone, everyone opened their eyes again. On the other hand, an even larger feng shui compass had appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, and it was like a millstone that he held in his palm. Is this the divine, desolate heaven lock formation's array disk? He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and the others looked at the huge compass in Du Xiaofu's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. They saw that there were 4 round holes on the huge compass's panel. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and the 4 small compasses in the air flew over and wedged themselves into the 4 round holes. It was flawless. This is really good stuff. Du Xiaofu smacked his lips and secretly praised. He had already seen the power of the divine, desolate heaven lock formation. This was under the control of Wen Yiming and the others. If it was controlled by someone stronger, the power would naturally increase by several times. At the very least, after he refined the 4 compasses, the power he could display would be much stronger. On the side, seeing the array disc in Du Xiaofu's hand, Fan Yushu unconsciously swallowed his saliva, as if he wanted to borrow it to take a look. Let's go. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and put away the array disc. Fan Yushu came here for the Chaos Dao artifact, but he did not expect to be schemed against by the 7 divine generals' residences and almost face death. Now, the 7 divine generals' residences' scheme had been destroyed, but no one else had benefited from it except for Du Xiaofu. Whether it was the 9 heavens flames, the illusory time wheel, or the divine, desolate heaven lock formation's array disc, they were all rare treasures, and they had all fallen into Du Xiaofu's hands. In such a situation, anyone could only look on with envy. Let's go. After the divine, desolate heaven-lock formation was put away, everything in the surroundings returned to normal. It was an empty canyon with water surging and roaring. Everyone rushed out and followed behind Du Xiaofu, flying towards the sky. The formation is gone. We are free. Great, we can finally leave this place. I wonder which bastard set up this formation. I was almost scared to death. Yeah, I also thought I was going to die here. He actually used the news of the Chaos Dao artifact to lure us here. Despicable to the extreme. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Shut up. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. The person who set up the formation is definitely incomparably powerful. Be careful not to be heard by others, and your life will be in danger. In the sky, many of the void returning realm cultivators finally found a way back. They could not help but be overjoyed. Many of them were cursing their bad luck. At the same time, there were also people who were extremely cautious and did not dare to speak too much, afraid that they would attract disaster. Not long after, many God-seizing realm experts also came up from above and met up with these void-returning realm experts. Immediately after, the news of the divine, desolate heavenlock formation quickly spread. When everyone came out of the canyon, almost everyone knew what had happened inside. What? The 7 great divine generals' estates joined forces to deal with the prince and princess. Are they trying to rebel? The absolute spirit Holy Land is actually involved. They are the ones who instigated this chaos. It's unbelievable that such a great battle actually happened. Who is that Du Xiaofu? He's actually so powerful. It's terrifying just listening to it. He fought against several true Severing Realm experts alone, and they all just broke through. How could the gap be so huge? It seems that the top experts of the 7 great divine generals' estates all fell at the hands of that Du Xiaofu. Helian Shang, Wen Yiming, Dai Xuanjin, Dai Xianming, Zhongsu Wang Qishuan, Tantai Ruwei, Tantai Ruchuan, and it said that 2 outstanding disciples of the Absolute Spirit Holy Land were also captured. That Du Xiaofu is too strong. I don't think I've ever heard of this person's name. I wonder where he came from. Needless to say, such a young expert definitely has a shocking background. Many experts discussed animatedly. They all felt that the 3 words Du Xiaofu were unbelievable. The 7 great divine generals' estates and the absolute spirit Holy Land. Even if the outstanding disciples of these forces worked together, they could not defeat him. This was too shocking. When did the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom provoke the Absolute Spirit Holy Land? I wonder what will happen next. While they were shocked by Du Xiaofu, there were also people who were slightly worried. Chapter 27:57. The Ju Spirit Holy Ground and the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom were both colossal existences to many small factions. If the 2 of them clashed, it would definitely set off a huge bloodbath. Therefore, many people were worried that their factions would be affected. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, figures shot out and flew into the sky above the canyon. Du Xiaofu took the lead and led He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, and the rest of the imperial family's disciples, as well as the people from the 3 divine generals' residences through the chaotic dimension. It's time to go out. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the vast chaotic dimension. It was so vast that he could not see the end of it. Up until now, he had not even stepped into 1,000th of the chaotic dimension. However, there were still many things waiting for him to do in the outside world. He could not stay here forever. Du Xiaofu took out the jade pendant that he had found on Zhao Linfeng's body. From his memories, he knew that this jade pendant could be used to contact the Ju spirit holy ground in the outside world. Du Xiaofu wanted to use this jade pendant to contact the outside world and open up the chaotic dimension. This was not a good idea, but there seemed to be no other good ideas at the moment. Brother Du, if we use this jade pendant to contact the Ju spirit holy ground, will it alert them? Hijibai was a little worried. After all, if the Jew spirit Holy Ground knew the outcome of the chaotic dimension, they would jump out from the shadows and fight with the divine kingdom. This kind of result was not what they wanted. I have an idea. We should be able to give it a try. Du Xiaofu smiled mysteriously and said to Hijibai, he had the disguised divine art. As long as he changed into Zhao Linfeng's or Su Weirong's appearance, it would not be difficult. He just hoped that when he contacted the Jew spirit Holy Ground, he would not be recognized by the experts there. Du Xiaofu only brought Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, Hijibai, and a few others to a remote place. He found a cave and went in. The rest of the people stood guard outside the cave. Then his face began to change. After a while, his muscles wriggled. He turned into Su Weirong's face. At this time, this Su Weirong was pale, and there was some blood at the corner of his mouth. Hijibai thought, I guess it's hard to tell. Du Xiaofu touched his face and muttered to himself. He observed for a while, and after he felt that there were no flaws, he nodded his head. Then the qi in his body slowly was the jade pendant. Following this action, the jade tablet shone. The light was resplendent and dazzling, and a strange aura spread out from it. The chaotic dimension, the chaotic dimension. Space, however. Right after this invisible force appeared, Du Xiaofu's entire body suddenly trembled, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and he inexplicably felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, the shapeless energy that surged out from the jade token was suddenly assaulted by a strong force, and it was forcefully broken apart while the glow on the jade token was suddenly obliterated. Experts are coming. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold as he looked out of the cave. The power of the jade token had been forcibly cut off. Naturally, it was unable to contact the outside world. However, Du Xiaofu didn't know who this person was, or why he had stopped him. Most importantly, how could such a powerful being appear in the chaos space? He didn't even have time to react before he triggered the power of order and affected the jade token. Could such an expert be at the immortal realm? Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate. He stepped out of the cave and went out. During this process, his appearance changed, and he returned to his original appearance. At this moment, Yu Qingxi, Duanizong, Hijibai, Yu Chengliang, and the others also noticed that something was wrong and raised their heads to look at the sky. A ray of light shot out from the void. It was as if the door of the divine world had opened wide. The light was boundless. Then a strong figure walked out of it. After a few steps in the air, he directly came to Du Xiaofu and the others. The person was dressed in a white robe that was almost spotless. He looked to be less than 40 years old. His facial features were three-dimensional, as if they were carved by a knife. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The aura around him was even more domineering. Seeing the middle-aged man, Yu Qingxi, Yu Chengliang, and the other members of the imperial family were stunned. Then they revealed happy smiles at the same time. Uncle Chu, why are you here? Yu Qingyu jumped out and jumped to the middle-aged man's side. She asked with a smile, You're Qingyu? You've grown so big. The middle-aged man in the white robe smiled and touched Yu Qingyu's head. He looked at her with a gentle smile. His eyes revealed the doting look of an elder towards a younger generation. Qingxi, Qinggu, Qingqi, Chengliang, greet Uncle Chu. Yu Qingxi, Yu Qinggu, Yu Qingqi, and Yu Chengliang quickly went forward and greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. Ha ha ha. I haven't seen you guys for almost 200 years. Your cultivation is not bad. The middle-aged man smiled and couldn't help but nod. He was quite satisfied with the strength of the princes. Brother Du, this is our Uncle Chu. He has a close relationship with my father. Yu Chengliang secretly sent a message to Du Xiaofu. So, he's a friend of the emperor. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Through Yu Chengliang's information, he knew that the middle-aged man was called Warblade Chu Daoju. He had a close relationship with the Emperor Yu Qing. However, Chu Daoju had always been elusive. Even the few members of the imperial family had not seen him before. The last time they saw him was when Yu Qingyu was a child. Most importantly, he was an extremely powerful existence. According to Yu Changliang, Chu Daoju's cultivation was even more powerful than his father, the Emperor Yu Qing. Junior Du Xiaofu greets Senior Chu. Du Xiaofu naturally didn't dare to slight such a terrifying expert. He bowed sincerely, although they didn't know the purpose of his appearance. Since he had a close relationship with the imperial family, he wouldn't harm them. Moreover, even if he had any ill intentions, with the strength of these young experts, they wouldn't be able to resist. Du Xiaofu, I've heard of you. Chu Daoju saw Du Xiaofu bowing and nodding. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you're not bad. In just a few decades, you've cultivated to such a level. You're worthy of being that guy's junior." That guy? Du Xiaofu wasn't the only one who was confused. Yu Changliang, Hijibai, and the rest were also confused. Also, don't call me senior. If you're willing, just call me brother. Your senior and I are definitely old acquaintances. In the past, we were even fellow disciples. Chu Daoju ignored the gazes of Du Xiaofu and the rest and said, "My senior? Since when did I have a senior?" Du Xiaofu was even more confused. He didn't know when he had a senior and was even acquainted with an immortal realm expert. He had been on the path of cultivation for dozens of years and had only studied under Tianwu Academy and the ancient Heaven sect. However, the senior that the middle-aged man, Chu Daoju, was talking about was definitely not one of those people. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Coming into contact with some things too early won't do you any good. However, with your cultivation speed, that day will come very soon. Chu Daoju kept him in suspense and said with a faint smile. This, Du Xiaofu scratched his head, not knowing what to say. An existence who was even more powerful than a divine emperor wanted him to call him brother? If it was in the past, Du Xiaofu would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. However, he was really curious about the identity of his senior brother. Even a sempiternal realm expert would faintly reveal a look of worship when he mentioned him. That's enough. Chu Daoju didn't linger on this topic with Du Xiaofu. He waved his hand and decisively stopped him from asking any more questions. Then Chu Daoju said, "We already know what happened in this chaos space. You juniors don't need to worry about the matters outside. Therefore, you can continue to train here and directly determine the final 10,000. Continue to train? Hearing this, all the younger generation present were stunned. They had finally defeated the premeditated attack of the 7 divine generals' mansions and wanted to pass the news to the divine nation so that the imperial family could make preparations. However, who would have expected Chu Daoju to say that the matters here had already been known outside? Wasn't this the same as what Du Xiaofu had said? All this was deliberately caused by the divine emperor in order to lure out the traitors of the 7 divine generals' mansions? Thinking of this, the princes and the little princess were extremely excited. Yu Chenliang immediately stepped forward and asked Chu Daoju, "Uncle Chu is my father, okay?" "Don't worry, your father is very good." This time, the rebellion of the 7 divine generals' mansions was planned and lured by him. Chu Daoju nodded and said, "As expected." Du Xiaofu and the others were clear in their hearts. He had guessed it right. Presumably, these things were really planned by the 2 old fellows, ancient ancestor Bifong and the ancient emperor of the human clan. But Uncle Chu behind the 7 divine generals' mansions is the Ju-Ling Holy Land. Yu Qingxi frowned and said hurriedly, "If it was just a simple rebellion of the 7 divine generals' mansions, under the condition that the divine emperor was not dead and the conspiracy was exposed, it would not be difficult to suppress them. However, with the Ju-Ling Holy Land as their backing, their strength could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. To the Yu Qing divine kingdom, any sacred ground was an absolute colossus with unparalleled strength. Even if the divine kingdom was fully prepared, it would be difficult to avoid their attack." It's just a small Juling Holy Land. What is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Chu Daoju snorted and said disdainfully. His words were filled with an inexplicable sense of dominance. However, it was this sentence that caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. They had no idea where his confidence came from. A holy land. That's a holy land. Why does it sound like a paper tiger that can't even withstand a single blow from him? Hijibai and the others looked at each other. They were all in a state of confusion. It seems like the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's background is not ordinary. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, if he did not have sufficient strength, who would dare to say such big words? As a sempiternal realm expert, Chu Daoju was domineering, but he could not be so insolent as to not differentiate between the strong and the weak. All of this could only mean one thing. There was an even stronger existence behind the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. Little fellow, the jade token in your hand was taken from the Juling Holy Land's disciple, right? Chu Daoju looked at Du Xiaofu in despair. Without waiting for his reply, he continued, We have already made preparations for the Juling Holy Land. Since they dared to target the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, they can wait to be removed from the supreme Changrong heaven. However, if I had not come in time and cut off the secret power in the jade token, I'm afraid you would have alerted them. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Train in the origin space with peace of mind. Once the 20-year period is up, there will be more important missions waiting for you. I hope that all of you will be able to enter the supreme Changrong heaven. We have been preparing for a long time. Naturally, there will be people keeping an eye on the situation in the origin space. With a sempiternal realm expert in charge, the 7 divine generals' manners, and the Juling Holy Land would not be able to cause much of a ruckus. However, no one would have thought that all of this would be settled by you. To think that we have been keeping an eye on you for so long, but we did not even have the chance to make a move. Chu Daoju looked at Du Xiaofu in despair as he laughed bitterly. Chu Daoju's gaze swept across everyone as he spoke. Yes, Yu Qingxi, Yu Changliang, He Jibai, and the others nodded and bowed. Not long after Du Xiaofu met He Jibai, he had already learned about the training in the origin space. It was just to prepare for an even bigger event later on. The top 10,000 from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would participate in the final battle of the supreme Changrong heaven. Moreover, Hijibai had also said that the grand event of the supreme Changrong heaven was not the final goal. It was just that no one could guess what would happen in the end. Say, Brother Chu. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, causing Chu Daoju to stare at him. Du Xiaofu said, I still have things to do in the outside world. I want to leave this primal chaos space now. I wonder if old Brother Chu can bring me away? You want to leave? Chu Daoju raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu with some surprise. He said, There are countless opportunities here that can help you increase your strength by a lot. It is not something that you can encounter at any time and place. You have to think carefully. I know. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had already understood this, but he was still worried about the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, and the others who had been separated for a long time. He had to do his best to find them. Chapter 2758. Since you already know, then I can naturally bring you out of here. Chu Daoju did not say much and agreed. Thank you, brother. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. He could finally leave the origin space ahead of time. He had only been here for a few months, but his gains were huge. He refined the blood-flame divine lotus, broke through the truth-severing stage, obtained the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, illusory time will, 9 heavens flame, comprehended the complete law of fire, got to know Elder Kong, improved greatly in the law of space, etc. These gains, even if hundreds of thousands of people were added together, would not be more than what he had gained. After all, only a few months had passed in the origin space. Chu Daoju did not plan to stay here any longer and left with Du Xiaofu. Before leaving, Du Xiaofu handed He Jixin, who was cultivating in the origin space, to Hijibai and the others. She was heavily injured, but it was not difficult for her to recover. There were still close to 20 years left. If she trained here, she would definitely be able to obtain dazzling results. If it weren't for Brother Du this time, I'm afraid the trouble we'd face would be a lot bigger. Watching Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoji leave Yu Chengliang, Hijibai and the others showed a reluctant expression. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's help this time, these people would most likely be facing an extremely great test. However, according to Chu Daoju, the Immortal Emperor had already prepared for all of this. The reason why he didn't kill the 7 immortal generals at the beginning when they appeared in their manners was probably because he wanted to test them. What is Brother Du's identity? I did not expect Uncle Chu to know him and treat him as an equal. They still had such doubts in their hearts. In addition, the senior brother of Du Xiaofu that Chu Daoju mentioned was unknown. It seemed that even Chu Daoju himself did not know. There are still nearly 20 years before the primordial space opens again. I don't know when I will be able to meet Brother Du again. Hijibai said in a low voice after a moment of silence. Although the 33 heavens are large, there will definitely be a time when we meet again. But with Brother Du's terrifying cultivation speed, I'm afraid that the next time we meet again, the gap between us will be even greater. As Yu Chengliang spoke, he couldn't help but change the tone of his voice as he revealed a bitter smile. Hearing this, the others also felt somewhat helpless. Du Xiaofu's cultivation speed was too terrifying. In just a few decades, he had left them, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, far behind. Most importantly, he came from a small world. This caused these juniors from the 33 heavens to feel a bit embarrassed. They were all born in the 33 heavens and were blessed by the heavens. I hope that Brother Du will be able to find his relatives. Let's go. Right now, the primordial space has just experienced some turbulence. There are some things that require us to slowly stabilize. Yu Qingxi said as he withdrew his gaze from the direction Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju had left. Within 20 years, I must also reach the level of severing truth. Let's go. Hijibai, Yu Chengliang, Duani Zong, and the others all nodded. Although they also wanted to know what arrangements the Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju had that could directly oppose the absolute spirit Holy Land. There was no need for them to worry too much at this time. Everyone did not delay any longer. They flew up and left the place to continue their unfinished training. Du Xiaofu followed behind the middle-aged man in white as they traveled through the void. There were special restrictions outside the primordial space. If he did not know how to break them, he really would not be able to leave with his strength. Under Chu Daoju's lead, the two of them had already arrived in the outside world after a few breaths of time. Phew! Du Xiaofu let out a long breath, feeling as if a day had passed. The spiritual qi in the outside world was indeed much worse than the primordial space. Back then, he had been chased by the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal and had no choice but to escape into the primordial space. When he came out again, he had already stepped into the same realm as the old man. That old dog has probably already left the supreme Changrong heaven. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He actually felt that it was a pity. If he were to face the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal again, he would definitely not be as miserable as before. However, the old man could not have been guarding him here forever. He must have already returned to his clan. Kid, if you want to find someone, I'll take you to the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. With the help of the Divine Kingdom's power, it will be much faster than searching aimlessly by yourself. Chu Daoju suddenly said to Du Xiaofu while he was thinking. If that's really the case, that's great. Thank you, Brother Chu. Du Xiaofu was instantly overjoyed and agreed without thinking. No matter what, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was an overlord of the supreme Changrong heaven. There were countless experts, so it was much better than fighting alone. If he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, he had to rely on such a powerful force. Let's go. We'll reach the divine palace soon. Chu Daoji smiled and did not say anything else. He directly brought Du Xiaofu and flew across the boundless void. Not long after, when the two of them reappeared from the void, Du Xiaofu found himself in the sky above a huge city. This huge city was extremely majestic, spanning no less than 100,000 miles. It was countless times larger than the stone city in the divine martial world. One could clearly see countless figures shuttling back and forth in the sky above the city. They were all people who had achieved success in their cultivation. In addition, there were also many patrolling troops flying across the sky. Every one of them had a powerful aura. They constantly scanned the city for any movements and maintained order. On the ground, there were rows upon rows of simple yet magnificent buildings. They were arranged in picturesque disorder and reflected each other's brilliance. A faint glow enveloped the sky above the city, gathering the spiritual energy from all directions, causing every corner of the city to be filled with an unimaginably dense spiritual energy. One could imagine how much easier it would be to cultivate here compared to the outside world. This is the capital of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, Yuyang Divine City. In the center is the Divine Palace. Chu Daoju pointed at the center of the city. There, a large number of magnificent palaces were arranged in a row. They were as majestic as a group of mountains. Golden light lingered around the palaces, filling the air with a noble and majestic aura. This was the imperial chi of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom's imperial palace. The power of a divine kingdom is truly terrifying. Du Xiaofu's heart could not calm down. When he saw the Yuyang Divine City and the Divine Palace in the distance, he could not help but compare it to his own desolate country. However, the difference between the two was difficult to measure. It had to be said that as a force of a large world in the 33 heavens, it was much, much stronger than any other small world. I'll bring you to see my junior brother. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see you. Chu Daoju's domineering and majestic face had a smile on it as he spoke to Du Xiaofu. Junior brother? Brother Chu, does your junior brother know about me? Who is he? Du Xiaofu was puzzled as he asked. Yuqing Divine Emperor. Chu Daoju only replied with these 4 words. However, it was these 4 words that made Du Xiaofu feel a little stunned. It turned out that Chu Daoju and the Yuqing Divine Emperor were fellow disciples. No wonder they were so close. Thinking about it this way, the sect behind the Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju must be extremely powerful. However, before Du Xiaofu could think any further, he was already brought into the Divine Palace by Chu Daoju. Chu Daoju did not avoid anything and directly entered a large hall. At this moment, there were many people inside, seemingly discussing something. Senior brother Chu, you're back. At the head of the hall, a man who was not very tall stood with his hands behind his back. When he saw Chu Daoju enter, he spoke. This man looked like he was in his 30s and did not look much older than Du Xiaofu. However, there was an indescribable aura emanating from his body. When Du Xiaofu looked at him, he felt as if he was looking at a tall mountain. Senior Chu. Around them, many people saw Chu Daoju's arrival and hurriedly greeted him. They did not dare to be negligent. Furthermore, they addressed Chu Daoju differently. They directly addressed him as an elder. Everyone in the hall, including the Yuqing Divine Emperor, looked at Du Xiaofu, who was beside Chu Daoju. They were slightly surprised, but did not ask anything. These people should be the strongest power of the divine nation. Du Xiaofu secretly swept his gaze across the field as he thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, he did not see ancient ancestor Bifong and the ancient emperor of the human race. Today's discussion ends here. Everyone go and prepare. The 3 divine generals' residences must have received the news and will act soon. At this moment, the Yuqing Divine Emperor Yu Taiyan turned around and waved his sleeves as he spoke to the people in the hall. Yes, Divine Emperor. Everyone bowed and accepted the order. Then they turned around and walked out of the hall. He Meng Chong, Hua Yuan Kuan, Duan Baichuan, the three of you stay. Under the Divine Emperor's order, 3 people did not leave and stayed in the hall. Thus, only the Yu Qing Divine Emperor, Chu Daoju, and Du Xiaofu were left. Junior brother Yu, this guy is Du Xiaofu. After everyone retreated, Chu Daoju casually laid down a tight restriction in the hall, then turned to Yu Taiyan and said, Du Xiaofu? The Yu Qing Divine Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, I'm Du Xiaofu. Greetings, Divine Emperor. Du Xiaofu bowed. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. He was prepared to address himself as a junior. Although the Yu Qing Divine Emperor looked young and was not much older than him, his actual age was definitely terrifying. However, the Divine Emperor's senior brother, Chu Daoju, asked him to address him as elder brother. It would be inappropriate for him to address himself as a junior. Ha ha ha, there's no need for formalities. I've heard of you. Strictly speaking, you can be considered as a junior brother of mine and senior brother Chu. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor laughed heartily as he walked down the stage and came to Du Xiaofu's side. He looked at Du Xiaofu with an extremely kind expression, as if he really treated Du Xiaofu as his own junior brother. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor's words made the other 3 people look at each other as they muttered in their hearts, Who is this purple-robed youth? Why is he the Divine Emperor's junior brother? Why do so many people know me? Du Xiaofu was speechless. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never heard of the names Yu Taiyan and Chu Daoju. He did not interact much with the people in the 33 heavens. How did a random person appear and become his senior brother? However, Du Xiaofu did not reject the Divine Emperor's kindness. He was just curious about who his senior brother was. Little guy, don't think too much. There are not many people in the 33 heavens who know about you. We only know about your existence because of someone. Chu Daoju smiled and continued, You're not an outsider. I brought you here. If there's anything you need help with, just ask my junior brother. Chu Daoju said as he pouted at the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. There's no need to rush. Let me introduce you. These 3 are Divine General Zihong, Divine General Diwu, and Divine General Yunling. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor raised his hand and pointed at He Meng Chong, Hua Yuan Kuan, and Duan Baichuan. Du Xiaofu quickly realized that these 3 were the fathers of He Jibai, Hua Youguang, and Duan Yizong. Greetings to the 3 divine generals. Du Xiaofu did not act arrogantly. Although the Divine Emperor said that he was his junior brother, he did not want to be rude in front of the divine generals. We don't dare. The 3 divine generals quickly returned the greeting. They did not dare to act like elders in front of this young man. It should be known that the Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju were on the same level as this guy. As divine generals of the divine nation, they definitely had to give face to the Divine Emperor. I've heard about what happened in the chaos space. Little guy, you're not bad. You managed to defeat the 7 divine generals' residences alone. This domineering aura is very similar to our senior brothers, Yu Taiyan said as he stood in front of Du Xiaofu and patted him on the shoulder. However, the 3 immortal generals at present became stunned at the same time after hearing Zhang Tai's words. What? The guy who settled everything in the chaos space is him? The 3 of them were shocked. They were just discussing this matter in the main hall. Originally, they did not know about the 7 divine generals' residences rebellion. They were only informed when the Divine Emperor was about to take action. Moreover, he did not hide what happened in the chaos space. When everyone knew that there was a young man who defeated the younger generation of the 7 divine generals' residences, they were all in disbelief and thought that they must meet him someday. But now, the legendary guy had suddenly appeared here and had a close relationship with the Divine Emperor. Chapter 27:59. Heroes indeed come from the young. If the little guys from our families had such ability, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." The three heavenly generals looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "Heavenly General, you're exaggerating. If Cheng Liang, Ji Bai, Cheng Shi Yizong, and the other brothers didn't fight side by side in the origin space, it wouldn't have been easy for me to fight against the 7 heavenly generals." Du Xiaofu said to the 3 of them in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Don't be so humble. If it was just the 7 heavenly generals, it would be fine. However, there's still the Juling Holy Land in the dark. Aren't they still beaten like dogs by you?" Yu Taiyan scolded jokingly. "The Juling Holy Land." At this moment, before Du Xiaofu could say anything, the 3 divine generals were stunned. That's right. The Yu Qing divine emperor didn't say anything more about the previous matter. He said directly, "The reason why I asked the 3 of you to stay is to tell you about this." He Mengchang, Hui Yuan and Duan Baichuan looked at each other in confusion. "I faked my death to lure the parasites out of the kingdom of gods. However, I didn't expect 7 of the 10 heavenly generals' manners to betray us. However, don't think that they have the guts to rebel. Dai Wangyang, Qi Tsongxi Heliancheng, and the others are all as smart as ghosts. If it weren't for the Juling Holy Land supporting them, they wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly." Yu Taiyan's tone was gloomy as he snorted. "I see. I was wondering what kind of guts they ate to try to overthrow the authority of the kingdom of gods. It turns out that they have the Juling Holy Land behind them. His Majesty has always treated them well. It's fine if they don't want to repay him, but they actually colluded with outsiders. These 7 heavenly generals' manners deserve to die. However, His Majesty, with the Juling Holy Land support, what we should do next?" The 3 heavenly generals were furious. They gritted their teeth and cursed. They were furious for the 7 heavenly generals' manners. However, even though they were angry, they also thought of the most practical problem. They couldn't help but worry. With the Divine Emperor's Divine Emperor, it wasn't difficult for the Kingdom of Gods to destroy the Kingdom of Gods. However, the Juling Holy Land was much stronger than the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. The strength of the 2 was not on the same level at all. If they really fought, they would most likely be crushed. "Don't worry, I have everything." Seeing their expressions, Yu Taiyan appeared very calm, as if everything was within his control. He said, "Now, all we need to do is wait for the 7 divine generals' manners to jump out on their own. You just need to focus on dealing with them. Of you, the Jew, God, the of the Nai of course." Although the Divine Emperor had already said so, they still had some worries in their hearts. After all, it was one of the 36 Holy Lands. How could it be so easy to deal with? When Changrong Sky was in turmoil, the Juling Holy Land wanted to cultivate a puppet to control a kingdom of gods. However, we stole this piece of meat from their mouths. Naturally, they were unhappy. I didn't expect them to still be so stubborn after so many years. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they don't know that the only reason they were able to survive until now was because I wanted to train myself alone. A small Juling Holy Land. I can destroy it with a flip of my hand. The Yu Qing Divine Emperor continued. His tone was filled with absolute arrogance. It was as if he didn't care about the Juling Holy Land at all. The 3 divine generals, He Mengchang, Hui Yuanhan, and Duan Baichuan, were all stunned. The 3 of them didn't know where the Divine Emperor's loyalty came from. How dare he look down on a holy land? Of course, they knew about the enmity between the Yu Qing Kingdom and the Juling Holy Land. However, after so many years, the Juling Holy Land hadn't done anything. This time, the Juling Holy Land must have made sufficient preparations. However, from the Divine Emperor's words, everything seemed so casual. This made the 3 divine generals feel that it was unreal. However, looking at the Divine Emperor's confident expression, the few of them felt much more at ease, as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. That's good. Everything is under your control, your majesty. We can rest assured. He Mengchong, Huiyuanhan, and Duan Baichuan nodded. Heh. Once the Juling Holy Land and the 7 divine generals hear the news, they won't be able to sit still. We'll just wait here. When the time comes, we'll give them a big gift. Suddenly, Chu Daoji laughed. All right, all of you can leave now. Yu Taiyan smiled and dismissed the 3 divine generals. Soon, only Yu Taiyan, Chu Daoju, and Du Xiaofu were left in the hall. After coming to the 33 heavens, Du Xiaofu hadn't had much contact with the outside world. As he had many questions, he didn't hesitate to ask the divine emperor and Chu Daoju for advice. Du Xiaofu had a rough understanding of the general situation of the 33 heavens after listening to the two's narration. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also vaguely mentioned his mysterious senior brother. He wanted to find out his identity indirectly. However, these little tricks were seen through by the divine emperor and Chu Daoju. They laughed and scolded him, but they didn't reveal anything. This made Du Xiaofu feel very helpless. Finally, Du Xiaofu told them that he had been separated from Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others and asked for their help. With the help of a force like the Yu Qing Kingdom, it was naturally more effective than looking for them alone. Yu Taiyan didn't even think about it and directly agreed. This allowed Du Xiaofu to let out a sigh of relief. After discussing these matters, the divine emperor ordered someone to bring Du Xiaofu away and arrange a place for him to stay. Senior brother Chu, what do you think of this brat, Du Xiaofu? After Du Xiaofu left, the divine emperor casually found a step in the hall and sat down. This brat is extraordinary. In the future, his achievements will definitely surpass ours. Chu Daoju didn't need to think before answering. He walked to Yu Taiyan's side and sat down on the step. I think so too. I've heard about what happened in the divine martial world in recent years, when I was in the 3,000 boundless worlds. The demon god that even senior brother Lu couldn't kill back then died because of him. Although he didn't kill it with his own hands, it's enough to show how extraordinary he is. At the very least, if it were us, we wouldn't be able to do anything to that demon god. The divine emperor thought about it and sighed. The divine martial world has a suppressive force. If we go there, we won't have any advantage. Instead, we won't be able to use any of our skills. That brat was able to fight against the demon god to that extent because of his ancestors' efforts. But no matter what, in the end, he still exchanged his life for it. Chu Daoju's eyes shone with a trace of admiration, as expected of the disciple that Senior Duanmu likes. The divine emperor suddenly sighed and said, It's not just him. Many of the people around him are also extraordinary. They're all troublemakers. When they come to the 33 heavens, I'm afraid they'll cause a lot of trouble. Chu Daoju said, I know about this as well. His family wasn't simple at all. Right? Isn't Brother Xiaolong's daughter by his side? She seems to have come to the 33 heavens with him. I think it's that girl called Little Xingxing. Yu Qing Divine Emperor nodded, then suddenly frowned and said, It should be her, because of the legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal. She was separated from Du Xiaofu. Let's quickly send people to search for her. We can't let anything happen to Xiaolong's daughter. As Chu Daoju spoke, his face became serious. Those people from the 3 great families are really tired of living. If it wasn't for the fact that they want to give their juniors more experience, I'm afraid that Senior Brother Lu and Brother Xiaolong would have wiped them out from the 33 heavens. The divine emperor's words were filled with killing intent. He was very dissatisfied with the 3 great families. In his eyes, the 3 great families dared to make a move on Little Xingxing. They were digging their own graves. There are some debts that will have to be settled in the future, but we don't need to worry too much about these things. Du Xiaofu will naturally find trouble with them. In my opinion, the members of those 3 great clans will ultimately become the stepping stones on Du Xiaofu's path. Chu Daoju said in a deep voice, Yu Taiyan thought for a moment and nodded. Based on that kid's past behavior, the three great families won't have a good time in the future, just from the trouble he caused in Shenwu World. It's destined that, after he breaks out, the 33 heavens will not be peaceful. The two of them had heard a lot about Du Xiaofu's actions in Shenwu World. Naturally, they knew a bit about Du Xiaofu's style of doing things. Speaking of Shenwu World, I feel that it's not a normal place. It's not as simple as a normal small world. Chu Daoju changed the topic and frowned. Yu Taiyan didn't say anything for a while and instead thought. In the 33 heavens, very few people knew about the existence of Shenwu World. At the very least, normal Immortal Realm cultivators didn't know about it. But because of their relationship, the two of them knew a little about it. They knew that other than the 33 heavens, the countless small worlds were almost the same. There weren't many differences. In these countless small worlds, once a living being reached the Martial Saint Realm, they could break out and enter the 33 heavens. Also, these small worlds didn't have such a terrifying suppressive force. After a cultivator of the 33 heavens entered, their cultivation wouldn't be suppressed and they could still use their full strength. Unlike the countless small worlds, the suppressive force in Shenwu World is too terrifying, not to mention normal people. Even Senior Brother Liu would be severely suppressed if he went there. If you think about it like that, it's too scary. The Divine Emperor thought for a while and said, "That's right, Lu Xiaoyu is the ruler of one of the 3,000 great worlds. Even he couldn't get rid of the suppressive force there." Chu Daoju looked up at the sky, also in disbelief. "So, if you tell me that it's just a normal small world, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." The Divine Emperor nodded and said seriously, "Didn't that little guy Du Xiaofu control the origin of that world? I'm really looking forward to seeing what that world will be like when he gradually grows up." The corners of Chu Daoju's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. He seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. "You mean," the Divine Emperor's eyes widened and his voice rose an octave as he looked at Chu Daoju in disbelief. Chu Daoju's words made his heart beat faster. "That's right. It's very likely that it's an existence similar to the Lingwu world." Chu Daoju looked at Yu Taiyan and said with a smile, "Actually, I've already guessed it, but I can't be sure. I'm afraid that I'm not the only one who has guessed it. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have dared to think in this direction. But now that you mention it, I think it's possible." The Divine Emperor couldn't calm down and said excitedly. Chu Daoju didn't reply and only nodded. "If that's the case, won't that boy be another Senior Brother Liu in the future?" The Divine Emperor's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he no longer had the domineering and majestic temperament from before. He was like a shocked child, and his expression was unspeakably exaggerated. "This, I can't say for sure." Chu Daoju was stunned by his stare and shook his head with a wry smile. "Phew!" Yu Taiyan let out a long sigh of relief and tried his best to calm his emotions. He continued, "If he can really grow to that extent, then we'll be awesome. With our relationship with Du Xiaofu, we can do whatever we want in the 33 heavens or the 3,000 boundless worlds. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Chu Daoju was speechless and looked at Yu Taiyan with a strange expression. But after a while he said, "Say, if Master Yu knows about this boy's existence, will he be able to keep calm?" "Father, he—" The Yu Qing Divine Emperor blinked and laughed mischievously. He said, "I'm going to tell Father. With his temper, Du Xiaofu will definitely become my junior brother." The Divine Emperor said with a smile. Then his figure flashed and he disappeared from the hall, disappearing without a trace. He's already so old, and he's the Divine Emperor of a divine kingdom, but he's still like a kid. He's exactly the same as when he was young. Chu Daoju smiled bitterly as he watched the Divine Emperor leave. In his eyes, the Divine Emperor of Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was still the mischievous little ancestor from back then. As a senior brother who was tens of thousands of years older, Chu Daoju could only cover his face and express his helplessness. After a while, Chu Daoju also got up and left the main hall. Chapter 2760. The conversation between the Yu Qing Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju revolved around Du Xiaofu, but neither of them knew anything about it. Of course, if Du Xiaofu had been listening, he would have been able to deduce the identity of his mysterious senior brother from their conversation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already settled down in the Yu Qing Divine Palace. After leaving the origin space, he instantly lost a lot of pressure, and his heart became more at ease. With the Divine Emperor sending people to find out the whereabouts of the tomboy and the others, it would be much more effective than him searching in the dark. I just broke through to the true severing stage not long ago. Although I had a battle in the origin space, I still need to stabilize myself. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he sensed his current strength. He sat cross-legged in his room and began to meditate. Time passed slowly, and before long the sky darkened. Rays of light shone on Du Xiaofu's body. Purple, gold, fiery red, and other colors intertwined, changing mysteriously. As time passed, his aura became more and more stable. The surrounding space was also enveloped by a formless wave. With Du Xiaofu as the center, it spread around him, forming a unique domain. Under these circumstances, everything around Du Xiaofu seemed extremely peaceful, giving him a sense of transcendence. However, this peaceful atmosphere did not last for long. Du Xiaofu was awakened by the commotion outside. What happened? Du Xiaofu slowly opened his eyes, feeling extremely surprised. This was the Yu Qing Divine Palace, but he could hear a lot of chaotic shouting. Who would have the guts to come here and cause a ruckus? Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu's body suddenly rose, and he rushed out, instantly leaving the room and flying into the air. The vast and magnificent divine palace came into view. Countless lights illuminated the vast divine palace, adding a touch of tranquility to it. However, this originally peaceful and quiet atmosphere was destroyed by a group of murderous figures. Not far away, in the sky outside the divine palace, many figures stood in the air. There were no less than millions of people. These millions of people were divided into two groups. Their cultivation bases were terrifying, and the weakest was at the Void Return Realm. They were facing each other nervously. On the inner side, there was an armored army. On the outer side, there were soldiers and people in ordinary clothes. They were led by dozens of people with extremely profound auras. The Divine Nation's army has been dispatched. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across the battlefield and understood the situation clearly. Over there, a large number of silhouettes were clad in dense iron armor. Cold light flickered, emitting a piercing coldness. Weapons were held in their hands, facing the many powerful figures opposite them. These soldiers were all solemn and did not show any signs of panic. Clearly, they were well trained. Yu Taiyan, I heard that you didn't die and came back safe and sound. But this can't change your ultimate fate. Now come out and accept your death. Among the hundreds of silhouettes outside, a powerful figure circulated his celestial qi and shouted loudly. These words rang out like a bell. Not only did they shake the entire divine palace, but they could also be heard clearly from every corner of the divine city that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Dai Wanyang, how dare you call the divine emperor by his name? At this moment, an expert from the divine nation shouted loudly, Humph, I've already led an army here. Today, I'm going to trample the Yu Qing divine nation to the ground. What's the big deal about calling Yu Taiyan by his name? I'm going to cut off his head to appease the souls of my 3 sons in heaven. The person who spoke earlier roared angrily. His eyes were almost red. He shouted again, Yu Taiyan, come out and fight if you have the guts. Today, your great void divine generals intend to kill the emperor. So it's the people from the 7 divine generals' manors. In the distance, Du Xiaofu saw this scene and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Dai Wangyang was the divine nation's great void divine general. He was the father of Dai Xuanjin, Dai Xianming, and Dai Xuanzi. Since he knew that his sons had died in the origin space, he could be sure that the disciples of the 7 divine generals' manners and the Zhuling sanctuary had not all died in there. They must have spread the news through certain channels. Dai Wangyang, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The divine emperor's cultivation is unparalleled. How can the 7 divine generals' manners provoke him? Wen Daojin, Qi Congxi, Zhong Tan, Wang Tianlong, Tantai Pingshu, and Heliancheng. If you give up and obediently withdraw your troops, I can ask the divine emperor to leave your corpses intact for the sake of our many years of friendship. He Mengchang, the Zihong divine general, stepped out from the crowd and spoke domineeringly. He looked around and swept his gaze over the other 6 divine generals near Dai Wangyang. His eyes were cold. So what if the divine emperor is not dead? A small Yu Qing divine nation is like a chicken and a pottery dog. It can't withstand a single blow. Today, I'm not afraid to tell you that we have the Zhuling sanctuary behind us. Beside Dai Wangyang, another person opened his mouth and said in a cold voice. His eyes were red and suffused with blood. He did not hide his murderous aura at all. He was very confident. Zihong Divine General He Mengchang, Martial Emperor Divine General Hu Yuanquin, and Cloud Spirit Divine General Duan Baichuan looked at each other. They were well aware of how powerful the Holy Lands were, but the Divine Emperor had already given them a boost of confidence, so they weren't afraid. They were only a little worried because they were certain that the extreme spirit Holy Land was involved in this. Why are you still talking nonsense? Disregarding everything else. Just the fact that our children all died in the primordial space is a debt that must be settled today. Zhong Tan, the profound wilderness divine general, hardened his voice. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. Zhong Tan was surprised to see that He Mengchang and the others did not look too surprised. However, he did not think much of it. Tantai Pingshu, you brought this upon yourselves. The Divine Emperor has treated you well all these years. How dare you do such a disobedient thing? This is unforgivable. Duan Baichuan said in a low voice. So what if the Zhuling sanctuary is involved? If you have the ability, you can come at me. However, I have to say this first. Anyone who dares to take a step into the Divine Palace will be killed without mercy. Hua Yuanquin exuded a powerful aura. His murderous intent was obvious. Kill without mercy. I would like to see what the Yu Qing divine nation has to stop the Zhuling sanctuary. At this moment, a voice came from the void and resounded in the sky above the divine city. In the next instant, a large group of people broke through the void and rushed into the formation of the 7 divine generals' residences. These people were even more powerful. Their auras were much more powerful than the combined forces of the 2 forces present. It was like an abyss. The Zhuling sanctuary. He Mengchang, Hua Yuanquin, and Duan Baichuan were shocked by the arrival of these people. Then He Mengchang said, "Everyone prepare to kill the enemy." A ball of fire rippled from his body and lit up the night sky. Hua Yuanquin and Duan Baichuan also released their powerful auras at the same time. They faced the 7 divine generals' residences and the Zhuling sanctuary. How can you stop us with just these people? Kill them. Dai Wangyang waved his hand and his body rose into the sky like a sun. Kill. The people behind him did not say anything else. They rushed toward the divine nation's army. Traitors! Anyone who dares to take a step into the divine palace will be killed without mercy. The 3 divine generals roared and ordered the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind them to charge into the sky and meet the enemy with their swords. Instantly, a terrifying battle broke out in the sky above the divine palace. The 10 divine generals were all in the immortal realm. Each of them was extremely powerful. The Zhuling sanctuary had thousands of Immortal Realm experts. There was a great disparity in the combat power of the two sides. In just a moment, the Divine Nation's army was on the losing side and began to retreat. "Dai Wanyang, I'll fight you!" Divine General Zihong roared. His body was like a blazing sun. He streaked across the sky like a rainbow and rushed toward Divine General Dai Wanyang to fight him. "I heard that your little bastard was involved in the death of my son, Xianzhen. I'll kill you today to avenge my son." Dai Wangyang's eyes were filled with hatred. He unleashed an extremely powerful attack and unleashed a series of terrifying attacks. Numerous laws of divine abilities descended from the sky, causing the entire space to shatter into pieces. There was no time for it to even recover. "Kill! Raze the divine palace to the ground and kill Yu Taiyan! And that guy named Du Xiaofu, find him even if you have to dig 30 feet into the ground. The origin space was ruined by him alone. Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I'll tear him to pieces." Some of the experts from the 7 divine generals' mansions and the Juling holy ground shouted. The power of precept of superpower was intertwining. The sky above the divine palace was like a muddy swamp that had been stirred up. Terrifying spatial fragments and cracks could be seen everywhere. Huge and pitch-black openings were opened, as if Demon King were roaring ferociously. Colorful lights bloomed everywhere in the sky. They were thousands of times more gorgeous than fireworks. Terrifying whistling sounds reverberated through the air and shook the entire universe. If the divine palace had not been covered by a bright light shield, it would have been turned into ruins by the earth-shattering battle. Du Xiaofu stood in the distance and watched the battle unfold. His heart throbbed endlessly. Experts in the immortal realm were too terrifying. They were not people he could compare with at the moment. Those with weaker cultivations stayed far away from the battlefield. Otherwise, even if they were brushed by the aftershocks, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant. They even know what I did in the origin space. The Juling holy ground and the 7 divine generals' mansions are really something, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He was amazed by the two forces. He had thought that the forces of the divine generals' mansions, holy ground, and the origin space should have been wiped out. Who knew that they could still transmit these things to the outside world? Chapter 2761. From the looks of it, both the Holy Lands and the 7 divine generals' mansions wanted to kill him. After all, he was the one who caused all this. But in fact, this was all part of the divine emperor's plan. He had already sent out strong fighters to keep an eye on that place. They think that even though the divine emperor is still alive, they still have the Holy Lands behind them. That's why they dare to invade at this time. Du Xiaofu looked at the situation of the battle and had no intention of interfering. The divine emperor had already made arrangements. He didn't need to worry about these things. However, the Jew Spirit Holy Land and the 7 divine generals' mansions didn't know this. They were extremely confident that with the Jew Spirit Holy Land's participation, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would be a piece of cake. But Du Xiaofu knew that their wishful thinking was wrong. Sure enough, not long after the battle outside the divine palace began, a cold voice reverberated in the air. "Dai Wanyang Tan Tai Ping Shu Qi Tsongxi Zhong Tan Wang Tianlong Heliancheng Wen Daojin. You really dare to invade the divine palace. Do you admit your crimes?" As his voice faded, no less than 3,000 figures rose into the sky. They flew out from the buildings in the depths and swiftly flew towards the battlefield. "Yu Taiyan!" Dai Wanyang narrowed his eyes. He recognized the domineering figure at the front. Immediately after, his eyes began to tremble uncontrollably, filled with boundless fear. So many Immortal Realm experts. How is this possible? The remaining 6 divine generals were dumbfounded as well. Looking at the 3,000 figures behind Yu Taiyan, their shock was evident on their faces. How can the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom have so many strong fighters? Where did they get so many Immortal Realm experts? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A small Yuqing divine kingdom can't support so many strong fighters. This is too terrifying. They're much stronger than all the forces of the Ju Spirit Holy Land. Aside from the 7 divine generals' mansions, the thousands of immortal realm experts of the Ju Spirit Holy Land were all trembling in disbelief. These people's auras were too powerful. Every one of them was in the immortal realm. Their total number was more than 3 times that of the Ju Spirit Holy Land's army. Thinking about it this way, it was simply too frightening. Looking at the immortals flying towards them like locusts, the 7 god manors and the absolute spirit Holy Land all had ugly expressions. Their faces were so dark that it looked like water was about to drip out of them. No one could believe that what they saw was real. Everyone knew the ins and outs of the Yuqing divine kingdom, and they could see it clearly. With their strength, they simply couldn't support so many undying realm warriors. None of this could be explained. So this is the Divine Emperor's trump card. This is too. Du Xiaofu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the figures fly past him. He hadn't expected the godly emperor to be so powerful. In order to suppress the 7 godly generals' mansions and the absolute spirit Holy Land, he'd hidden so many immortal realm experts. Kill. Spare no one from the 7 godly generals' manors. Under the godly emperor's lead, more than 3,000 figures flew across the sky. Each of them carried a unique aura that permeated the void. They interweaved into a magnificent aura that enveloped everyone in front of them. Under such circumstances, the thousands of immortal realm experts from the 7 godly generals' mansions and the absolute spirit Holy Land were all firmly locked down. Boom! 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 Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. They were like the end of the world. Loud booming sounds were released, shaking the sky. Dazzling light shone, illuminating the entire divine city. Everything was clearer than during the day. The sky above the divine palace was completely shattered in an instant. It was like chaos, and it was extremely messy. 3 against 1. There's no suspense at all. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He looked at the situation and thought to himself. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly turned around and looked behind him. In his eyes, he saw 2 figures appear from the depths of the divine palace. They were flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of him. After these 2 figures appeared in his line of sight, Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rippled with a thick smile. He even felt a little excited. The newcomers were an old man and an old woman. They looked to be in their 60s, but they were hale and hearty. Their eyes were as bright as the stars, bright and full of spirit. On their bodies, their auras were restrained. They looked calm and unperturbed. However, Du Xiaofu was able to see through the cultivation levels of these 2 people with a single glance. Their cultivation levels were exactly the same as his own, both of them having just entered the truth-severing stage. Boy, we finally meet. The old man stepped on the void and came to Du Xiaofu's side. He said with a smile, Xiaofu greets the 2 seniors. Du Xiaofu stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the old man and the old woman. Haha, boy, aren't you as arrogant as before? The old woman laughed and teased Du Xiaofu. She stepped forward and helped him up. It's been so many years. How have the 2 seniors been? Du Xiaofu stood up and asked the 2 of them. The old man and old woman were naturally the ancient ancestor by Fang and the ancient emperor of the human race. After the tomb of heaven opened, their lifespan reached its limit. Because of the suppression of the world's energy, they couldn't break through anymore. So after getting rid of the cancerous members of their race, they chose to leave Shen Wu world. At that time, no one knew what the outside world was like. No one could be sure that after they left Shenwu world, they wouldn't be able to find a way to prolong their lives. So, at that time, Everyone thought that their departure was very likely to be an eternal farewell. But Du Xiaofu's group still had some hope, hoping that they would be able to meet them in the outside world. In the origin space, when he saw these two from Tantai Rui's memories, he was also very surprised. Even so, seeing these two with his own eyes today, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel emotional. Looking at their current state, even though they still looked a little old, compared to before, they were countless times stronger. Even though there were still many wrinkles on their faces, they were glowing with energy and radiance. Without needing to ask, Du Xiaofu could guess that after they came to the 33 skies, their lives were very comfortable. Or else, they wouldn't have been able to break through from the Saint Realm to the true Severing Realm today. Because of this, Du Xiaofu was happy for them. After we left Shenwu world, we came here directly. By chance, we entered the Yuqing Divine Kingdom and attracted the attention of some people there. Later, with the help of the Divine Emperor, the two of us were able to obtain many opportunities and reach our current level. Otherwise, I'm afraid that once we parted, we would never meet again. The ancient emperor looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. It was obvious that when they left Shenwu world, they didn't expect to live for long. Although the outside world was mysterious, it was still unknown. Everything was confusing. The two of them had lived for countless years. Before they died, they chose to leave to see the world. They didn't want to be confined to one world for the rest of their lives. Coincidentally, when the tomb of the heavenly path appeared, the suppression of the world was greatly reduced. Therefore, they had the ability to break out of the world. What a coincidence! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said, after he left Shenwu world, he also entered the Yuqing Divine Kingdom in the Changrong Heaven. Ancient ancestor Bifang and the ancient emperor of the human clan did the same. It was really a coincidence. However, Du Xiaofu was a little confused. Why did these two old men attract the attention of the Divine Kingdom's experts, and even the emperor of the human clan treat them differently? Just as he was wondering, ancient ancestor Bifang smiled and said, later, we found out that the emperor of the human clan seemed to have some understanding of our world and wanted to help us. But as for the specific reason, even now we don't know. As soon as she finished speaking, the ancient emperor of the human clan said, now it seems like it has something to do with you. Something to do with me? Du Xiaofu paused for a moment, then understood. The emperor of the human clan was very clear about his identity. He was also from the same sect as his mysterious senior brother. Therefore, when he found out about ancient ancestor Bifang and the ancient emperor of the human clan, he must have treated them differently. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Now that Shenwu world's calamity is over, you all can enter the 33 heavens. I can't help but feel excited that I can see so many of my old friends again. The ancient emperor looked up at the sky and sighed. When they left Shenwu world, they were prepared to die. Now that they had the chance to return to their old world and reunite with their old friends, of course they were excited. I'm afraid that the powerhouses of the human clan and the Beast Alliance will be overjoyed when they find out that you two are still alive. After going through the calamity of the devil religion, Shenwu world has reached an unprecedented state of unity. Now, everyone wants to go to the 33 heavens and explore it. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment and said, good. Shenwu world is only a small world. Although it is a bit special, it can't be compared to the 33 heavens. Now that so many living beings have united and set their sights on the 33 heavens, it's naturally wiser than being limited to one small place. The ancient emperor stroked his beard and nodded. It's been hard on you, child. We've heard about the calamity from the emperor of the human clan. We know that you've contributed greatly to the calamity. As for us two old men, we didn't help at all. We're ashamed. Ancient ancestor Bifang nodded and said, Senior, you're exaggerating. Everything is what this junior should do. This junior came to the 33 heavens in secret. Once I settled down here, I brought all the experts from Shenwu world over. They have been waiting for this for a long time now. When that time comes, I'm sure little Qing will be very happy to see you. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at ancient ancestor Bifang. Du Xiaoqing was ancient ancestor Bifang's lost sister. Not long after the two met in the ancient wilderness, they were separated again. Hearing Du Xiaofu mention little Qing, the old woman's face broke into a smile. Her eyes were filled with deep longing. All right, we'll talk about old times when we have the chance. Let's see how the battle is going. The ancient emperor changed the topic and looked at the battle in the sky above the divine palace. Under the divine emperor's lead, more than 3,000 immortal realm powerhouses danced in the sky. Every one of them released extremely terrifying techniques, causing the entire sky to be annihilated and turned into chaos. On the other hand, the 7 divine generals' manners and the extreme spirit Holy Land's side were being heavily suppressed. Their experts were dying one after another. Clouds of blood, mist exploded in the air, and powerful figures fell from the void one after another. It was a horrifying scene. There's no suspense. The 7 divine generals' mansions and the Juling holy ground were confident this time. Who would have thought that they would fall so hard in the end? Ancient ancestor Bifang said softly as he looked at the situation. With the great disparity in strength between the two sides, the Juling holy ground and the 7 divine generals' mansions had expected to lose. Where did the Yu Qing divine kingdom get so many powerhouses from? Du Xiaofu looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but wonder. As he spoke, he looked at the old man and old woman beside him, hoping to get some information from them. They should have been behind the divine emperor's scheme, so the two of them should know something about it. Kid, don't look at us like that. The ancient emperor snorted unhappily. He ignored Du Xiaofu and continued. We don't know the details, but there seems to be an extremely powerful force behind the divine emperor. It's more terrifying than any force in the transcendent Changrong heaven. However, the divine emperor has always kept a low profile. He solves everything on his own and never asks others to help him. Even the imperial family doesn't know about this, let alone outsiders. If it weren't for the appearance of a colossus like the absolute spirit Holy Land, I'm afraid he would continue to hide. He's that powerful. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, feeling incomparably astonished. He had guessed that the Yu Qing divine emperor's background wasn't simple, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No one in the entire transcendent Changrong heaven could go against him. Du Xiaofu also developed an extremely deep interest in him due to his extraordinary background. Kid, with your growth, I'm afraid you'll know everything soon. Ancient ancestor Bifang smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. In this world, the more power one had, the more one could know. The divine emperor wasn't someone they could come into contact with. They believed that with Du Xiaofu's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to surpass the two of them. Du Xiaofu didn't reply. He only looked into the distance. He saw Chu Daoju in the crowd with a huge saber in his hand. He was rampaging through the crowd. Every time he swung his saber, an immortal realm expert would fall back. After a few moves, he killed an expert. The outcome has been decided. Seeing all this, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Chapter 2762. Under Du Xiaofu's gaze, countless figures danced in the air. The battle was terrifying. Around Chu Daoju, powerful immortal realm experts danced and slashed in all directions. The 7 divine generals' manors and the Juling sanctuary were quickly cornered. The bodies of the experts fell from the sky one after another. Scarlet blood covered the sky as if it was raining blood. The power behind the divine emperor is really terrifying. I wonder what kind of status he has. The ancient emperor of the human clan muttered to himself as he stood beside Du Xiaofu. Everyone knew that there were 36 sanctuaries and 72 holy kingdoms in the Changrong heaven. Each sanctuary was extremely powerful, and none of the holy kingdoms were a match for them. However, the experts of the Ju Spirit Holy Land, one of the 36 holy lands, had come out in full force. They were facing such a situation in the Qing Divine Kingdom. It was a one-sided massacre. After this, no one in the 36 sanctuaries will dare to underestimate the Qing Divine Kingdom. This kind of strength isn't much weaker than those holy lands at the front. Ancient Ancestor by Fong nodded as he spoke. Given the strength that the Qing Divine Kingdom had displayed, there were not many forces in the Changrong heaven that could compare to them. In other words, after the chaos subsided, the Qing Divine Kingdom's status would rise. They would gain a firm foothold in this world and become the leader of all the holy kingdoms. The remaining 35 sanctuaries would also have to look at them in a different light. They would not dare to make an enemy out of them. The power behind the Divine Emperor hasn't been fully revealed yet. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he looked at the arena with a burning gaze. If it was really as he thought, then it would be even more terrifying. Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. Just thinking about it made him feel incredulous. There's no more suspense. Let's wait for the Divine Emperor's triumphant return. The ancient emperor smirked as he glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, Du Xiaofu and Ancient Ancestor by Fong nodded and stopped talking. They just stared fixedly at the situation in the distance. As time passed, everything finally came to an end. More than half of the experts from the 7 divine generals' mansions and the absolute spirit Holy Land were either dead or injured. Many of them were also captured. Many people who saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape were killed by the joint forces of several experts, and they died an unnatural death. Among the 7 divine generals, 5 of them had died. The remaining Taishu Divine General Dai Wangyang and Yuan Ding Divine General Qi Zongxi were captured by the Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju. Du Xiaofu had also seen a spirited old man in the Ju Spirit Holy Land who had been besieged by many powerhouses. He was very familiar with that person. It was the owner of the divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation. He had seen his primordial spirit avatar in the 4 compass spaces before. When the dust settled, the thousands of immortals from the God Country didn't suffer any losses. They completely crushed the enemy, displaying their strength as a whole. As for the experts below the immortal realm from the 7 divine generals' mansions and the Ju Spirit Holy Land, there were almost no survivors. All this blood didn't spread to the God Palace. It was completely blocked by the light shield that covered the sky. The sounds of killing gradually stopped, and the place became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one said a word. Swoosh! The Divine Emperor shot into the sky and announced loudly, "The 7 divine generals' mansions have committed treason and blasphemed against the Divine Emperor. Anyone who participated will be executed immediately." "Yes, Divine Emperor." He Mengchang, Hua Yuan Kuin, Duan Baichuan, and the others bowed and accepted the order. Then, under the leadership of the 3 divine generals, the army marched toward the 7 divine generals' mansions. What awaited those people was the destruction of their families. "Divine Emperor, what should we do with the Ju Spirit Holy Land?" At this time, the ancient emperor and great ancestor Jie Fong brought Du Xiaofu to the Divine Emperor's side and asked. The Ju Spirit Holy Land didn't make a fuss with them back then, but this time they dared to instigate the 7 divine generals' mansions to overthrow the God Country's rule. There's no need to keep them alive. Yu Tian's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. The Ju Spirit Holy Land sent out all its elites this time. Most of its experts have died. They're no longer a threat. The ancient emperor said leisurely, "I'll have to trouble Senior Brother Long and Senior Brother Ling to make a trip there. I just received news from my father that he's rushing over from the lingual world. I have to go and see him," the Divine Emperor said as he looked at the 2 middle-aged men in the field. The 2 men also exuded a terrifying aura. They weren't any weaker than Chu Daoju. They were both experts in the immortal realm. "Don't worry, Junior Brother Yu. We'll bring our men over." The 2 middle-aged men nodded and said to Yu Taiyan, After they finished speaking, they looked away from the divine emperor and looked at Du Xiaofu. They seemed to have some special thoughts in their eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Du Xiaofu didn't understand and asked the ancient emperor and ancient ancestor Bifong with his eyes. The two of them shrugged, indicating that they didn't know either. Then, Senior Brother Long and Senior Brother Ling didn't say much. They left with a large number of experts and headed to the Jew Spirit Holy Land. Du Xiaofu felt a little helpless as he watched those people disappear. He wanted to go and see for himself. After all, a powerful sacred ground would most likely have many treasures in it. However, just as he expressed this intention, the divine emperor stopped him and said, "Little guy, come with me." The divine emperor laughed, which looked very strange. "What's the matter, divine emperor?" Du Xiaofu was confused and asked. "Little guy, you'll know when you get there." The divine emperor didn't answer. Instead, Chu Daoju walked forward and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. He laughed very strangely, as if he was brewing something strange. Looking at their expressions, Du Xiaofu immediately became extremely cautious and focused 120% of his attention. These two fellows, they didn't dig a hole for themselves, did they? His eyes flickered as he carefully looked at the two of them, trying to find something from their expressions. However, to his disappointment, the divine emperor and Chu Daoju were completely unfathomable. He couldn't tell what they were thinking. "Let's go." The divine emperor didn't waste any more time. He pulled Du Xiaofu and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared from the battlefield. After the two of them left, Chu Daoju sneered as if he was a cunning old fox. "What's wrong?" The ancient emperor and ancient ancestor Bifong were also puzzled. They looked at Chu Daoju, wanting to hear something from him. The divine emperor's strange behavior was really puzzling. Chapter 2763. Martial Uncle, you came from the lingual world. I'm afraid he won't miss out on that kid. I just don't know what his Xiaofu will choose. Chu Daoju couldn't stop laughing, as if he had thought of something funny. Ancient ancestor Bifong and the ancient emperor of the human clan looked at each other in confusion. On the other side, Du Xiaofu, led by divine emperor Yu Taiyan, quickly arrived in front of a palace. "Father!" The divine emperor pushed the door open and shouted, "Taiyan, you're here." In the room, a figure in a blue robe turned around. This person had long eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a little thin, but there was a vigorous aura around him that was extremely vast. Is this the divine emperor's father? At a glance, Du Xiaofu could tell that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying. He should be an expert in the immortal realm. However, as he continued to observe the situation, he began to understand the situation. His aura is leaking out. It seems like he can't control it. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes and thought. He had seen many immortal stage experts. Regardless of whether it was Elder Kong, the old man from the extreme spirit Holy Land in the compass space, or the thousands of immortal stage experts who were fighting fiercely outside just now, he had never seen anyone who could release such a powerful aura like this old man. Logically speaking, as the cultivation of a living being increased, the ability to control power would also increase. The stronger a person was, the more profound and unfathomable they would be. It should be impossible to see through them. However, this old man was the exact opposite. Just by standing there, he was like a vast, scorching sun. He was indescribably dazzling and could affect the order of heaven and earth around him. Du Xiaofu knew that this situation should be a sign that his foundation was not stable. He couldn't control the energy in his body as he wished. However, Du Xiaofu didn't doubt the strength of this old man. No matter what method he used to reach the immortal realm, he was definitely a terrifying expert. At least for the current Du Xiaofu, he was an existence that was beyond his reach. However, it was also because of this that Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't calm down. For a person with an unstable foundation to be able to cultivate to such a level, He must have relied on countless treasures. In order to stabilize the energy he obtained from the outside, there might be other methods to assist him. "Little guy, my father has heard about you. You can have a chat with him." After the divine emperor bowed, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said a few words. Then, without waiting for Du Xiaofu to reply, he turned around and left the hall. Du Xiaofu didn't know what was going on. Watching the godly emperor disappear, he felt helpless. "Little guy, are you Du Xiaofu?" At this time the old man walked to Du Xiaofu's side and stared at him with a strange gaze. "Yes, I am." Du Xiaofu calmed down and nodded. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Since the old man was the divine emperor's father, Du Xiaofu would naturally follow the etiquette and not break the rules. He was very respectful to the old man. This kind of action caused the old man to unconsciously reveal a smile, which had a somewhat wretched meaning. Such a smile caused Du Xiaofu to be extremely stunned. He stared at the old man's wrinkled face. When he smiled, it was as if he was brewing some unspeakable conspiracy. His eyes narrowed slightly and flashed a sly light, which made Du Xiaofu shudder involuntarily. "Good, it's good that it's you. Let this old man see what you're capable of." The old man kept nodding. Then, as he was speaking, he suddenly launched an attack. He raised 2 fingers on his right hand quickly, and the light condensed and changed. In an instant, it turned into a sharp sword aura. It was about 1 foot long and brazenly attacked Du Xiaofu's chest. Such a sword light did not look vast. In fact, it was extremely ordinary. However, with Du Xiaofu's eyesight, it was not difficult to see that this small sword contained an extremely terrifying power. It was fierce and murderous. It could pierce the heavens and the earth and cut through everything. Imperceptibly, the rules and order in the hall underwent a mysterious change. Waves of invisible power were driven by the sword light and crazily pressed down on Du Xiaofu. The terrifying fluctuation was like a mountain, but also like a world. It was desperately pressing down, causing Du Xiaofu's breathing to become rapid. It was as if he was bearing a heavy burden. "Absolute hegemony domain, rise for me!" Without much time to think, Du Xiaofu instantly shouted and displayed the law of space. Buzz! The space domain quickly spread out and enveloped the entire hall in an instant. In a state where it could not be seen or touched, strange lines and patterns were arranged and combined. They intertwined and twisted together, and immediately bound the old man's sword light. At the same time, the invisible rules that were driven by the sword light were also affected by the space domain. It was as if they had collided with a huge and sturdy wall. The ferocious momentum suddenly stopped. The law of space. The old man raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in his eyes. Then the power in his body was activated again, and the strength in his hand increased. This time, the sword light that was more than 1 foot long seemed to have eaten a great tonic. It let out a carefree howl and became several times brighter. It moved fiercely and forcefully cut open the pattern of Du Xiaofu's space domain. It ferociously and overbearingly cut open a passage that stretched all the way to the purple-robed young man's position. Bang! Then Du Xiaofu felt that the terrifying pressure was even stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had invaded his absolute hegemony domain. God-binding grip. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice as he spread out his palm and clenched it fiercely. He instantly crushed a portion of the squeezing force, causing the nearby space to directly collapse and transform into powder that gurgled down. Not bad, not bad. When the old man saw this, he nodded his head and seemed to be very satisfied. Then his power suddenly increased again and surged toward Du Xiaofu. Under such circumstances, Du Xiaofu moved with all his strength. The qi in his body was circulating rapidly and kept entering the domain. However, the old man's strength was too strong. Although he just stood there motionlessly and seemed to be doing it casually, Du Xiaofu was far from being able to resist him. The terrifying pressure was like a flood that enveloped Du Xiaofu directly. In a moment of desperation, Du Xiaofu used the complete law of thunder and lightning and the complete law of fire repeatedly. However, they could not stop the old man's power from invading. His strength is not bad. Not long after breaking through to the Severing Realm, he has already mastered 2 complete laws. His mastery of the law of space is also extraordinary. This child has a bright future, the old man praised. The way he looked at Du Xiaofu was full of satisfaction. With his cultivation and knowledge, he naturally knew what the purple-robed young man's current strength meant. Compared to most of the young people in the 33 skies, there weren't many who had this kind of skill. More importantly, this young man had only been cultivating for a few decades. With this kind of comparison, who knows how many heaven's favorites would pale in comparison to him? Of course, the old man was very calm. With one of his disciples before him, this kind of performance was not enough to move him. He is indeed extraordinary. More importantly, he controls a part of the Shanwu world. His future is limitless. The old man mumbled to himself and kept nodding his head. He had already used quite a bit of his strength. When he saw that Du Xiaofu was a little tired to deal with him, and this test was enough to prove this kid's strength, he was about to withdraw his sword light. But in the next second, the old man's gaze froze. Du Xiaofu's action had stunned him. 9 streams of light flashed out, whistling through the air, directly suppressing the sword light that was more than a foot long. Rumble! 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons appeared in an instant and smashed into the sword light one after another. In the blink of an eye, under the terrifying collision, the sword exploded with a bang. It turned into a sky full of shining runes and created a terrifying wave of energy that rushed into the sky. However, Du Xiaofu's dominating domain once again covered the area. All of this commotion was suppressed and slowly disappeared into the void. Seeing the scene, the old man could not help but be stunned for a moment. He completely did not expect that the kid would actually summon 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons, and under the situation where he was completely unprepared, he directly defeated his sword light. The old man originally wanted to show off some of his skills to pave the way for his next plan. Who knew that this would be the result? 9 purple lightning Xian cauldrons, powerful indeed. The old man praised and did not say anything more. Senior knows the purple lightning Xian cauldrons? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and quickly asked. The 9 purple lightning Xian cauldrons were left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 worlds. After coming to the 33 heavens, when they were summoned in the origin space, no one recognized them. However, the old man directly called out the name of the purple lightning Xian cauldrons. Could it be that he knew the Lord of the 3,000 worlds? Of course, I know the purple lightning Xian cauldrons. That was an item of the Lord of the 3,000 worlds. It was once famous in the 3,000 worlds. The old man glanced at Du Xiaofu and said indifferently. However, his expression seemed to be hiding something. But Du Xiaofu did not notice it. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu nodded. It turned out that the 9 purple lightning Xian cauldrons had once shone in the hands of the Lord of the 3,000 worlds. However, what the hell was the 3,000 worlds? What was the relationship between them and the 33 heavens? This question had troubled Du Xiaofu for a long time, but no one could answer it for him. Thinking of this, he could not help but ask this question. However, in the end, the old man left him with the back of his head and a sentence that almost made his ear grow calluses. You will know when it's time for you to know. When your strength is enough, everything will come to light. There's no need to ask any more now. Du Xiaofu could only express his helplessness. Why were they all the same? The heavenly with divine tree ancestor was like that, Fui Bai and the others were like that, Chu Daoju was like that, and this old man was also like that. Senior, what did you call this kid here for? Du Xiaofu did not continue to pester him and asked. The divine emperor had brought him here and then left him here alone. Later on, the old man had acted to probe him. There had to be a goal. Yes, The old man grunted. That crafty smile of his had long since disappeared. He clasped his hands behind his back and assumed a proud posture. This old man is Yu Yuqian. Kid, you're not bad. I wonder if you're willing to take me as your master? While speaking, the old man's eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu, observing his reaction. Take you as my master? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He had been caught unprepared by this move. Why would this old man who called himself Yu Yuqian suddenly want to take him as his disciple? Even though Du Xiaofu had always been extraordinarily intelligent, he could not figure out the connection at this time. He did not know the divine emperor's father. The only connection between them should be the mysterious senior brother that Chu Daoju and the others had mentioned. Why? Kid, are you unwilling? Yu Yuqian took a step forward and stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes shone with a strange light. Du Xiaofu did not know what to say. He did not want to agree at all and was prepared to reject directly. However, he felt a little scared by the old man's stare. In terms of cultivation, Du Xiaofu didn't feel that this old man was that terrifying. Even though he was a sempiternal realm expert and was far from being a match for Qin Shi. Chen Shi's body unconsciously emanated some fluctuations of vital energy, and this indicated that Qin Shi wasn't an outstanding expert on the path of cultivation. In Du Xiaofu's ancient desolation space, there was a flaming skeleton called Elder Kong. From Elder Kong's words, Du Xiaofu knew that he was acquainted with the Yu Qing Divine Emperor's father. Elder Kong had once told him that the Divine Emperor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was not very talented in cultivation. When he mentioned this, Elder Kong snorted in disdain. All of his cultivation was built up by relying on endless resources. He was forcefully pushed to the mortal realm. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not think that he needed his guidance. If he really wanted to be a disciple, he would rather go directly to Elder Kong. Of course, he could not say this out loud. After all, he had to respect the old and care for the young. Even if he did not respect the monk, he still had to respect the divine emperor. Kid, what's with that expression? Seeing Du Xiaofu's hesitation, Yu Yuqian's eyes bulged and he roared in dissatisfaction. This time, it was his turn to be confused. Normally, as an expert in the immortal realm, if he wanted to take in a true severing realm expert as his disciple, even if the other party did not want to agree, he should not show such a disdainful expression. In the absence of experts in the meditative realm, the immortal realm was the strongest existence in the 33 heavens. Although the boy in front of him hid it very well, the reluctance in his eyes was still keenly captured by Yu Yuqian. This made the elder want to go berserk. He wanted to smack the back of the kid's head. Senior, I already have a master. I do not dare to go against my master's wishes and seek another master. Du Xiaofu shrugged innocently and said, taking in a master was not something that could be done carelessly. How could Du Xiaofu do something that did not bring him any benefits? Out of helplessness, he could only use his master's name. Humph! The elder snorted and said in dissatisfaction, the master you're talking about, is it Duanmu Qiongtian? Yu Yuqian stared straight at Du Xiaofu as if he wanted to see his reaction. How do you know that my master is Duanmu Qiongtian? Do you know him? Du Xiaofu's shock was no small matter. In his early years, he had indeed taken in a master called Duanmu Qiongtian. He had received the heavenly spirit record, which had provided endless help to him on the path of cultivation. However, up until now, Du Xiaofu had never seen this master of his. He had never mentioned this to anyone, but Yu Yuqian had called him out. How could he not be shocked? Of course I know him. Yu Yuqian snorted and glanced at Du Xiaofu from the corner of his eyes. He said coldly, speaking of which, I have a common disciple with that old fellow. He can also be said to be your senior brother. When the word disciple was mentioned, the elder's face unconsciously revealed a very proud expression. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be about to melt away. The spring breeze caressed his face, and there was endless pride. Senior brother, Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, why is it my senior brother again? It seemed that the people he had been in contact with in the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom were all inseparable from his senior brother. His master, Duanmu Qiongtian, was also that senior brother's master. Thinking about it, the reason why that mysterious senior brother was his senior brother should be because of his master, Duanmu Qiongtian. Looking at Yu Yuqian's appearance, he seemed to be extremely satisfied with that senior brother. Just mentioning him made him feel proud. This made Du Xiaofu more and more confused. What kind of senior brother was that? Which side did he belong to? That's right. Your senior brother took me as his master first. Because of that, he walked to the extreme of the path of cultivation. He looked down on the world and was supreme. Yu Yuqian raised his head. When he mentioned that disciple, his nose was pointed to the sky. Shameless! With your talent, can you really teach such a disciple? Du Xiaofu did not reply. He only touched his nose and thought to himself. He looked at the old man with suspicion. He could not help but suspect that even if that senior brother was really as extraordinary as he said, the biggest credit probably did not go to this old man in front of him. Kid, you don't believe my words. Yu Yuqian almost flew into a rage. He directly slapped out with his palm. His hand was as fast as lightning. With a paw sound, it hit the back of Du Xiaofu's head. It was crisp and clear. He did not even have the ability to dodge. It was fine to doubt him, but doubting the disciple that he had been proud of for countless years was definitely not negotiable. He had to teach him a lesson. Old man, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Let's talk about it. Why did you hit me? Du Xiaofu held his head. He was about to explode. He was furious. He really wanted to fight 300 rounds with this old man and beat him black and blue. But Yu Yuqian's cultivation was far above his. How could he, a mere true severing stage cultivator, deal with him? Du Xiaofu was furious. His brows were knitted together. His eyes rolled one after another. But he could not do anything to you, Yuqian. Kid, take me as your master. This old man can bring you unimaginable benefits. Yu Yuqian raised his gaze and cast a sidelong glance at Du Xiaofu, looking at him with an arrogant attitude. No matter what, if he wanted to take him as his disciple, he had to show the imposing manner of a master. He could not weaken his prestige. The kid that Duanmu Qiongtian, that old man, had taken a fancy to was indeed not ordinary. Moreover, this kid Du Xiaofu was the person that his disciple had chosen. Naturally, he was extraordinary. So no matter what, he had to take down this disciple today. He could not allow him to escape. You attacked me as soon as we met. Now you slapped me. It's not like I'm asking for a beating. If I take you as my master and let you hit me every day, would you be satisfied? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, the benefits that Yu Yuqian had promised were just a superficial promise. Who knew if it could be fulfilled? How could it be so easy to make him yield with just a few empty words? Most importantly, with the other party's cultivation aptitude, if he did not have the accumulation of countless resources, he might not even be a match for him at this time. What did he want to take him as his master? Kid, are you still doubting me? Yu Yuqian glared at Du Xiaofu. He wanted nothing more than to slap this kid's ass into 108 pieces. As he spoke, he reached out to hit him again. What kind of gaze was that? He did not put him in his eyes at all. How much ability do you have? Don't you have any idea in your heart? You still want to take me as your disciple. Aren't you afraid of misleading others? Du Xiaofu hurriedly jumped away. He muttered to himself in an extremely low voice. He kept rolling his eyes at the old man. He felt that he had rolled all the eyes he could in his life today. Kid, say that again. Yu Yuqian's ears were very sharp. He heard Du Xiaofu's words clearly. He desperately gasped for breath. He felt that his head was about to explode from anger. This kid was really asking for a beating. He was simply asking for a beating. Come, come, come. let's talk about taking in disciples later. Let this old man beat you up first to vent his anger. Yu Yuqian glared at Du Xiaofu angrily. He rushed forward and grabbed Du Xiaofu. Under the pressure of his terrifying qi, Du Xiaofu was caught off guard and was picked up like a little chick. Such a sudden change made Du Xiaofu's face turn purple. The veins on his forehead swelled to the size of beans, and black lines popped out one after another. This old man changed his face too quickly. What happened to the promise of a gentleman using his mouth and not his hands? In his entire life, he had never been spanked by anyone before. Du Xiaofu wanted to resist and break free from the old man's restraint. However, under the support of an invisible force, he could not move at all. How could he escape? In a moment of desperation, Du Xiaofu did not need to think. He directly shouted, "Don't hit me." It was someone else who said that your aptitude is low. It wasn't me. Who said that? Yu Yuqian became even more furious. His old face was red with anger. He threw Du Xiaofu to the ground and angrily said, "Tell this old man who said that. If you dare to lie to this old man and can't give me a reason, I'll slap your ass into 1,800 pieces today. I'll let you know what it means to have your chrysanthemums bloom all over the mountain." Chapter 2764. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. His beard was curling up and down. Clearly he was quite angry. Du Xiaofu's face was dark as he climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He patted the dust off his body and did not say a word. "Kid, tell me, who was the one who said those words just now?" Yu Yuqian stared at Du Xiaofu angrily and did not move. He wanted to hear the answer. He thought to himself that no matter who said those words to this kid, he had to teach him a lesson. At the same time, he swore that if this kid dared to deceive him, he would hang him up and beat him. Faced with this question, Du Xiaofu's face was dark and he did not say a word. He appeared to be very unyielding. The other party had already treated him like that. So why should he be nice to him? You insist on asking, but I won't fucking say anything. I'll anger you to death. I'll anger you to death. However, Du Xiaofu's unyielding attitude did not last for more than 2 breaths of time before he immediately softened. When he saw Yu Yuqian raise his hand again, he was directly discouraged. The suppression of an immortal realm expert's martial strength was too terrifying. He did not even have the thought of resisting. "Elder Kong, don't blame me for betraying you," Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Then he directly opened up the ancient desolate space and let Elder Kong out. If he could save his ass by exposing Elder Kong, then this deal was absolutely worth it. After a swoosh, the flaming skeleton appeared in the hall. Du Xiaofu pointed at Elder Kong and said to Yu Yuqian, "Senior, those words were said by Elder Kong. It has nothing to do with me." However, Yu Yuqian seemed to have not heard him. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange gaze and muttered, "The ancient desolate space, isn't it that old fellow's thing? Why is it in your hands? Also, I just spied on another person in the ancient desolate space. He seems to be in a deep sleep. Could it be that old fellow as well?" Yu Yuqian looked at Du Xiaofu and hurriedly said, "You also know about the ancient desolate space?" Du Xiaofu was a little dumbfounded. Just what kind of identity did Yu Yuqian have? How did he manage to see through everything? He knew about the purple lightning profound cauldron. He knew about his master Duanmu Chongtian, and even this ancient desolate space. Most importantly, he also seemed to Yu Yuqian's thinking that he knew about the ancient desolate space. Du Xiaofu was completely. The problem was that the person in deep slumber was most likely the mysterious principal of Tianwu Academy. Could it be that he also came to Shen Wu world from the 33 heavens? "Brat, why did you?" While Yu Yuqian and Du Xiaofu were still in a daze, the flaming skeleton spoke. He glanced at Du Xiaofu, then looked at Yu Yuqian and roared, "Yu Yuqian, why are you here as well?" Yu Yuqian was stunned by this roar and did not ask about the ancient desolate space. He looked at the flaming skeleton for a while before recognizing the person in front of him. Then he stared at him and said, "Yen Sankong, it's you? How did you end up in this state?" "Brat, this old man has been living well in the ancient, desolate space. It's one thing for you to get me out, but you even put me in front of this old man. What are you trying to do?" Elder Kong did not reply. Instead, he stared at Du Xiaofu angrily. If his body was still here, his eyeballs would have popped out of their sockets. "Elder Kong, you're the only one who can save me now." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and said this. He looked at Yu Yuqian with fear in his eyes, as if he had been greatly wronged. "Yen Sankong," this old man wants to ask, "was it you who told this brat that I'm useless?" Yu Yuqian directly stepped forward and arrived in front of Elder Kong, then coldly asked. His expression was extremely unfriendly, and he seemed to be gnashing his teeth. Elder Kong was stunned by this question, and he did not understand what was going on. After a long while, he finally reacted. He turned his face and stared at Du Xiaofu with his empty eyes. "Brat, you're actually making things difficult for this old man." Elder Kong roared angrily. His burning face was almost in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. However, he immediately restrained his anger and turned to face Yu Yuqian. "Old man, your aptitude is inferior. Why don't you let others talk about it?" At the same time that he spoke, Elder Kong crossed his arms and remained calm and composed, and his tone was even casual and disdainful. Yu Yuqian was furious to the point of stamping his feet, and then he jumped up and struck out with a strong, imposing aura that directly swept towards Elder Kong. "Stay your hand." Du Xiaofu went pale with fright. If Yu Yuqian were to really strike Elder Kong, then it would be terrible. He knew that Elder Kong had exhausted himself to the limit in order to refine the blood-flame divine lotus in the lava space within the dark dimension. Even if he'd recovered a great deal of time within the desolate dimension, the strength he was able to exert now was probably not even 1,000th of the strength he possessed at his peak, and he was even unable to defeat Qinshi. If he were to be struck by Yu Yuqian's strike, then wouldn't this skeleton that was covered in raging flames scatter to the ground? Du Xiaofu didn't even think before directly executing the absolute domain and enveloping Yu Yuqian's strike with all his might. But with his strength, how could he go against an Eternal Realm expert? The spatial domain instantly shattered, and he emitted a muffled groan as he was blasted flying. "Old brat, you really did attack." However, what made Du Xiaofu slightly relieved was that at the last moment, Elder Kong's spatial laws circulated, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of him, drawing Yu Yuqian's strike into it and disappearing. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion resounded outside the Divine Palace, and the ground shook 3 times along with it. Following that, the chaotic sound of wind breaking spread out, accompanied by the shouts of countless people. It was a mess, and it was obvious that the other experts in the Divine Palace had been alarmed. However, after Yu Yuqian transmitted a few words to the people outside, all the chaos instantly stopped, and the Divine Palace became quiet once again. "Yen Sankong, why did you lose so much strength and become like this?" At this moment, Yu Yuqian truly realized that Elder Kong's strength was much weaker than before. Fortunately, he hadn't used his full strength earlier, or else the spatial black hole would have directly exploded under his attack, and the blazing skeleton would have been heavily injured as well. Even so, at this moment, the energy in Yen Sankong's entire body was surging, and waves of flames flickered, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. "This old man's strength has been greatly reduced, and it won't be long before I can recover it. At that time, I'll still be able to crush you with one hand." Elder Kong suppressed the fluctuations on his body with all his might as he replied angrily. "Old fellow, you're still not convinced at this time. This old man is thinking whether or not I should teach you a lesson before you recover to your peak state. Otherwise, at that time, I really won't be able to defeat you." Yu Yuqian suddenly chuckled, and a complacent smile climbed onto his old face. His 2 hands clenched together, and his bones cracked as he closed in on Elder Kong step by step. "Old brat, how dare you!" Elder Kong roared as he unconsciously took half a step back and assumed a defensive posture. His strength had been greatly reduced, and he was indeed not Yu Qian's match. If they really fought, he would suffer a great loss. Huff! At the side, Du Xiaofu heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw this scene. When he'd just gotten acquainted with Elder Kong, he deduced that Elder Kong's relationship with the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's ancestor wasn't shallow, and the situation this time had indeed confirmed his guess. These two old fellows started fighting as soon as they met, but they didn't really fight to the death after all, so it could be assumed that the relationship between them was rather deep. In this way, Du Xiaofu was truly at ease. When he thought up to here, he crossed his arms and stood at the side as well, and started to watch the show happily. "Look at how scared you are, old fellow." Yu Qian scoffed when he saw Elder Kong's actions, and then he stopped and said, "We'll slowly settle our matters in the future. Kid, I'll say the same thing now. Do you want to take this old man as your master or not?" As Yu Qian spoke, he looked towards Du Xiaofu again. "Take me as your master?" At the side, Elder Kong was stunned when he heard this, and then he hurriedly cried out, "Kid, you have to be careful. This old fellow's natural talent is really, you have to think carefully. This matter is related to the future of your entire life. If you want to take him as your master, then you might as well come to me." Elder Kong was really anxious. He'd taken a fancy to Du Xiaofu's natural talent since long ago, but unfortunately, this kid just wasn't willing to take him as his master. Later on, Elder Kong thought it through and stopped being an expert. But at this moment, when he heard Yu Qian say that he wanted to take Du Xiaofu as his disciple, how could he sit still? And he immediately stood up to object. "Shut your mouth." Yu Qian was furious. Green smoke drifted out from his head, and his breathing was extremely heavy. He glared fiercely at the flaming skeleton, and he really had the impulse to strangle the flaming skeleton to death. "Kid, listen to me. For the sake of your future path of cultivation, take me as your master. This is the wisest choice. Yu Qian, don't mislead him. Such a good seedling can't be destroyed at your hands." Elder Kong didn't care about Yu Qian's rage and still shouted arrogantly, and he directly pulled Du Xiaofu's sleeve to persuade him. "What the fuck? Old fellow, you're still going strong, huh?" Yu Qian directly leaped before Elder Kong and strangled Elder Kong's neck that had lost its flesh, and his face flushed red. "Old kid, let go of me. It's not like I haven't seen those disciples you taught. Yes, every single one of them is extremely strong, but which one of them isn't like you, relying on treasures to accumulate their cultivations?" Elder Kong didn't admit defeat in the slightest and continued speaking loudly. Yu Qian was furious to the extreme, and he really had the intention to kill. This old fellow was used to bringing down others, yet he just had to expose me at this moment. If this can be tolerated, then what can I tolerate? His nostrils were 3 times bigger from his anger, and he swiftly withdrew something from his universe pouch before stuffing it into the gap between Elder Kong's teeth, as he said, "So what if I have a lot of treasures? So what if I use treasures to accumulate my cultivation? Are you fucking unconvinced? It's fine if you're unconvinced. Come, this is an earth flame Ganoderma. I'll use it to stuff your mouth." Elder Kong had a blazing thing stuffed into his mouth, yet he didn't give up on refuting, and he still wanted to say something. However, he just opened his mouth when Yu Qian suddenly waved his hand, and a few more things floated out from his universe pouch after a swish. He grabbed the things that floated around him over and over again before continuing to stuff them into the gap between Elder Kong's teeth, and he said at the same time, "An earth flame Ganoderma isn't enough, right? Come, this is Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence. This is Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree. This is Demon Godwood Essence. This is Skynet 9 Circle Vine. This is Chaotic Yang Root. Yu Yuqian grabbed item after item and ceaselessly stuffed them into Elder Kong's mouth, and at the same time he shouted loudly, "You talk too much! You talk too much! Come, 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 let me stuff your mouth!" His successive movements were extremely swift, causing Elder Kong to be utterly unable to react in time. Moreover, under that formidable strength, he was even unable to struggle free, and he could only allow Yu Yuqian to do as he pleased. In the end, that skeleton's mouth was really stuffed shut by item after item, and it didn't make a sound any longer. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu was dumbstruck as he watched from the side. Earth Flame Ganoderma, Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, Demon Godwood Essence, Skynet 9 Circle Vine, Chaotic Yang Root. What the fuck? Du Xiaofu opened his mouth wide and was practically dumbstruck, and even his saliva was on the verge of flowing out. He'd clearly seen every single thing Yu Yuqian took out, and he clearly understood that they were all treasures, absolute treasures. Earth Flame Ganoderma, Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, Demon Godwood Essence, Skynet 9 Circle Vine, Chaotic Yang Root. Merely from the aura of these things, Du Xiaofu was instantly able to determine that the origins of these treasures were extremely great, and they weren't inferior to the blood flame divine lotus he'd obtained in the past. If every single one of these treasures were to be placed in the outside world, it would probably cause terrifying battles to arise, and many experts would fight to the death to obtain them. However, at this moment, all of these things were taken out one by Yu Yuqian to shut Elder Kong's mouth. This Du Xiaofu was speechless. He really wanted to know why this old fellow had so many good things in his possession. If he were to be compared to Yu Yuqian, then he was a true pauper. Compared to Yu Yuqian, the treasures that he was proud of weren't worth mentioning at all. "Have you shut up?" Yu Yuqian glared at Elder Kong as he bared his teeth and asked fiercely, "Earth Flame Ganoderma. It's capable of stabilizing my soul essence and even improving my strength to a certain extent. Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, and Skynet 9 Circle Vine added together are capable of allowing me to reconstruct my body. The Demon Godwood Essence is capable of stabilizing my body and soul. The Chaotic Yang Root, a treasure from before Pango split the heavens and the earth apart. With it, I'll be able to advance a step further, and my chances of breaking through to the meditative realm in the future will increase by 10%. Elder Kong's empty eye sockets were suffused with the glow of flames, and he was extremely excited to the point even his voice started trembling. He felt that he'd really struck it rich. With these treasures in his possession, not to mention returning to his peak, even advancing a step further in his strength wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, relying on the Chaotic Yang Root would even allow him to advance in his path of cultivation. Such temptation was extremely tempting to Elder Kong as well. He didn't even think before directly stretching out his hand with the intention of taking all the treasures before him into his arms. But his movements hadn't finished when Yu Yuqian was a step faster than him and put everything away. After that, Qinshi's eyes narrowed as he looked at Elder Kong with a chuckle and said, "I can reward you with all these things, but you must shut your mouth after this. If you dare speak another word, then don't dream of obtaining a single thing." Yu Yuqian stared fixedly at Elder Kong as he raised his chin, causing his beard to tremble, and he revealed an indescribable arrogance. How could Elder Kong say anything else? He directly used his withered claws to cover his mouth and shook his head with all his might to indicate that he wouldn't speak another word. At the same time, his eye sockets kept glancing towards Yu Yuqian's universe pouch, and he didn't conceal his covetous expression in the slightest. Beads of sweat couldn't help but appear on Du Xiaofu's forehead as he looked at this scene, and he couldn't help but curse Elder Kong in his heart. He felt that this old fellow really didn't care about integrity in the slightest for the sake of treasures. "Doesn't your iron bones faintly hurt?" "Humph." Only now was Yu Yuqian satisfied, and after he grunted lightly, he asked Du Xiaofu once more, "Kid, have you thought it through?" So long as you take me as your master, perhaps it's really as that old man, Yen Sankong said, and I'm unable to guide you on the path of cultivation. But I dare guarantee that the treasures of heaven and earth you require for your cultivation in the future will be endless. As he spoke, he used a gaze of contempt to look at Du Xiaofu, and he wanted to utilize the countless treasures to make this violet-robed young man before him submit. As a matter of fact, Du Xiaofu was indeed shocked. When had he ever seen so many treasures? Even if he hadn't seen some of them, but from Elder Kong's reaction, every single one of them was definitely a rare treasure. If he could have the help of countless treasures in his future cultivation journey, how much time would that save him? Although using treasures to increase his cultivation was like building a castle in the air, he could still give it to the people around him. There were so many people in the desolate country and Shenwu world, and their cultivation was still lacking by quite a bit. Every single one of them wanted to come to the 33 heavens to gain experience and obtain treasures, right? Every single one of them wanted to increase their cultivation as urgently as lambs crying piteously for food. It had to be said that, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was truly moved. However, he quickly calmed down and looked at Yu Yuqian. It's not impossible for me to become your disciple, but if you want to use treasures to make me submit, that's definitely not possible. Du Xiaofu had his own thoughts. Becoming a disciple was not a child's play. If he really did become a disciple, then he would definitely treat the other party as his master and give him the respect he deserved. However, although treasures were rare, they could not be used to buy people's hearts, right? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Yuqian put away the expression on his face and became serious. He nodded repeatedly and said with certainty, "Kid, you are indeed the disciple that Duanmu Qiongtian has taken a liking to. You have some grace. I did not misjudge you." As he spoke, he began to pace slowly in the main hall and continued, "If you agree directly for the sake of treasures, then this old man will not agree. A disciple who only cares about immediate benefits. This old man will definitely not want him. I am very gratified that you are able to remain calm in this situation. As I said just now, I cannot teach you too much, but I can definitely help you on your path of cultivation. If you feel that being my disciple is not worth it in the future, you can remove our master-disciple relationship at any time." Yu Yuqian's words were very serious. This was the attitude that a true expert should have, which was in line with his identity as the old ancestor of the divine kingdom. Du Xiaofu nodded and fell into a short period of contemplation. Then Yu Yuqian walked to his side again and said, "This old man does not have any other abilities, but I am extremely protective. If anyone dares to bully you, this old man will raze their mountain to the ground. You must believe that the Yu Qing divine kingdom has the strength." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu focused. Indeed, he did not doubt the strength of the Yu Qing divine kingdom. The 7 divine generals' residences and the Ju spirit sanctuary had rebelled, but under the divine emperor's arrangements, they had been quickly defeated. At this time, the divine kingdom's army had probably reached the gates of the Ju spirit sanctuary. One could imagine that the only thing that awaited the Ju spirit sanctuary was destruction. With such a powerful Yu Qing divine kingdom, Yu Yuqian's words were of course filled with confidence. Du Xiaofu pondered for a long time. Now that he had just arrived at the 33 heavens, he did indeed need some power to rely on. He was not afraid of anything by himself. But if other people from the divine martial world came here, it would not be good if they did not have a place to stay. Tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others were the best examples of this. If he had a relationship with the Yu Qing divine kingdom, legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal would not have been so easy to deal with. "Kid, if you've thought it through, then acknowledge me as your master. After the ceremony, this Qiankuan pouch will be yours. Of course, those things just now, I promise to give them to Yen Sankong." Yu Yuqian took out the Qiankuan pouch with one hand and flicked the dust off his blue robe with the other. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment, then without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Disciple Du Xiaofu greets master." On the side, the flaming skeleton sighed and looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. Just a moment ago, this kid was still looking down on him for being bribed by some treasures. But now, didn't he also submit to the light of treasures? Ha ha ha. Good disciple, please rise. After Du Xiaofu bowed, Yu Yuqian laughed and helped Du Xiaofu up. At the same time, he reached out and patted the dust off his body, looking very amiable. However, what Du Xiaofu didn't notice was that, at this moment, Yu Yuqian's bright eyes were filled with a strand of slyness, and it carried a deep feeling that his scheme had succeeded. Come, good disciple, master keeps his word. This Qinquan pouch is yours. Yu Yuqian stuffed the Qinquan pouch into Du Xiaofu's hand, and then he patted Du Xiaofu on the shoulder and said, "Master will give you another great gift after the matter of the origin dimension is settled in 20 years. After he finished speaking, he said, "Master still has something to do. I'll look for you later." After that, he directly left the hall. Treasures! Du Xiaofu disregarded Yu Yuqian's departure, and his hand that held the Qinquan pouch was trembling faintly. Du Xiaofu's breathing almost stopped when he saw Yu Yuqian's rich and overbearing appearance from before. The Qinquan pouch was filled with treasures, and he wondered exactly how many rare treasures were there. "Quickly open it and give me my share." Elder Kong hurriedly moved forward and urged. Du Xiaofu slowly opened the Qinquan pouch while feeling excited. However, when he saw everything within, he was directly stunned for a long time, and then he cursed. "Phut! I've been tricked." Chapter 27:65. Du Xiaofu's face was livid. His eyes were dark to the point water almost dripped out from them, and even his lips couldn't help but start trembling. A strand of nameless flames of rage directly shot through his head, causing him to feel his vision go black and be on the verge of fainting from rage. "What's going on?" The nearby Elder Kong cried out in alarm when he saw Du Xiaofu's expression, and he hurriedly moved forward to seize the Qinquan pouch from Du Xiaofu's hand before searching it with the energy of his soul core. Elder Kong was stunned when he saw the things within the Qinquan pouch, and then he muttered, "This old kid, Yu Yuqian, is really capable. He said he'd give his disciple treasures. Yet, he actually gave him an empty Qinquan pouch." He was very surprised by this, but soon after he laughed out loud and said, "But fortunately all of these things of this old man are still inside, not missing a single one. Oh, kid, take this Qinquan pouch. It's the gift that old kid gave you for taking me as your master, so you must treasure it well. As for these treasures, I'll kindly accept them." Elder Kong bared his teeth and was extremely happy. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to take out the Earth Flame Spirit Mushroom, Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, and the others from the Qinquan pouch. "That's mine." Du Xiaofu shouted out furiously as he struck out like a bolt of lightning to seize back the Qinquan pouch, and then he glared furiously at Elder Kong. He truly never imagined that the old fellow's Qinquan pouch actually only contained those few treasures he took out earlier. If all these things were given to Elder Kong, then he would really only be able to obtain an empty Qinquan pouch. How could Du Xiaofu not be furious? He truly wanted to drag that old fellow back and fiercely teach him a lesson before directly betraying the sect. But at this moment, he didn't have the time to think too much, and he had to protect these treasures in his possession first. If they really fell into Elder Kong's hands, then how could there be a share for him? Du Xiaofu grabbed the Qinquan pouch with crimson red eyes as he retreated to the distance with a swish, and he stared blankly at the flaming skeleton before him. "Stinking kid, what's the meaning of this?" Elder Kong was anxious and scolded. "It was that bastard master of yours who deceived you. What does it have to do with me? He said that he would give those treasures to me. Don't tell me you don't want to keep your word?" He was truly anxious. He'd been trapped in the chaos space and fought with the blood-flame divine lotus for a few tens of thousands of years, and he'd fallen to his current state. His strength had been greatly reduced, and the flesh and blood throughout his body had been completely burned. If he were to rely on himself to slowly recover, then he didn't know how long it would take. If he had the treasures in the cosmos sack, it would be much easier for him to recover. It would not take long for him to reach his peak. So when Du Xiaofu seized the universe bag from his hands, Elder Kong couldn't help but fly into a rage. That was what that old man said. I didn't promise you anything. Now that the Qingquan bag is in my hands, the treasures here are naturally up to me. Du Xiaofu glared at him and said angrily. He was still infuriated, so how could he show Elder Kong a good expression? No matter if he betrayed the sect or not, he had to protect these treasures first. Even if he wanted to give them to Elder Kong, he had to wait until he was in a good mood before giving them to Elder Kong. Kid, you. Elder Kong took a step forward with the intention of seizing the cosmos sack from Du Xiaofu's hands. But with the strength he possessed now, how could he be faster than Du Xiaofu? Thus, Elder Kong was instantly dodged by Du Xiaofu. I'll go look for that fellow. I'll fucking betray the sect today. Du Xiaofu put away the universe bag before walking out of the hall with a dark expression, and he didn't pay any further attention to Elder Kong. I've seen shameless people, yet I've indeed never seen such a shameless person. He asked me to take him as my master, and I've done so, yet in the blink of an eye he immediately came to cheat me. How reliable can a master like this be? This won't do. Du Xiaofu felt that he was truly useless to be the disciple of such a person. Kid, quickly wait for me. Elder Kong hurriedly followed Du Xiaofu when he saw Du Xiaofu about to leave. The treasures can be put aside for now, but allow me to enter the desolate ancient space first. Time is accelerated there, and it'll be much easier to recover than in the outside world. The two of them swiftly left the hall one after the other and vanished within the palace. In the following period of time, many people within the palace saw to their surprise that a violet-robed young man was ceaselessly moving through the countless buildings with a livid expression, and he seemed to be ceaselessly searching for something, as if he was looking for someone to collect a debt. However, this search lasted for an entire night until dawn. Du Xiaofu had practically searched every single corner of the palace, yet he didn't see Yu Qian's figure. That old fellow is really good at hiding. Du Xiaofu gnashed his teeth while his gaze was extremely gloomy. He'd thought of such an outcome and knew that it was extremely difficult to find the imperial ancestor, Yu Qian, within the Yuqing palace, but he didn't want to let Yu Qian off just like that. Du Xiaofu felt that he'd been wronged if he didn't properly settle this debt. However, he'd searched everywhere yet was unable to find the old fox's figure. This caused Du Xiaofu to feel extremely helpless, but he gradually gave up on searching. He'd thought of looking for the divine emperor, Yu Taiyan, and asking about Yu Qian's whereabouts. However, if even more people found out about the fact that he'd been tricked, then it would be a loss of face for him. Thus, in the end, Du Xiaofu could only give up and return angrily to his residence. After that, he opened up the desolate ancient space and entered it. Elder Kong was already here at this moment, and he roared loudly when he saw Du Xiaofu enter. He said loudly, "Kid, quickly return my treasures to me." Elder Kong had already seen Du Xiaofu's expression when he'd first appeared, and he knew that Du Xiaofu hadn't found Yu Qian. Thus, he hadn't vented his belly full of anger from before. However, those treasures were truly too important to him, so he had to get them from this kid, no matter what. Du Xiaofu had a gloomy expression and didn't speak, and he just withdrew a few things from his universe pouch before tossing them to Elder Kong like he was tossing trash. Earth Flame Ganoderma, Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, Skynet 9 Revolutions Vine, all of them are yours. Along with his voice, the 4 treasures transformed into flowing lights that flew to Elder Kong's side, and they were grabbed by him in his withered claw. Elder Kong was extremely excited when he saw these treasures in his possession, and the flames on his body faintly trembled. The earth flame Ganoderma was capable of allowing him to stabilize his soul core and even improve his strength to a certain extent. The Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, and Skynet 9 Revolutions Vine combined were capable of allowing him to reconstruct his body. With these treasures, it wasn't difficult for Elder Kong to recover to his peak state. Elder Kong hurriedly put away these 4 treasures, and in his excitement he shot his gaze towards Du Xiaofu and said, "Kid, this is how it should be. That old kid, Yu Qian, said that he was giving them to me. How can you take them for yourself? Besides that, there's also the Demon God's Wood Essence and Chaotic Yang Root. Quickly give them to me as well." As he spoke, he even stretched out his hand to ask for them from Du Xiaofu. "Move aside. These few treasures in your hands are sufficient to allow you to reconstruct your body and recover to your peak state. As for the Demon God's Wood Essence and Chaotic Yang Root, they're mine. That old fellow tricked me into becoming his disciple, so he wouldn't go so far as to not give me any benefits, right?" Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes and grunted. The reason he'd given the Earth Flame Ganoderma, Purgatory Bloodfiend Soul Essence, Rainbow Glazed Jade Tree, and Skynet 9 Revolutions Vine to Elder Kong was because he hoped that Elder Kong would be able to recover as soon as possible. Besides that, he could be considered to have discerned that even though that old bastard Yu Qian and Elder Kong got into a fight as soon as they met, the relationship between the two of them was absolutely close. Otherwise, Yu Qian wouldn't have said that he would give all these treasures to Elder Kong. As for the Demon God's Wood Essence and Chaotic Yang Root, he'd keep them for now. How can that do? Those are my treasures. The flaming skeleton glared fixedly at Du Xiaofu and vented his displeasure. "Old fellow, if you're dissatisfied, then I'll take back the 4 treasures in your possession." Du Xiaofu's brows knit together as he swept his gaze towards Elder Kong. Such an expression caused Elder Kong to shrink his neck and unconsciously take a few steps back while taking precautions against Du Xiaofu. He knew that this kid really wasn't threatening him. Within this desolate ancient space, not to mention someone like him whose cultivation had been greatly damaged, even if a true Eternal Realm expert were to enter, the Eternal Realm expert could only be trampled upon. This kid showed great kindness with great difficulty and gave me 4 treasures. If I were to infuriate him and allow him to take them back, then it would be a loss that wouldn't make up for it. Actually, we can make a deal. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment before speaking abruptly. "What deal?" Elder Kong looked at him cautiously as he asked. He was worried about this kid because he was too cunning, just like that old fellow Yu Qian. "I can't fall into his trap. I can give you the Demon God's Wood Essence and Chaotic Yang Root, but not now. Recover first. Time is accelerated within the desolate ancient space, and it's a few tens of times faster than the outside world. I presume it won't take long." Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Kong and spoke word by word. "I have a request. Once you've recovered and fiercely teach that old bastard a lesson, then I'll give these 2 treasures to you. Elder Kong, what do you think of this deal?" Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Kong with a burning gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a smile at the same time. "Deal." After hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Kong did not even need to think as he directly agreed. "Hee, I am well aware of that old fellow's strength. If this old man recovers to his peak, it will be extremely easy for me to beat him up. Kid, take good care of my treasures. At that time, we'll fulfill the contract together." As Elder Kong spoke, he chuckled without end. This deal couldn't be more worth it to him. He only had to bash that old kid Yu Qian a lesson, and the 2 of them had already been at odds for countless years. So how could he care about this time? Not to mention, he could obtain treasures this time, so why not? I knew it. Elder Kong is a straightforward person. Du Xiaofu laughed slyly as well, and his cunning expression formed an interesting contrast with Elder Kong's. He'd expected this outcome since long ago because it was only a casual matter to Elder Kong, yet he was able to exchange it for such enormous benefits. So how could he possibly give it up? On the other hand, Du Xiaofu felt even more that this deal of his was extremely ingenious. Those two treasures weren't his in the first place, and Yu Yuqian had left them behind for the sake of healing Elder Kong's injuries. So no matter what, he wouldn't suffer a loss when he took them out to make a deal. But at the same time, if he was able to see that old bastard being bashed up, then he would be able to obtain some consolation in his heart from jumping into a pit this time. No matter what, he was surely unable to stay in this sect any longer. If he was able to dig out some treasures from Yu Yuqian before he rebelled, then it would be even more wonderful. Kid. After the two of them laughed for a while, Elder Kong spoke abruptly to Du Xiaofu. Actually, that old fellow didn't have any ill intentions when he wanted to take you as his disciple. According to my estimations, the treasures in his possession ought to only be this many. Even if he's much more generous than an ordinary person, it's probably not an easy thing to take out so many treasures that are difficult to come by in one go. I'm not exonerating him. That old kid, Yu Yuqian, is really asking for a beating. Elder Kong spoke extremely seriously, yet in the end he was slightly angry, and he seemed to be furious for Du Xiaofu. I know. Du Xiaofu nodded because he'd guessed everything Elder Kong had said. Every single one of these treasures Yu Yuqian took out was extraordinary, and if it was placed in the outside world, it was sufficient to cause people to fight to the death for it, and it was even possible that blood would flow into rivers. It was already extremely rare and precious for him to be able to possess so many treasures at once. But speaking of which, he would absolutely not believe it if someone told him that the old bastard didn't have the slightest bit of wealth in his possession. Although Yu Yuqian didn't have any ill intentions, he was still after this disciple of his. From the way he mentioned his senior brother, it was clear how proud he was to have a disciple who made him proud. That old bastard was probably hoping that, with his talent, he would be able to make him proud in the future. However, Du Xiaofu couldn't take this lying down. That old bastard was too ruthless. That's all. I'll go into seclusion first, before I fully recover. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Elder Kong waved his hand and said. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't continue to stay in the desolate, ancient space. However, before he left, he glanced at the corner of the desolate, ancient space, where the sleeping figure was wrapped in light, and fell into deep thought. After returning to his room, he was still pondering over this question. What kind of background does the principal of Tianwu Academy have? Why would he be sleeping in the divine martial world? And the space where he's sleeping seems to be a world of its own. It's completely unaffected by the suppression of the heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu pondered. From Yu Yuqian's words, he dared to conclude that the principal of Tianwu Academy must be an expert from the 33 heavens. Furthermore, Yu Yuqian was acquainted with him. However, Du Xiaofu didn't have the time to ask. At this moment, the other party was in a deep sleep, and he didn't know when he would wake up. In addition, there was also that senior brother of his. Du Xiaofu was becoming more and more curious. Why did it seem like everyone he came into contact with recently had a deep relationship with him? Furthermore, from the words and actions of everyone, he could deduce that his senior brother was definitely an incredible figure with a heaven-defying cultivation. At the very least, he was much stronger than Chu Daoju. Could it be that senior brother is an expert of the meditative realm? As Du Xiaofu thought of this, he was shocked by his own thoughts. He had never come into contact with the meditative realm. However, before the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor and the others left the divine martial world, they had said that the meditative realm was the strongest existence in the 33 heavens. However, due to some special reasons, they rarely appeared in the world. This led to the immortal realm experts dominating the 33 heavens. He Jibai had once told Du Xiaofu that there weren't many experts of the meditative realm. In the entire transcendent Changrong heaven, Those who had reached the meditative realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. They could definitely be counted with one's fingers. As for the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, they probably didn't have such an expert. Du Xiaofu guessed that the rulers of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the dragon god should all be experts of the meditative realm. After all, the last of the 9 realms, the carrier realm and the formless realm, only existed in legends. It had been countless years since anyone had seen them. If that was the case, if his senior brother was also in the meditative realm, wouldn't he be on the same level as the rulers of the 3,000 boundless cosmos and the dragon god? Now that he thought about it, it was truly terrifying. The meditative realm rarely appears in the world, but it shouldn't be impossible for them to appear in the world. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed as such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Since they were the pinnacle existences of the 33 heavens, there was no reason for them to not appear in the world. Perhaps due to some unimaginable reasons, their appearance in the world would be restricted and restricted. However, they definitely wouldn't be unable to interfere in the affairs of the outside world. I wonder how little Xingxing, Tomboy, little Yao, little Ba, little Lin, and little Huang are doing. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. His heart was filled with endless worry. He cultivated with all his might in order to protect the people he cared about. He wanted to ensure that his loved ones could live in better conditions. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he wouldn't have been separated from them under the attack of the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal. If he wanted to protect everything he had, he needed to be strong enough to stand at the absolute peak and look down on the world. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal. One day, I will kill my way to Xianming and Yiheng Tian and make you pay for what you've done. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone with a murderous light as he thought to himself, there is no end to the path of cultivation. The path of the strong is like ascending to the heavens. Right now, I am only in the severing truth realm. There's still the immortal realm and the meditative realm. Although each of the hidden entrances has stumped countless people, they can't stop me. Du Xiaofu slowly calmed himself down. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. He assumed a cultivation posture and thought to himself. Also, the last 2 great realms, the carrier realm and the formless realm, although they only exist in legends and no one has been able to surpass them for countless years. Since these 2 realms exist, there must have been people who have reached them before. If I don't try, how can I be worthy of coming to the 33 heavens? A domineering aura rose from his body, carrying with it an indescribable, unyielding will. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, Du Xiaofu would not give up. He had cut his way through all the obstacles along the way. When had he ever lowered his head and admitted defeat? Since he came to the 33 heavens, he must advance to a higher realm. Chapter 2766. Du Xiaofu stopped thinking about it. The aura around him calmed down as he entered a state of cultivation. He stayed in Yuqing Divine Palace for a period of time and focused on cultivation. He turned a deaf ear to everything happening in the outside world. A few days later, a large group of people returned from the Divine Palace. All of them had powerful auras. These people were the experts who had gone to the Juling Sanctuary under the orders of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor led them to a large hall and they all took their seats. At the same time, Divine General Zihong, Divine General Diwu, and Divine General Yinling were all present. The huge palace was noisy as thousands of experts exchanged pleasantries with each other. However, even with so many people in the palace, it did not seem crowded at all. With so many immortal realm experts gathered together, it was indescribably lively. It was a pity that Du Xiaofu did not get to see such a grand scene. Of course, if he knew that the imperial ancestor of Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, Yu Yuqian, was also present, he wouldn't even think about going into seclusion. He would have jumped out and betrayed his sect right in front of Yu Qing. Thank you all for coming across the greater 1,000 worlds to help Taiyan quell the rebellion. Divine Emperor Yu Taiyan, cupped his fists, and said to the people around him. His eyes were sincere and filled with gratitude. If these experts hadn't come, the Yu Qing divine kingdom alone might have been able to deal with the 7 divine generals' manners. However, if the Zhuling Holy Land were to join the fray, it wouldn't be enough. If these thousands of experts had not come to help, Yu Qing divine kingdom would have changed hands. You are too kind, divine emperor. I am from the lingual world. This is nothing. Someone in the crowd replied, That's right, junior brother Yu. Everyone here is either from the Cloudy Sun sect or from the 3,000 sectors. Everyone travels in the outside world in order to gain experience. This small matter is indeed not worth mentioning. Someone else quickly stepped forward and said, The people from the 3 divine generals' mansions were confused when they heard this. What kind of power was the Yunyang sect? What was the 3,000 worlds? Why had they never heard of it? The 3 divine generals, He Mengchang, Hui Yuankuan, and Duan Baichuan, were especially confused. Their cultivations were strong and they were knowledgeable, but they did not understand what the people around them were talking about. It's rare for you all to leave the 3,000 worlds. Stay for a while. The divine emperor did not stand on ceremony. He Mengchang, of course. The divine emperor, Yu Qing Yu, Taiyan, said. 7 divine generals' mansions, and the 7 divine mansions, and the origin space, chaos space. After the chaos space, there will be a grand yen. The divine emperor gently paced back and forth in the hall and said. Hearing that, the 3 divine generals looked at each other. Then divine general Zihong, He Mengchang, stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, we have also heard about this matter. However, we don't know the details. The other 2 divine generals also looked at the divine emperor with shining eyes, waiting for his answer. The divine emperor did not hesitate and said, When the younger generation of the Yu Qing divine kingdom entered the origin space to train, the 36 divine lands, no, only 35 divine lands are left. The other 71 divine kingdoms are also making preparations. The goal of all the forces is to prepare for the grand event that is about to happen. This grand event involves the entire supreme Changrong heaven. The most powerful secret realm in this world is about to open. A grand event that involves the entire supreme Changrong heaven? The most powerful secret realm is about to open. The divine emperors looked at each other and were surprised. There were countless forces in the supreme Changrong heaven. The most powerful forces were the 36 divine lands and 72 divine kingdoms. In addition, there were countless other forces. If it involved the entire world, then it would definitely be considered a top-notch event. Furthermore, the strongest mystic realm in the transcendent Changrong sky was even more unbelievable. However, no matter how hard the 3 of them racked their brains, they could not think of a secret realm that was worth all the young experts of this world rushing to train together. Helpless, they could only look at the divine emperor, hoping to hear the answer from his mouth. Seeing their expressions, the divine emperor smiled playfully and said, The so-called strongest secret realm is the fiend god battle realm. With that, the 3 divine generals immediately became extremely shocked. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Divine demon battle realm? The 3 divine generals were shocked and suddenly thought of a legendary existence. When they said the words divine demon battle realm, they almost lost their voices. The thousands of experts from the 3,000 great worlds around them were all confused. Clearly, they had never heard of this divine demon battle realm. Haha, don't doubt it. It is the divine demon battle realm. The divine emperor laughed and said with certainty when he saw the expressions of the 3 divine generals. When these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the 3 became even more interesting. Their faces began to tremble as if they had heard something unbelievable. Oh my God, the divine demon battle realm has really opened. The divine demon battle realm has existed since ancient times, but it has only opened once in its history. Legend has it that the opening was earth-shattering and caused the entire world to be plunged into darkness. It seems like the opening of the divine demon battle realm wasn't done by someone, but by some drastic change that caused the world to know about it. But why did it suddenly open this time and allow so many young disciples to enter? Isn't it extremely dangerous? Not only will the people who enter be in danger, but if they're not careful, the entire world might be consigned to eternal damnation. In an instant, the three divine generals thought of many things that had happened long ago. They did not know much about the divine demon battle realm and had not personally experienced it, but they had heard about it from their seniors. Tens of millions of years ago, the three divine generals had not been born yet. At that time, the supreme Changrong heaven had suddenly descended into chaos one day. The entire world had been filled with dense demonic energy that filled every inch of the world. The pungent smell of blood suffused the air, and the sky had been covered by a boundless glow of blood. Along with the appearance of the demonic energy was boundless killing intent that caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Even Neverwither experts were unable to resist the terrifying killing intent. On that day, the entire world had been alarmed. Many meditative realm experts had appeared in the world in an attempt to find the source of everything. However, the terrifying thing was that even with their strength had been greatly reduced when they were enveloped by the terrifying demonic energy. They were unable to muster up the courage to explore it all. What they felt the most was the all-pervasive, baleful aura that invaded their bodies, causing them to feel like their insides were being torn apart. The wisps of blood-colored mist that floated in the void, the baleful aura that swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the waves of powerful pressure that filled the sky pressed down on everyone's hearts like a terrifying mountain, causing countless living beings to feel panic in their hearts and their bodies to go weak. No one knew what had happened, but they could see that under the intertwining of the scarlet blood energy and pitch-black demonic energy, countless living beings had silently collapsed. Their essence and origin energy were instantly sucked dry, and they had died an unnatural death. The silent killing intent caused one's heart to tremble. The living beings were like ripe wheat, collapsing one after another, turning into dried corpses or dust. Such a scene caused every living being in the supreme Changrong heaven to feel despair. However, it was fortunate that all of this did not last for long. It suddenly ended, and all the demonic energy and blood energy retreated like the tide and quickly dissipated. During this entire process, no one knew the reason behind it. However, later on, some people recalled that before everything calmed down, they seemed to have vaguely seen a figure wrapped in 5-colored light descend into this realm and drive away everything that was terrifying. However, no one could verify whether this was an illusion or reality. After the terrifying turmoil, the living beings who were lucky enough to survive were shocked to discover that more than half of the entire realm had been killed or injured. Almost all those below the void-returning realm were dead, and more than half of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had been sucked away. Such a terrifying outcome caused everyone to be in a daze. Waves of uncontrollable coldness rose from the soles of their feet. Those who were able to survive were all lucky to have their lives back. After regaining their composure, the experts began to move. They mobilized their forces from all directions to search for the source of everything that had happened. If they could not find it and get rid of it as soon as possible, such an existence would be like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of all living beings. It could come out and reap their lives at any time. Countless experts would absolutely not allow such a situation to happen again. As they continued to search, a meditative realm expert finally discovered a clue and found a mysterious place. This place was the Fiend God battlefield that the Divine Emperor had mentioned. After the Fiend God battlefield was discovered back then, the meditative realm experts of the Supreme Changrong heaven joined forces and sealed it up. To the outside world, they did not explain everything in detail. They only told the world that it was an ancient battlefield left behind from the beginning of chaos. It was only because the murderous aura suddenly leaked out that a disaster was brought to this realm. The divine emperor looked at the void and sighed as he pondered. Just as he had said, the experts were also extremely shocked when they discovered that place. After careful exploration and observation, they finally confirmed that it was a battlefield left behind from ancient times. However, they did not tell the world about all the details of their discovery. After sealing that place, many meditative realm experts fell silent again. The Fiend God battlefield is so dangerous. Why is it still open this time? Zi Hong Divine General, He Mingchong's expression was still somewhat ugly. When he spoke, his voice could not help but tremble slightly. Obviously, just a few words from the legends were enough to make one unable to calm down. The words Fiend God Battlefield were a form of formidable deterrence. After that calamity, the supreme Changrong heaven geniuses had slowly recovered their former strength after tens of thousands of years had passed. The divine emperor smiled faintly in response to He Mingchong's question. Actually, those senior experts didn't just simply seal the Fiend God battlefield all these years. They left behind some methods that allowed them to enter and leave freely. After many years of ceaseless research, they finally discovered that there was no longer any terrifying danger there. At the very least, Eternal Realm experts would normally be able to preserve their lives while moving about there. Besides that, they finally confirmed that the Fiend God battlefield was left behind since the beginning of the world, and has never appeared in the world. So, there are numerous unimaginable treasures within it. It's absolutely a good place for juniors to temper themselves. The Divine Emperor spoke word by word, and he described everything about the Fiend God battlefield to everyone present in detail. After his explanation, everyone finally understood the reason why the Fiend God battlefield was formed. After the ancient god Pango split the world apart and the world was just formed, the devil race had once brought calamity to the world, and even the 33 heavens had fallen into a terrifying slaughter. At that time, the devil race was boundlessly powerful. Under the lead of the devil ancestor, they slaughtered all living beings and almost caused the 33 heavens to fall into the hands of the devil race and become the devil domain. However, under the unremitting efforts of some great figures, they finally suppressed everything and caused the world to return to stability. That was how the 33 heavens had become powerful and prosperous today. Of course, all of this was the speculation of the current experts. After all, there were very few people who had survived from that era. Even if they still existed in the world, ordinary people were unable to see their true appearances. Moreover, during the era when the world was just formed, there should have been Tao-bearing realm experts. From this, one could imagine how glorious and powerful the devil race was at that time. They were able to go against the entire world. That fiend ancestor was definitely a figure that could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Those who were able to participate in the Great War at that time were all experts who looked down on the world. The divine wilderness heavenlock array that Du Xiaofu had seized from the absolute spirit holy lands was an imitation of a great array created by a certain expert at that time. However, the divine wilderness heavenlock array at that time could envelop the entire 33 heavens and kill countless devil race experts. Its power was incomparably terrifying. It was not something that the array in Du Xiaofu's hands could compare to. The Fiend God battlefield is a battlefield left behind by the great war between all living beings and the devil race. After being sealed by an ancient expert for a long time, the seal loosened, resulting in the catastrophe tens of millions of years ago. Today, the devil race still exists inside. However, after losing the nourishment of the world's spirit, chi, and killing, they are no longer as strong as they were in the past. It is the most suitable place to train. The Divine Emperor continued to explain, resolving many of the doubts in everyone's hearts. He had only heard about these things from others and had never personally experienced them. There seems to be something wrong here. Divine General Cloud Spirit Duan Baichuan frowned and said thoughtfully, since it can be used as a training ground, then the danger is naturally within a controllable range. But why did the fiend god battlefield cause such a terrifying commotion when it first appeared? Why did so many people die? He looked at Yu Taiyan in confusion and asked such a question. This was also something that everyone did not understand. Logically speaking, since the catastrophe in the past had occurred because of the fiend god battlefield, then it should have been a dangerous place. However, after many experts of the meditative realm entered, not only did they come out alive, but they also had the ability to seal it. In addition, why did the opening this time not cause the same thing as in the past and cause the entire Supreme Changrong heaven to fall into a disaster? The reason for such a huge commotion back then was because a peerless evil lord appeared and broke the seal. The divine king's eyes flickered as he looked at the people present and said, "A peerless evil lord has appeared." Not only were the three divine generals shocked, but the thousands of experts from the 3,000 sectors were also shocked. What kind of peerless evil lord had to be to cause the deaths of more than half of the living beings in this great sector? Just thinking about it was incomparably terrifying. However, Yu Yuqian, Chu Daoju, and the people whom the divine emperor had addressed as Senior Brother Long and Senior Brother Ling were very calm. It was obvious that they knew some of the truth. That's right, that peerless evil lord is called the demon god. The divine emperor smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Demon god." Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of this person and were very confused. A demon god is already so powerful. How terrifying was the demon ancestor when the world was first created? At this moment, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. They were extremely shocked and exclaimed at the strength of the demon race. Just one demon god could cause the entire Supreme Changrong heaven to suffer heavy losses. One could only imagine how terrifying the demon ancestor, the leader of all demons, was. As if he had seen through everyone's thoughts, the divine emperor suddenly spoke again. In reality, the demon god is the demon ancestor. However, he is also not the demon ancestor. This statement caused everyone in the hall to be even more confused. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Perhaps the demon god was derived from the demon ancestor's power. If that was the case, everything made sense. Your Majesty, since the demon god has walked out of the celestial demon battlefield and there are still countless demon race troops left inside, won't he make a comeback? At this moment, Imperial Marshal Divine General Hui Yuan stepped forward and asked, "I know what you're worried about. Under the circumstances of the celestial demon battlefield seal, the demon god has no ability to break through and enter again. If we open the seal and let the younger generation enter to train, it is very likely to alarm him and cause him to enter the celestial demon battlefield to summon many demons. With the demon god's power, no one can stop him. After all, no one knows whether that expert shrouded in the five-colored light exists or not. Even if he is still in this world, will he appear in time to stop the disaster that might happen?" Yu Taiyan looked at Hui Yuan and said softly. He knew very well that with the strength of the demon god, no one in the Supreme Changrong heaven could suppress him. If he was unwilling and wanted to take advantage of the opening of the celestial devil battle realm to summon the devil race army, it would not only affect the Supreme Changrong heaven, but also the entire 33 heavens would suffer an unimaginable calamity. One had to admit that Imperial Marshal Divine General Hui Yuan's worries were not without reason.